The wounded hero under interrogation. Where is the ancient relic? He only grins cheekily. You think I'd tell you? The enemies are furious. One shouts, urgently contact the main squad. The Shining Crystal reports, Northern Phantom captured, awaiting reinforcements. The pursuers are confused. Why would Phantom, even without a hand, need the Emperor's relic? They decide to get even on him before their own arrive for all their suffering. Prepare yourself, Phantom, you will beg for death, sounds the merciless threat. The villains cast lots. A glowing sword will decide who starts first. Blood on his lips, his gaze full of rage. His spirit is not broken. I won't let it end like this. A hidden power awakens in him. I am Zeke Draker, the first loser of the Draker family. Born a dragon killer, I didn't possess the aura, failing the awakening. Cast out like trash, I did everything I could to survive and become stronger. Someone said, the pursuit of power will eventually leave you with nothing. But the falling coins return to the cruel lot. Utter nonsense! He catches the coin, the eagle that decided his fate. Glorious eagle, exults the villain who has won the right of first torture. Only those who are already strong say that. His eyes glow purple. The phantom towers over the enemy, its aura vibrating intimidatingly, and the weak only follow them. The sword is nothing against his new power. The phantom defeats the enemy by declaring, the weak will be trampled, their patrimony will be taken away. That is the truth of this world. His determined gaze does not waver, his scars only emphasizing his steely will. He tisks his tongue, realizing the battle isn't over yet. Enemies whisper in horror. What? Did he put his arm back on? The two pursuers discuss. Irregular? What an abomination. We'll cut off the head and that'll be the end of it. The phantom whirls through the ranks of enemies, its aura sweeping away everything in its path. Wounded, he kneels among the fallen, pierced by swords. Damn! Blood trickles down his face, but his gaze remains defiant despite the blades in his back. Bloody hand reaching forward, he whispers, It looks like I'm going to die soon. Head lowered, he thinks bitterly, not even having time for revenge. I was able to steal the Emperor's relic. At least I accomplished something. Blood dripping from his face, he whispers, I'm sorry, Alicia. The relic in his hand flares up, releasing a powerful energy. An ancient power is awakened. The dragon's soul responds to his will. The system offers a deal Zeke accepts. Do what you want. Agreement confirmed. Irreversible force activated. The countdown is on. When he wakes up, he sees himself, as young as he was years ago. He looks at his young hand. Yeah, gone back in time? The ghost of the past self is a reminder of mortal wounds. It's hard to believe. He lies in a familiar room, and this place feels familiar. This is the Cradle, the Draker family training center. The Draker family are dragon slayers, one of the three great transcendent clans. Tarakan Draker, the hero who slew the dragon Bahamut 1,000 years ago, founded their clan. All of his descendants easily awakened a powerful aura and became knights. Everyone but me. Suddenly, control system restarting. Zeke sits up sharply in the bed, not believing his ears. He looks around the empty room. Did I hear that? System confirms the soul of the awakened has been identified and is fully synchronized. Zeke's eyes widen. The soul of the chosen one has merged with the will of the ancient dragon. The system welcomes Zeke Draker, granting him some powers and opening a status window. Zeke sees a glowing window in front of him. Magical video stuff. Has the artifact activated? In the status window, Zeke Draker, class, healer, rare, title, recipient of the ancient dragon's blessing. He realizes, I can control it like in the magic videos. Zeke runs his hand lightly across the screen, studying the interface. A thoughtful glance at the status window, and another. Class, skills, a dragon language that isn't used now. Master told me about it. Recollection of the Master. People of ancient times divided into classes according to ability, developing special skills. He recalls her rigorous training. After waking up, she'd race me half to death. A healer, huh? You can survive a lot of things. Zeke stares resolutely forward. Anyway, according to the status window, I'm already a healer. His hands flare with light. Let's check if this window is telling the truth. He recalls, he didn't become a healer in his past life until his 20s, after the opening of the Ether Hall. Which means, his young body is already enveloped in a powerful violet aura. Zeke grins, eyes burning. I knew it. My ether hall is already open. Now he realizes, though there's no trained body from the past, he came back with all the skills and memories, gaining a huge advantage. To take advantage of it, you have to figure out what it has first. A sudden knock on the door interrupts his musings. Mr. Zeke, may I come in? Zeke tries to hide the system window in a panic. Damn, I haven't read the whole thing yet. How do I turn this off? The voice outside the door doesn't wait. I'm coming in. Zeke shrieks. P, wait! A stern man with a monocle, Decker, Zeke's personal servant, enters the room asking, What are you even thinking? Zeke frantically hides the window, muttering, G, ready? Ready for what? Decker looms over the shadow. Are you seriously asking, Mr. Zeke? Zeke recalls, as a kid I was terrified of him. It's a fear that's ingrained in my body. Suddenly the system activates the mind calm skill and Zeke freezes. Skill description: the user maintains composure in any situation. Zeke is surprised by the automatic activation, and Decker continues, This event is very important. Decker sighs. Are you even listening, Mr. Zeke? Of course, Decker. Short flashback, drops of blood on the gym floor. Zeke confidently, You're talking about the assessment test, Pankration, right? All Drakers from the age of 7 go through 5 years of basic training at the cradle. Instructors evaluate students annually through fencing and Pankration, fighting without rules. The opponents are chosen by the instructors or the students themselves, but the fights are brutal. Without rules, injury and death are possible. These competitions determine a student's grade, and kids have to fight hard. The huge arena is ready. A voice announces, As you know, today is Pankration Day. The instructor turns to the line of students. I assume everyone is aware? Is this the last part of the grade? Chief Instructor Pan Mark was satisfied with their fighting spirit. Then let's start immediately. Get ready. The young students in uniform respond in unison. Yes, sir. Their faces full of determination. Zeke stands among them, hearing the whispers. It's Zeke. Here he is again after last year's humiliation. Poor guy. The instructor's voice booms around the arena. Aaron, Gota, come out. Pan Mark jumps into the arena to the two students, ordering, Get ready. Mr. Mark waves his hand. Let's begin. Aaron immediately lunges at Gota, bringing his fist in for a punch. Gotha counters the attack with a smirk, clearly underestimating his opponent. A powerful uppercut from Aaron sends Gotha flying. The instructor announces, The fight is over. Gota cannot continue. Aaron has won. Zeke watches, sighing. Before, I'd have been scared to death. Now these guys are nothing. He yawns lazily, looking at the scene with boredom. My gaze falls on Leon, his eyes burning ominously and his fists clenched. The instructor calls out, Zeke, Leon, are you both ready? Leon answers readily, Zeke calmly. Zeke thinks, My opponent should have been Leon. The latter is already smirking. You here again? Wasn't last year enough for you? Flashback. Leon mockingly. Pray for mercy, Parasite, if you want to live. Past Zeke, battered, pleading, I'm sorry, Mr. Leon, have mercy for once. Zeke thinks, I'm sure he was pulling strings to fight me again. Leon croaks, and why is that bastard my cousin? The 4 direct heirs never met in their past lives. A dozen cousins were happy to mock Zeke, though. Leon turns to Zeke. Gotta hand it to you, Zeke Draker. Leon approaches. It's brave to show up again after last year's beating. Or maybe... He taps his temple mockingly. You just didn't learn your lesson because of your insignificance? The system activates tranquility of mind, Zeke thinks. It's been a while since I've listened to his stupid insults. Zeke calmly warns, Hey, I won't be nice if you call me that again. Leon grabs Zeke by the hair. And what are you gonna do, you lowlife? Zeke punches Leon, activating the critical strike skill. Purple energy envelops his fist. Leon yells out in pain, covering his bloody face. Ah! My face! Zeke looks at his fist. I wanted to just knock it out, but the skill worked itself out. I'm still not good at controlling them. Instructor Pan Mark is furious. You attacked before the signal! Zeke turns around. Zeke smirks, eyes glowing ominously. Who on the battlefield waits for a command? He who strikes first is right. The instructor's face contorts with horror and surprise. He is clearly shaken. Pan Mark thinks, this bloodlust I felt? Leon rises with difficulty. Yeah, I'm fine, sir. Leaning on his bloody hand, Leon demands, "Please start the fight, yep, I'm going to..." Leon growls, "I'll kill this nobody." Zeke smirks. "Looks like you're the one who's too dumb to learn your lesson." The instructor commands, "Stand by, begin!" And Leon immediately rushes to the attack. Leon is puzzled. What? Zeke easily dodges his first punch. Leon unleashes a hail of punches, thinking, "I was afraid of that punch." But his fists don't hurt at all. Leon's eye glittered ominously. If I just stay alert, he's not a threat. The thing to be wary of is... Leon's thought concludes. His counterpunch with his left. Zeke's fist in close-up. Zeke attacks with a left, but Leon dodges, thinking, "Too obvious." Leon strikes back, hitting Zeke in the side of the head. Leon screams in rage, "Die, you miserable bastard!" Zeke's face contorted with tension, his gaze full of determination. Leon is on the ground, stunned, not realizing what has happened. Panmark frowns at Zeke. I guess that wasn't enough. The instructor can't believe his eyes. This is the combat sense of a 12-year-old boy? Panmark thinks. The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counterattack, I was confident of Leon's victory. But Zeke immediately responded with a punch to the chin, freeing himself from the hold. The instructor is amazed at Zeke's coolness. Such precision after a failed counterattack. Is it definitely the same Zeke? A beaten Leon is furious. Damn it, I can't do anything against him. Zeke delivers a powerful kick with his foot, shrouded in energy, throwing Leon off. Leon panicked at the sudden strength. Damn, how can he be so strong while being so small? Zeke advances confidently as Leon spews curses. You lowlife! Zeke pins Leon down, thinking, I was able to control the force this time. Leon yells in rage. How dare you! The system announces activation of the class skill Sharpened Senses, temporarily enhancing perception. Zeke recognizes the feeling, his fist glowing with blue energy, and a ghostly Leon can be seen behind him. Zeke's fist is enveloped in purple energy, he thinks. Now that I'm used to controlling the ether... Zeke swings at Leon with determination, declaring, I'm going to put an end to this fight. Zeke's powerful blow throws Leon into the air, surrounded by flashes of purple energy. Leon falls to the ground with a clatter, kicking up a column of dust, his arm reaching forward helplessly. The system activates the skill Precision Stab, while Zeke swiftly attacks the defeated Leon. The skill description reads, Precision Stabbing, hitting your opponent's weaknesses for critical damage. Zeke's hand aimed. Zeke, with burning violet eyes, looms over Leon. The latter whispers, Peace stop. And Zeke utters, Even an idiot like you... Zeke continues the sentence, should be able to... His fist comes down on Leon again. Zeke's eyes are full of cold determination. Learn your lesson. The audience watches in horror, Zeke thinks. With this one, right? Leon is defeated, Zeke says mentally. You got it, motherfucker. Zeke wipes away the sweat, head's clear, a little sweaty. He notices the whispering students. Now I recognize these people. Stop looking around. Zeke looks at the crowd defiantly, eyes blazing, and come over here if you have anything to say. A red-haired guy steps forward, addressing Zeke Draker. He stands confidently, and the guy says, I choose you as my Pankration opponent. Jaken Wardek, another cousin, explains, Because I have something to say like you said. Jaken looks down at him and declares, Not bad, but you're too boring alone. He picks Liam Stone. Liam, join him. Zeke parries with a chuckle. That way, I think it'll be a fair fight. Jakenny is furious, face shadowed. You dare insult me? Zeke replies with a bright smile. Naturally, dummy. Jaken's eyes blazed. I'll kill you, Zeke Draker. The instructor tries to intervene. Don't start without my command. Ready. Zeke doesn't listen. Zeke recognizes Liam, curious to see him here again. A title pops into Zeke's mind, Mercenary King Liam. Zeke recalls, Jaken's servant in a past life, he was here too, but he was behind in his studies. Liam was in tears begging for admission to the elite Valhalla Academy. He eventually became a knight of the small nation of Baranon, and after its fall, a mercenary. His long years of mercenary work made him a Red Knight, the founder of the Stone Mercenaries. Uniting the three largest units, he earned the nickname Mercenary King. When the Empire hired the Stone Mercenaries, Zeke and the Northmen faced Liam as an enemy. Zeke smirks, thinking, although it might be different this time. Liam kicks his foot sharply on the ground, kicking up dust and preparing to attack. Zeke's eye flashes red, he remembers. I told you! Zeke continues the thought, his aura becoming ominous. For you to attack together. Liam attacks, but Zeke parries, asking, You think I'm gonna fall for your cheap tricks? Liam cries out in surprise, his eye flashing red. He recoils, clearly not expecting such a rebuff from Zeke. Zeke grinned and glowered. You should have watched where you hit. Liam silently grasps his bruised leg, feeling the pain. Zeke swiftly attacks, shrouded in a purple aura. You're distracted! Zeke's fist flashes with energy again. He is ready to strike next. Liam crosses his arms in panic, trying to defend himself against the imminent attack. Zeke looks down at him. Aren't you a little scared? A powerful leg kick from Zeke catches Liam off guard. You didn't even figure out the feint. Zeke sends Liam flying with a crushing blow. That's why I said attack together. Zeke declares to Jaken with glowing eyes. You alone aren't enough. Jasen screams in rage. Liam! Seeing the man being thrown off. Liam flies helplessly into the distance while Jaken yells, Kill that bastard! Jasen clenches her bandaged fist, thinking, This guy... Shrouded in a red aura, he ponders, He's also 12 like us, isn't he? A defeated Liam pulls his hand up, his gaze full of despair. Zeke rushes forward, deciding, I can't do anything if I let him attack first. He strikes, surrounded by purple energy, intending to seize the initiative. The system activates the chopping blow skill, and Zeke unleashes a barrage of attacks, blinding the enemy. The audience whispers in shock. Unbelievable! What is this? Jaken realizes the audience is curious. They haven't seen this before. He reflects. Northern fist fighting where swords rule? How's that, Zeke? Zeke laments. Damn, my body was weaker when I was younger. I'm already running out of steam. Jaken analyzes. But his monstrous physics is the problem. Takes everything on the block. Zeke feels it. His body is on edge, his fist bleeding. He recognizes Jaken's strength. Now I see how strong you are. I will break through your defenses. Zeke's purple energy collides with Jaken's golden aura in a powerful strike. Zeke lands a jab to the body. Jaken dodges it nicely and makes Zeke look surprised. Zeke is amazed. You can't even see the ether. Everyone here has crazy instincts. Jaken clenched his fist, his gaze determined to strike back. Jaken responds with a furious leg attack, catching Zeke off guard. Jaken's powerful kick throws Zeke off. He barely has time to react. The system announces, Class skill sharpened senses activated. Jaken dodges a flurry of attacks. He grabs Zeke in a chokehold. Without oxygen, your brain won't last! Zeke falls to his knees, his eyes blurred from lack of air. Without stopping, Jasen showered Zeke with punches, screaming, That crazy bastard! Jaken's eyes lit up with red fire. Yeah, let's see who comes out victorious. The brutal exchange of blows continues, flashes of energy lighting up the arena. Zeke's bloody fist clenches on the ground. He hasn't given up yet. Both fighters are breathing heavily, exhausted, Jaken hovering over Zeke. Jaken smirks. Yeah, I expected at least that from you. His eyes blazing, he shouts, You'll be worth defeating, Zeke Draker! The butler greets Zeke. Heard you got hurt pretty badly. Are you all right, young master? In Zeke's room, the butler offers, If I may check your pulse? Zeke realizes he wants to see if I've awakened my aura and agrees. Butler gently takes Zeke's hand, thanking him. The butler's hand flashes a blue aura. Zeke is amazed. Is he a blue knight? Zeke pondered. Usually one watches the Dantian, but he checks very carefully. Zeke realizes if he controls his aura so precisely, he's definitely a blue knight. Explanation. Not all knights are the same. They are categorized by their fighting prowess and aura mastery. Explanation. White Swordsman is an entry-level skill. Most children are White Swordsmen before the Rite of Blessing. Yellow Swordsman is your level if you awaken the aura and open the Dantian. Once you master aura control, you gain the title of Knight. Purple enhances the sword, blue creates the aura blade. There is also a level of those who have surpassed their limits. The level that Mercenary King Liam has reached. And the one Zeke had achieved before his regression was the Red Knight. Zeke ponders. There's also the Black Knight, but how did the commander become my babysitter? Zeke is confident. It doesn't matter, he won't be able to detect my ether anyway. The butler continues his inspection, and Zeke thinks, the ether that only 2 people in the whole world possess. A butler with a blue aura on his hands asks, Young master, you may be... He continues, hiding something from me? Zeke tensely clarifies, why? Zeke waves it off, I'm just kidding, but the butler silently observes. The butler stops and asks, why have you changed so suddenly, young master? Zeke, with glowing eyes, replies, you should ask why I've changed just now. Butler listens intently and Zeke adds, a lot is going to change from now on. Zeke confidently states, everything is falling into place. All you have to do is follow me. The butler nods understandingly. The butler reports, I've already prepared the training room you asked for. Zeke is pleased with his haste. The butler leaves, saying, see you later, young master. You may rest. Zeke sees him off with a thoughtful look. Zeke walks down the hallway, pondering. If he was ordered to follow me, by who? I don't think it's someone on my mother's side. Zeke enters the personal training room, impressed with its facilities. A status window pops up in front of him, a healer who has received the ancient dragon's blessing. Zeke stares in surprise at the blue system screen that appeared out of nowhere. He notices the chopping blow skill has become advanced and wonders about pumping. Zeke ponders. The skill activated itself. Does that mean he had it before? He tries to understand the difference between a normal skill and a class skill by recalling past moments. His gaze falls on the dragon skill. It requires 10 karma points to unlock. Zeke touches the karma points 0 line on the system screen. An explanation appears. Karma points are earned by killing monsters. Zeke is surprised. Monsters. He recalls, monsters abound in the dungeons, but only purple knights are allowed in. Zeke ponders. What I'm most interested in is why I went back in time and what the system is. He sighs, clutching his sword resolutely. Whatever. I'll use whatever will help me get stronger. Zeke looks at the blade in concentration. Be it the system I use. His face is split by the sword, one half in shadow, or Draker's power. Explanation. There are 2 powers in the world, the aura of knights and the mana of mages. Knights strengthen their aura in dungeons. Mages, on the other hand, control their mana through magic circles. A hovering mage is shown. Zeke recalls, these forces are opposing, but I had no luck awakening either the Dantian or the circle. Formerly banished from his family, he met a master who taught him healing and the Hall of Ether. Through the Hall of Ether, designed by the master, Zeke learned to control the energy of nature, the ether. He trains furiously, remembering, Master and I are the only users of the airwaves in the world. Zeke is exhausted. Only 2 hours of practice and I'm already on edge. The system activates the skills, healing and restore strength. He recalls, healing is a rare skill that I only learned about from a master. Zeke frowns. If I used it in public, I'd be considered an anomaly. That's why he couldn't heal himself in the battle against Liam, having been severely wounded. Back in the room, he immediately used the secret healing on himself. Recovering, Zeke declares with determination, I'll keep practicing. After a while, he exhales heavily. It's already dinner time. Sprawled out on the floor, Zeke thinks, what am I going to tell Decker? A week later, there are whispers in the cradle dining room. Did you hear that? Zeke's totally changed. Another whispers, that loser, looking at the gourmet food. The third hesitates. You think he was dabbling in black magic? Come on. Someone chuckles. I hope he tames those backstabbers, seriously. On the tables of the cradle there is a feast, luxurious viands are smoking. Raina clenched her teeth angrily, holding her fork at the ready. The young nobles are gathered around the table. One says, you may not have an appetite, but you'd better eat. Owen Zimmons calmly cuts the meat. You need energy for a sword fight. Owen turns to his neighbor. Are you trying to piss me off? I've been nice, but your inferiority complex is so strong. The neighbor jumps up in a rage, hitting the table. What? Raina is irritably slicing a steak, sword standing beside her. Owen asks his neighbor with a chuckle, so what are you going to do now? Zeke Draker takes center stage, drawing the ire of everyone in attendance. Owen wipes the table. Pankration was wild, but impressive. In fencing, however, it would be pathetic. Owen glowered with glowing eyes, gloating. What can he do? Barely hold a sword. Liam, who lost to Zeke, is indignant. Yeah, he's so weak he needs a special sword. Liam taps his fork on his plate. He only beat me in Pankration because of luck. Raina angrily interjects, luck? The moment of Liam's humiliating defeat by Zeke comes to mind. Owen, looking at Liam, calmly remarks, "If you really feel that way." Raina stands up with her sword. "Then you have no right to be called Knights of House Draker." A sword duel is looming. Unlike Pankration, real weapons are used here. It is in such duels that the difference in skill is most evident, and a month later, the rite of the blessing of the Drakers. The instructor calls out, "Zeke, come into the arena." Zeke carries his huge sword on his shoulder with a slight smirk. The crowd whispers as they look at Zeke. "What's with the ridiculously huge sword? Thinks it'll make him stronger?" The instructor announces, "Zeke Draker," and the man looks up with confidence. Raina Tarun steps forward resolutely, her sword at her belt. Zeke and Raina stand against each other on the training ground, the instructor between them. Raina's eyes blaze with fire. She challenges, "I choose you as my opponent." Zeke grips the hilt of his sword tighter. "Sounds good to me." Zeke accepts the challenge with a smirk, his huge sword on his shoulder. He holds the massive claymore with remarkable ease, surprising observers. Raina, standing across from him, feels a new power emanating from him. Zeke's eyes light up. He's no longer the man who barely held a sword. His aura has changed. Raina mentally chases the fear away. You can't give in to it before the fight starts. She accepted the challenge with confidence, ready to show her strength. Zeke, though calm, admits it. A duel with the Lightning Knight makes you nervous. Before us is Raina Tarun, a Lightning Knight, renowned in wars and the best of the Drakers. She had awakened her aura even before the blessing rite several years ago. Zeke pondered. Raina didn't use the aura in Cradle, honing in on the basics. The instructor waves his hand. "Here we go." Raina immediately rushes to attack, her sword glinting. Zeke backs away, parrying Raina's swift lunge. Raina's face contorted with rage. She put all her strength into the blow. Raina's sword slamming into the ground with force, Zeke ducked. Zeke stands unwavering, his huge sword ready for battle. Zeke's eye lights up, he admits. "She's better than I expected." Swords collide with sparks. Someone shouts, "Kill him with one blow, Raina." The onlookers are shocked. One whispers, "What an idiot." The fight continues, but someone notices, "Does it look like Raina is playing with him?" Raina analyzes. "The gaps are there, albeit small." She continues, "I sense breaches, however. Their figures are visible on the mental battlefield." Raina admits, "As fast as I try to use them, Zeke parries lightning fast." Her thought, "His sword meets mine, as if approving of my endeavors." The blades clash again. Raina notes, and right after that, a new gap opens up. Zeke creates opportunities for her. She realizes, yeah, it's almost like a training match. Zeke's eye glows with understanding. Raina realizes, meant to teach me. It's as if Zeke is leading her in battle. The swords clash violently, sending out a shower of sparks. Raina was breathing heavily, sweat dripping down her face. She was clearly exhausted. Zeke calmly observes, "So that's how Lightning Knight fought in Cradle." Zeke ponders. Her sword is honest, but her obsession with the basics holds her back. He decides, "I think I'll help her out of this shell." His aura flares. Raina sees Zeke take an incredibly low stance. She realizes he intends to shorten the distance in one jerk, but her speed is no nonsense either. Zeke rushes forward with staggering speed. Raina is amazed. "He's fast!" Raina gritted her teeth. "As long as there's distance, I'll be able to react." The ground cracked beneath Zeke's feet from the power of his jerk. Zeke swings his giant sword. Raina tries to dodge in midair. "Strike!" Raina is thrown backwards with a mute exclamation. An abrasion appears on Raina's face, but her gaze is full of fierce determination. Zeke brings his sword down from above. Raina tries to defend herself. There is terror in Raina's eyes as she realizes, "I'm done!" Raina's sword flies off. She is thrown back by a powerful blow. Zeke lands with a thud, leaving cracks in the ground. Raina is defeated. The crowd roars, "Zeke lost! Raina is on point as always, even without the aura." The instructor frowns. "No, the cadets didn't notice." He continues, "But when Zeke's attack caught up with Raina, she used a barely noticeable aura." Raina's hand flashes blue. The instructor pondered. Raina, who promised not to use her aura until the academy. He made her break her word. Raina stands, defeated but not broken. Zeke is perplexed. "What are you doing?" Raina replies, "This isn't over." Raina's face is contorted with rage, blood on her lips. She won't give up. Raina, down on her knee and coughing up blood, leans on her sword. The crowd is outraged. This is a sword duel. We will not tolerate such cheap attacks. Cries of shame carry from all sides, accusing Zeke of a foul reception. Zeke calmly asks a defeated Raina, "Do you want to continue?" Raina, with her face in shadow, whispers, "I haven't lost yet. He only hit when I lowered my defenses." There's a mad gleam in her eyes. If he had a dagger instead of bare hands, Raina clenched her eyelids, fighting the storm of emotions inside. Rising, Raina looks at Zeke and admits, "This is my defeat." The cadets are stunned, unable to utter a word. The instructor announces, Zeke Draker, still recently human garbage, has won. The winner? Zeke Draker. Raina Tarun is defeated. Zeke stands over her. Suddenly the scene changes, a blazing castle, banners on fire. All around is the chaos of battle, bodies of the fallen, someone dragging a wounded man through the smoke. From the window of the room, the two watch the tragedy unfold. One of them, Abel, is calmly drinking tea, the other is perplexed. How can you? On the table is a letter informing, they say that bastard Zeke beat Raina. Abel remarks with a chuckle, "William, you're always so serious." He leans forward. How long do we have until the blessing ritual? The answer is, until the next full moon. Abel decides, looks like a good time to visit family. William is shocked. Alone? Abel clutches the hilt, his gaze staring off into the distance. It just piqued my curiosity. He smirks through the shadows. I wonder what awakening awaits our youngest. Zeke's victory shocked Cradle, but he only returned to training. The day of the ritual was approaching. Zeke, dousing himself in sweat, ponders, I don't understand how I became a red knight with this body. It opens the status window. Healer, ancient dragon blessing, skills, and 0 karma. Zeke looks at his stats. As expected, when the mastery of a skill surpasses expert, the skill rank increases and the mastery resets. He even improved the quick steps from the duel. A sudden voiceover says, Decker, what do you want? Zeke turns around. Zeke stands in the middle of the rugged training ground. We move out in 2 hours. He's told, okay, I'll join you shortly. Zeke's carriage approaches the majestic Draker family castle. Zeke's in the carriage thinking, it's been a while since I've been to the main estate. The continent map explains, the blessing ritual will take place at the manor where the legend of the Dragon Slayer began. Zeke arrives at Dragon's Lair, the Draker family's main estate. The cadets are lined up in a huge hall and the command is given, attention! Zeke, looking around, notices, I didn't realize it before, but he sees the noble guests. These watchers are all famous figures and my family's spies are here as well. Zeke stares resolutely ahead. Whatever their intentions, when they see my failure, he grins. I'm sure they'll just stop paying attention to me. Suddenly, Zeke's face contorts with rage, eyes flashing red. Why is that bastard here? The two men exchange a handshake, one inquiring about the purpose of the visit to the ritual. The redhead replies with a smile. Not at all, I have other reasons. He continues, resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. It just so happens that Abel Draker, Lionblade, declares, my adored little brother is here. Abel spots Zeke from the balcony, and the latter recognizes the Butcher Knight. Zeke tries to pull himself together. Take it easy. There's nothing I can do right now anyway. Zeke ponders. In a past life, Abel wouldn't have come. Did my actions change the future? He clenches his fist, thinking, if so, this could be my chance. The knight in armor announces from the dais, all right, we begin the blessing ritual. The knight calls out, Aaron, come out, and the young man nervously takes a step forward. Aaron's hand touches the sacred water, awakening the energy. Aaron is pierced by a discharge, his body enveloped in blue flames of power. A thin trickle of the young man's pure aura rises from the spring. Aaron's awakened aura brightens. The ritual reveals the power of the Drakers. The knight calls for the next one as Aaron steps back, still glowing. On rare occasions, mana suppression, the legacy of dragon slayers, is awakened. The magical lamps in the hall crackled, emitting disturbing red sparks. Guests whisper as they see the red lights, a sign of the awakened one's incredible power. Aaron is suddenly enveloped in a purple flame, an awakening of pure blood. The knight requires special gloves. Without them, life with mana suppression is impossible. Aaron, wearing special gloves, looks down at his hands, stunned by the awakened power. The pure-blooded Drakers are promised a name, family support, and untold benefits. The guests whisper excitedly, "At last! I wonder what his awakening will be like." The knight calls out, "Zeke Draker, come out!" The crowd is confident. Since he defeated Raina, this will definitely be a pure-blood awakening. Zeke takes a step forward. Zeke walks over to the bull with a chuckle. "I never thought I'd find myself in front of that damn statue again." He recalls the past with a shudder. It was terrible last time. Then the ritual only brought him a dishonorable title, forcing him to go through the cradle. But now Zeke is certain. He's healing, controlling the ether, and won't give up again. Zeke dips his hand into the sacred water. "Take care of me, cursed bronze statue." A glow erupts. The knight performing the ritual is enveloped by a powerful blue aura emanating from Zeke. Zeke smirks as the blue energy of the ritual bubbles around him. Suddenly, the statue of the knight goes out, the glow disappearing. The crowd whispers in confusion. Oh. Stopped? Abel states glumly from the balcony. This has never happened before. Zeke looks at his hand in the water, thinking, I knew it. I shouldn't have expected a change. He looks angrily at Abel. That bastard made me overconfident. The guests are stunned. What? He hasn't awakened? Is that possible? Zeke hears their scorn. A disgrace to the family, and thinks, these people don't change. Zeke's eyes widen at the sudden thought. Never mind, there are many ways to get stronger without waking up. A system message pops up. Sorry, Zeke Draker. Due to a processing error, the message was delayed. Zeke stares in surprise at the system window that appears in front of him. The system reports, missing information detected, class data is forced to be entered. Zeke interjects mentally, missing information? The system announces, user's talent is healer, class unlocked, rare class obtained. Zeke turns around in amazement. No way! Suddenly, the knight statue flashes with red light, flooding the hall. The crowd is in shock. Red! The awakening of pure blood! Red at once? Zeke's eyes reflect the system notifications ringing in his ears. The statue shines gold. The system announces, Ancient Dragon Blessing activated. Abel watches silently from the balcony, clearly intrigued. The system announces, the Bloodfighter bloodline talent has been awakened, talents have been combined, and a new class has been created. Zeke is shocked. What the hell? The system unlocks the unique Immortal class. The guests are perplexed. Golden light? It's definitely the awakening of pure blood, although the red one was also... Zeke looks at the system windows, deciding to keep silent so as not to hurt himself. There are whispers in the crowd. The mana lamps are fine, the statue is broken, there was no mana suppression. Abel intervenes with a smile. Why so serious? We have 2 purebred awakenings. A redhead from the balcony addresses the guests. Isn't this cause for celebration? The crowd perks up. That's right! 2 purebreds, what a blessing! Abel orders the knight. What are you standing there for? Bring the glove to our new member. The knight obeys. Zeke looks at his hand, feeling the new strength. That's pretty impressive. Knight commands next, as Zeke steps away from the bowl. Zeke looks at Abel, understanding his intent but accepting help. That bastard Zeke is frankly disgusting. The Master of Ceremonies declares the ritual complete and invites everyone to the feast. Zeke walks away from the laughing crowd, thinking, what holiday? I need the training room. Suddenly, someone calls out to him, Zeke! The young man freezes in surprise. He hadn't expected to see this man so soon. Abel comes down to him. Where are you going so early? Decided to get in touch with me. The redhead looks down at Zeke. Congratulations. With the awakening of pure blood, Abel holds out a gloved hand. Zeke pondered with a fake smile. A handshake? If I refuse, I show hostility. He decides, I'll play along with him for now. Gloved hands reach for each other. A sudden vision, a grim battlefield strewn with bodies and a lone figure. Abel looks questioningly at the frozen Zeke. Zeke clenched his fist sharply, ignoring Abel's outstretched hand. Abel remarks with a chuckle, how embarrassing, Zeke. Zeke grits his teeth. Can't even shake that scumbag's hand for decency's sake. Abel lowers his hand. Well, I'll have to settle for seeing your face. He pats Zeke on the shoulder. See you around, Zeke. Abel walks away, Zeke seeing him off with a heavy look, muttering, uh-huh. Zeke clenched his fist, seeing Abel off with a look. I'll see you around. Meanwhile, in the mansion's courtyard, they are discussing, 2 new purebreds, huh? Guests whisper, Zeke's golden light was shocking. We thought it failed. Some of the nobles wondered from the balcony. Where is he now? Zeke in his room exhales in relief. Thought I was going to suffocate in there. He looks around the luxurious room, pondering. But putting that aside, Zeke says thoughtfully, why am I okay? Because pure blood awakenings suppress mana. The system explains. Pure bloods resist dragons, the source of mana, and need gloves for techniques. Zeke looks at the removed glove. If I were a pureblood, there would be problems without it. He opens the status window. Immortal is a unique class, the blessing of the ancient dragon. Zeke says thoughtfully. This is totally different than before. Not mana suppression, but reflection? He touches the glove, deciding, we need to study this carefully. The system obligingly displays skill mana reflection, creates a distortion field that nullifies nearby mana. Zeke pondered. So mana reflection is a skill. Lampshaded was fine because he's not passive. There were 2 status windows in front of him, healer, rare, and immortal, unique. Was a rare healer and now a unique immortal? Zeke covers his face with his hand. It dawns on him. Wait a minute. He recalls the blue aura of the usual awakenings in graduating seniors. Only Raina's pure blood awakening was accompanied by a red light. Zeke frowns. Mine was red at first too, but then it turned gold. He recalls the system's message. The classification terminal has lost critical information. Is it really about the bronze statue? The system explains. Once the information is entered, the terminal uses it to determine the class, and the statue glows red. Zeke sighs, grabbing his head. Holy shit. So that's what happened. The statue determined the class, red for rare, gold for unique, an ancient relic from pre-Draker times. Now the concept of class was obsolete. The statue was only used as a wake-up check, mistaking the red light for pure blood. Zeke looks at the system window, realizing, and not a single head of household realized it. Suddenly he notices, I have karma points now. The system shows 100 points. Zeke looks thoughtfully at the window. Did I bring them back? He decides, let's try to use it. The system offers to unlock the dragon skill for points. Windows cascaded in front of Zeke. Dragon skill unlocked, administrator status, immortal class, and a list of new abilities. Zeke leans back in his chair, thinking, I'll get Dragon Eyes and Dragon Power. The system offers the eating skill for 50 points, but Zeke doubts its usefulness. Zeke decides, better to take something obviously good than take a chance. 2 notifications. Dragon skill, Dragon Eyes unlocked, and Dragon Power unlocked. He ponders. Dragon Power seems too dangerous to use here, so golden runes flash around his eye. Dragon Eyes activated. Zeke looks around the room. Was expecting more of the detailed information, but nothing has changed. His dragon eye bursts into flames. Zeke grins. Haha, that doesn't even make sense. Looking out the window, he sees the statue in the garden as if it were right in front of him. This could be very useful.
Suddenly, a system window appears. Do you want to get detailed information about the detected object?
Zeke stuns with a flurry of new windows. Details? What? The system inundates Zeke with information, the origin of every item in the room. Zeke staggered out of the data stream. What? My body. He drops into a chair, exhaling. All dragon skills are like that. That's not how you use them. 2 notifications, class skill healing factor activated, and force restoration activated. Zeke's eyes widen in surprise. He doesn't realize what's going on. He looks at the system window. What? I wasn't going to use healing. Zeke takes a closer look at the interface. It dawns on him, wait a minute. He realizes all of my class skills have become passive and their levels have increased. The system reveals, healing factor, the body repairs itself. Zeke's shocked. That's too lame. Remembering a mortal wound. The healing already seemed powerful, but now... Zeke remembers, conventional healing is not infinite and has limits, but his new healing factor is limitless as he reads in the system. Zeke decides to test this immediately by taking a knife from a plate of fruit. He doesn't hesitate to run the knife down his arm, making a cut. The system immediately responds, class skill healing factor has been activated. Zeke watches in amazement as the wound on his arm heals before his eyes. No way! He reflects on the academy. Training takes 5 years, right? Zeke grins, full of determination. I'll finish it in 2 years. In front of us is Drucker Academy, the continent's greatest knight academy. Zeke, already in uniform, runs into the other students. One of them is clearly not happy with him. Zeke notes, the highly ranked students here are almost adult, honed to perfection. He compares them to those he knew from the cradle, and sees the difference. But yet these are the children of great families who have already asserted their power. A rotten system. The system explains, the 3 great families support the transcendent Drucker family. The first is Turun Force, represented by a stern student. The second is the Zimmons of Wisdom, whose representatives look smug. The third is the Vardek of Gold, their offspring held aloft. Zeke thinks with disdain, even the children of these 3 families are already like this. He decides not to get involved. It's none of my business, though, and walks away. Zeke walks up to a luxurious dormitory, platinum mansion. Not bad being a pureblood. The system explains, the platinum mansion is a dormitory with a training hall and library, accessible only to the best. Pureblood awakened ones like Zeke get the privilege of a floor master, an entire platinum floor. Zeke is greeted by a maid. Welcome, Mr. Zeke Drucker. We have been awaiting your arrival. Dozens of servants bow in unison, greeting the new master and offering to escort him out. Zeke is slightly taken aback by this gimmick. Isn't that a bit much, even for a pureblood? The elderly butler informs him that Decker is already waiting for him in the room. Upon entering the luxurious suite, Zeke sees Decker, who has brought him something important. Decker presents Zeke with the trunk and he freezes in surprise. Zeke tries on his new gloves, pleased with their quality beyond temporary. With the new gloves, Zeke decides to get a new sword as well, wondering what Decker's opinion is. Decker approves. Excellent decision, young master. Zeke hums thoughtfully. Decker explains, the Duchy of Troy is close to the giant mountains, rich in iron and craftsmen. They say the first weapon of an academy graduate is always a Trojan, with a blacksmith at work in the background. Zeke takes the sword. Decker offers to find a master, but Zeke refuses. No, it's okay. Zeke confidently declares, I have someone in mind, and begins to write something. With a satisfied smile, Zeke asks Decker, I'm going in person, so set up a meeting for me. Decker is surprised. Galleon Halbert, never heard of them, but promises to get in touch. Decker reminds, classes start tomorrow, go over the paperwork. Zeke sighs, always the moralizing. Got it. Zeke sits alone in his luxurious suite studying papers. Zeke pondered, given the complete isolation of the platinum floor, I'll have more freedom to develop dragon skills. Zeke, sitting at the table, allows someone behind the door to enter. A maid enters. The floor mistress Raina has sent an invitation to dinner. Zeke is surprised. Raina? He clearly wasn't expecting this. He leaves the room, clearly intrigued by this invitation. Zeke chuckles, thinking, isn't that sweet? He is met by Raina Turun, the mistress of the floor, surrounded by guards like the head of a cartel. Raina apologizes for her people. My family is a bit peculiar. Zeke sits down across from him, thanking him for his concern with a slight smile. Raina suggests, let's discuss business after the meal, amid a sumptuous dinner. Zeke looks at her, remembering her nickname, Lightning Knight. Zeke analyzes Raina. She has complete control over her aura, tagging along with the Purple Knights. But he is perplexed. Then why is her fencing stuck in one place? Zeke looks down at the table above, thinking, what a waste of her potential. Zeke chuckles nervously as he finishes his meal, clearly contemplating something. Raina, putting away the mountain of plates, declares, we're done eating, let's get down to business. She offers bluntly, accept the support of the Turun family, Zeke Drucker. Zeke reminds him, we're both pure-blooded awakened ones. But Raina sees his delusion. Raina agrees. Yes, we have many privileges, this platinum floor is proof of that. But we don't get the benefits in terms of our growth, she states. Zeke is silent. Raina lists, centuries of academy knowledge, practical experience, personal instructor. Raina persuades, without family support, even the best will fall behind in development. She cites Abel Drucker, who received help from the Zimmons family, as an example. The head of my family has informed me that you, Zeke, are without maternal support. Raina looks determined. So accept the help of the Turun family, Zeke Drucker. Zeke, with a slight smile and a graceful gesture, replies emphatically, no. Raina is stunned, a question mark frozen above her head. But why? It's a favorable offer. She's puzzled, but Zeke retorts, it's not about the benefits. I have enough privileges as a pure-blooded awakened one, Zeke states calmly. He gets up from the table, but as a thank you for dinner, I'll say something. Zeke, walking away, turns around. I'll give you one piece of advice you need right now. Zeke looks at Raina seriously. There's too much brute force in your sword. He continues as his gauntlet emits an aura. I suppose you depend too much on your people's opinions. Zeke stands in the sunny garden surrounded by foliage. Listen carefully, Raina. With a slight smile, he explains, your greatest strength is the flexibility of your body. His gloved hand among the flying leaves. Don't take an attack head-on, trying to crush by force. Zeke, as if in a swirl of leaves, advises, instead, smoothly deflect your opponent's blows. He demonstrates a graceful motion with his hand and strike a single, precise blow. Raina is taken aback by his words, and Zeke concludes, doing this will make you many times stronger. Zeke leaves with a careless wave of his hand. Thanks for dinner. Raina clenched her fists, her gaze full of determination. The Tarun family are heralds of strength. I was only following tradition. Raina, surrounded by an aura, admits, no, he's right. She realizes her obsession with the name Tarun has affected her sword. The sheet on the table, Zeke just saw right through her. Thinking back to her youth, Raina realizes she was praised but not given advice. She clutches the sheet, saying the name Zeke Drucker. Raina looks off into the distance, asking, who are you really? Zeke paces briskly, marveling at his new skills and endless endurance. He recalls, in his previous life, the academy seemed like hell. Now, as a pure-blooded awakened one, he sees this place as a paradise. Zeke strides forward confidently, savoring the moment. There's nothing like it. Zeke strides confidently through the academy, the two escorting him with a glance. Suddenly, Owen stops him. So you're in the special class too? Zeke recalls Owen Zimmons, a master of underhandedness and dastardly intrigue. Owen, with feigned courtesy, I invited you to dinner, you didn't respond? Zeke grinned at the memory. Oh, that letter on my desk? Owen didn't relent. So why didn't you answer? Zeke only grins. Well, you're funny. Zeke's cold stare. Why would I answer every person I meet? Owen's henchman scowls. What impertinence despite the young master's kindness. The bully looms over Zeke. Zeke Drucker. Zeke calmly. Who are you? Owen's henchman is furious. How dare you not know me? Owen sighed with disdain. Looks like the natives of the cradle are worthless. Zeke, surrounded by an aura, warns, I understand your eagerness, but know your place. His gaze is cold, blue energy surging around him with renewed vigor. Zeke soars into the air, looming over the smirking thug. Zeke assesses coldly, so the upperclassmen have mastered basic aura manipulation. The thug introduces himself. I am Durbin Roswell, the mighty Durbin. I'll teach you manners. Zeke parries with a chuckle. Mighty Durbin, a cadet with a nickname, not even a knight. Shrouded in a purple aura, Zeke chides Durbin. What a farce this is. Zeke's powerful aura-enhanced strike reaches its target with crushing force. Durbin is in shock, nose bleeding from the crushing blow. The thug flies into the air, leaving an impressive crater in the ground. The winner stands amidst the dust, challenging, who's next after the mighty Durbin? With a chuckle, he turns to Owen. Hurry up and choose, young master. Owen and his entourage look grimly at Zeke, not expecting such a rebuff. You like to bask in your own glory, Zeke Drucker, Owen interjects. Looking at the crowd, Drucker chuckles. What a farce this is. Drucker Academy is divided into two classes. Regular, where perseverance makes up for a lack of talent. And a special class, for the elite, freely choosing items and gathering the best. The young man thoughtfully utters, that's why I had certain expectations. Students in the special class grumble, most are from the cradle. The lecturer announces, to inspire the freshmen, a very special guest has come today. Students enthused, he was commander-in-chief in the war with the Eastern Empire 20 years ago. An elderly military man walks to the podium, and a hero who stopped the Empire's invasion with his ingenuity. The guest introduces himself. Greetings, gentlemen, Dean Howard Drucker. Zeke recalls, Howard Drucker is revered as a war hero and tactical genius. But Zeke knows the truth. The information he leaked to the enemy for the sake of survival has inadvertently wreaked havoc. Zeke thinks with disdain. That rat is no hero. He continues the thought, looking at the dean. Rather, he's the main culprit behind my expulsion from the academy. Zeke recalls the past. I lost the only place I belonged and wandered around the Duchy of Troy. Zeke recalls he was caught by slave traders and sold to a southern cartel. Looking at the dean, Zeke swears, I'll make him pay for everything. The instructor announces, begin the basics, swords at the ready, everyone into the arena. Students line up in the spacious indoor arena of a special class. Zeke is surprised. Even a special class is learning the basics of dragon fighting? In his previous life without aura, it took him 2 years to master the 3-month course. Zeke thinks with a sigh. Please be gentle with me. The new instructor greets the cadets lined up in front of him. The instructor introduces himself. I am Andre Drucker, Knight of the Rose, teaching you the basics of dragon fighting. The students whisper, surprised by his youth and official Draker uniform. Students whisper, Andre the Rose Knight? He's not a pureblood, but he's a genius who graduated from the academy and Valhalla with honors. Zeke chuckles. Even special class teachers are a different level, and this one is known for his unbending character. The instructor's face darkens, eyes flashing red at the chattering cadets. Andre interrupts the whispering. If you're done talking, I'll start class. He commands, draw your swords. The cadets obey. Andre's red eye notices something unusual about one of the cadets. The instructor turns to Zeke. Cadet, what kind of sword is that? Zeke is surprised. Zeke spins his huge sword with ease, raising a whirlwind. Zeke calmly replies, as you can see, this is the sword I use. The instructor orders Zeke with burning eyes, enter the arena. Andre asks sternly, Cadet, don't you know that the sword must fit your body? Zeke thinks, I knew this would happen, stood out on purpose. I can't help it. Zeke states with a chuckle, I'm sure I can defeat you with that sword, instructor. Andre grimly decides, it would be faster to just show him my skills. The instructor activates the class skill Enduring Mental Defense. A red aura envelops him. Andre clutches the hilt of his sword. I understand, Cadet. Zeke mentally notes, he took a bite. As the instructor continues, if you wish to learn from experience, Andrew sets a condition. If your blade even touches my body, you will be excused for insolence. The instructor unleashes a powerful red aura as he prepares for the fight, Andre adds, and also from the basics of dragon fighting. Zeke smirks at the prospect of release while the instructor promises not to use the aura. I know his weakness, Zeke thinks to himself, but because of Abel's surveillance, he decides not to draw attention to it. He accepts the challenge with a cunning plan. I'll lightly touch my clothes and lose. Zeke rushes into attack, his sword leaving a purple stroke. The blades clashed violently, sending out a shower of sparks. Andrew the Blue Knight easily deflects the blow. Zeke realizes, this isn't going to be easy. The instructor skillfully parries Zeke's hail of blows, which moves at incredible speed. The students whisper, the Drucker Knight is a powerhouse. Zeke hasn't even touched it in half an hour. Not giving up, Zeke rushes at the instructor again with his sword at his side. Andre's sword trembles slightly, giving away his tension. The instructor is amazed. How does he have so much ridiculous stamina? Andre grits his teeth. Even suppressing the aura, I defer to the cadet. He thinks with annoyance, the existence of purebloods is so unfair. Zeke observes, noting, his poor stamina hasn't gone anywhere. Zeke continues his analysis, and suppressing his own mana isn't good for him. A secret is revealed. Cultivating the Drucker aura requires its constant activation. Zeke realizes, in other words, for Andre, it's like holding your breath. Blades clashing again, Zeke snickered. Unconventional fencing drains you even more. Zeke jumps back, dodging the lunge, sparks flying around the arena. Zeke is on his knee, but thinks, it feels wrong to lose like this. He decides, it can't be helped. Violet energy begins to gather. Zeke attacks, intending to, I'll make him use his aura. He realizes, creating easily controlled situations is futile. Zeke pondered in midair. We need something to make him unconsciously apply the aura. His plan? In other words, an extreme situation. Zeke is enveloped in dark energy. Zeke swiftly rushes forward, leaving a trail on the floor behind him. A powerful purple beam bursts out of Zeke's sword. Andrew is shocked. That's... The system announces, skill, quick steps, activated. Andre is amazed. Quick steps? System. Skill, critical strike, activated. Zeke draws his sword. Andre can't believe it. How does a cadet know quick steps? Andre's red eye narrows as he gazes into Zeke's attack. The instructor demonstrates the art of the Dragon Slayer by dodging purple trails. Andrew activates Heaven's Cut, the first chapter of his art, the sword glowing blue. Zeke brings his giant blade down with a mad grin. A powerful blue wave from Andre's sword splits the arena, rushing towards Zeke. Students watch in awe at the instructor's staggering power. Zeke's sword cracking from the impact, he utters, "Shit!" Zeke grins with a bruised smirk. The system announces, class skill healing factor activated. Now we might as well fall, Zeke thinks, starting to lose consciousness. Zeke falls to the ground, leaving Andre standing over a huge crack in the arena. Andre, with a characteristic sound, puts his sword into the scabbard. The fight is over. The instructor looks away silently, mulling over what has happened. Looking at the defeated Zeke, Andre decides, this cadet no longer needs to attend class. He turns to the other students. Are there any more who wish to be excused from class? The cadets stand in complete silence, shocked by what they have seen. Andrew, surrounded by a red aura, concludes, I'll assume there are none. He commands, now raise your swords, you will see the true skill of the Druckers. Zeke regains consciousness in the infirmary, thinking, that wasn't a bad show, to be honest. He ponders. Though it didn't hit him, it forced Andre to use his aura and recognize my powers. Zeke smiles contentedly. In the end, Andre got a lesson and I got some free time. A win-win. Zeke recalls Andre's last attack was... The most basic technique of the Dragon Slayer's art is the Heaven Slash. Guy realizes, but from the Blue Knight, even the base is incredibly powerful. Looking out the window, Zeke concludes, it's still not enough for a free life. The bird soars into the sky and he decides, it takes indestructible power to throw off the shackles. The young man aspires to a strength that will not allow anyone to subdue me. Suddenly a stranger appears in the chamber with a bottle, uncorking it. The red-haired man looks at Zeke. So you're Arthur's youngest son. Zeke jumps up, flabbergasted. Who the hell is this? The stranger smirks. Eyes just like that arrogant bastard Arthur. Zeke asks, dumbfounded, who are you? The stranger, on the other hand, is interested in his trick. The man takes a sip and Zeke is perplexed. What do you mean? The stranger sets the bottle down, thinking, pretending not to understand. A memory flashes back. Zeke is wounded, his sword cracked. How did the wound heal instantly? The stranger stares intently, Zeke alarmed. The system announces, class skill, enduring mental defense, has been activated. Zeke decides not to give in. No one at the academy can know about the healing. I don't know what you mean, Zeke replies, but the stranger smirks. Suddenly, the redhead grabs Zeke's arm, catching him off guard. Zeke dodges sharply, leaving a blue energy trail behind him. Zeke recoils, pillow ripped to shreds, thought flickering. Murderer? The stranger dodges the sudden attack, a blue trail of energy splitting the air. The man covers his face, thinking irritably, damn, this kid's got tricks! The system announces, skill, quick steps activated. Skill, precision punch activated. Skill, critical strike activated. Zeke, shrouded in a purple aura, attacks from above, deciding, if I don't kill him, he'll kill me. The stranger easily catches the tip of Zeke's sword with his fingers, noting, your ability to adapt is impressive. Their blades crossed, the stranger utters with a smirk, almost like... The man's eyes flash red, he concludes, mercenary. Zeke is confused. Who the hell is he? The two froze in a tense standoff in the middle of the trashed chamber. Zeke repeats to himself, stunned. Mercenary? The stranger points to Zeke's sword. Drucker threw back his blade. With a light flick of his fingers, he throws the young man's heavy sword aside. It suits you better to be a mercenary than a knight, the redhead concludes. Zeke is shocked. He hasn't felt this kind of pressure since his master. Talented, but what are you doing with such a simple claymore? Asks the stranger, shrouded in a red aura. A sudden creak of the door interrupts their tense confrontation. Andrew appears on the doorstep. So there you are. Zeke is stunned. Andrew? Why did he come? Andre calmly addresses the stranger, guardian of the garden Dexter. How did you find me, Leech? Dexter throws irritably, meeting Andre's gaze. Andre authorizes the cadet to return if the treatment is over. As they leave, Dexter calls Zeke to the Academy's west greenhouse. The redhead promises to teach the kid something useful. Zeke looks puzzled at the departing men. The young man with a smile politely declines the offer. Dexter is outraged. Zeke's character is exactly like Arthur's. Guardian of the garden? Zeke doubts Dexter's words. Zeke realizes, since he calls the Patriarch Arthur so easily. So Dexter is the one whose only apprentice all his life was Andrew. The boy realizes he is Duke Draker, Knight of the Storm. Zeke remembers, one of the Black Knights capable of single-handedly facing an entire kingdom. He ponders. They said Draker had disappeared, and it turns out he sequestered himself at the Academy. The young man looks out the window. When they say Duke, do they mean a man of frightening fortitude? Rumor has it that he became a Black Knight simply because he loved the color black. Zeke thinks, the Duke is showing interest in me, but superficial training I don't need. He decides if to learn his secret trick, I'll turn his interest into persistence. The majestic Academy building welcomes a new day, leaves swirling in the wind. In the auditorium, Professor Fannin, a professor of magic theory, addresses the students with a question. However, most of the cadets peck their noses, tired of the lecture. The professor continued, "Ha, that's right. When forming mana formulas, you take damage because of resistance." Zeke raises his hand. I also didn't understand the law of mana energy transfer. The professor's eyes light up and he adjusts his glasses. Zeke's surprised at his reaction. Excuse me, this is the first time I've ever been asked a question. The professor begins embarrassed, moving on to explain. The students disperse. Zeke, however, notes, the lecture was understandable. He's not your average professor. Wait, Zeke! The teacher calls out to him as the young man is about to leave. Zeke turns around. Something wrong, Professor? The man shrugs it off in embarrassment. Thanks to you, I had a real class for the first time in a long time, Fanon admits as he invites Zeke into his lab. Zeke's stunned. A graduate of the Magical University of Delphi, the birthplace of magic. The young man smiles, thinking, there's nothing wrong with getting close to a mage. Zeke walks down the hallway, pondering, mages with flexible thinking are better co-workers than prim knights. Zeke reflects on Fannin. Fannin, so it's worth checking to see if he'll be useful. Zeke's gaze is full of determination as he contemplates a new plan. Dexter waits irritably on the bench. Less patient than I thought. It's been a week, hasn't it? The redhead lifts himself up, addressing the approaching man. So, kid, you done? Zeke stands in front of Dexter, who questions, why didn't you come to the greenhouse? Dexter looks at the young man insistently. You've realized I'm going to teach you useful things. Zeke firmly repeats, I told you I'm not interested. Dexter jumps up, comically indignant. What? Why? Zeke explains, I know you're incredibly talented, but I'm busy with personal training. Dexter hovered over Zeke, hand embraced with energy. Did you think I was going to leave it at that? Zeke's eye flashes purple energy in response to Dexter's threat. Dexter strikes with a smirk. Shrouded in a dark aura, Zeke recoils. Zeke comes to, a blurry view of the window in front of his eyes. To think he just knocked me out. Zeke realizes that the week of waiting was too long for Dexter. The young man looks around. So this is the West Greenhouse? Dexter is already there. Leica's in the frame and Dexter's voice. You awake, kid. Dexter drinks from a bottle and Zeke, sitting on the ground, asks, Did you kidnap me? Yes, kidnapped, Dexter confirms with a chuckle, looking at the dazed young man. The redhead looks intently at Zeke. I'm a little interested in you, kid. Zeke clenches his fist. He doesn't even hide it. He seems to be quite impatient. Zeke activates quick steps, but realizes not yet. Dexter appears right in front of him with a smirk. Cuckoo! The young man dodges, leaving a phantom trail, and hits the ground. Dexter surprised. Zeke is focused, his gaze full of determination as he prepares his next move. The guy recoils, kicking up dust, and thinks, he's still messing with me. Dexter, with the bottle in his hand, pondered. We need something to whet his appetite. Zeke asks what caught his interest. I asked how your internal wounds healed instantly, Dexter explains, Zeke stunned. Zeke realizes with a sly smile. So that's what got him. Dexter challenges, if you're so curious, make me answer it. Zeke stares at a deep crack in the ground from his impact. Zeke looks around, Dexter suddenly out of sight. The young man looks for it, but immediately feels a swift attack from behind. Zeke's eyes widen with terror. Danger is very near. Dexter throws a powerful punch. Zeke barely has time to react. Zeke intercepts Dexter's weapon with his gloved hand. The guy grips the sword tightly. Dexter asks in surprise, "What are you doing?" Zeke offers Dexter a bet, because just getting him to answer is too easy. "You snag my clothes, I'll grant your wish, but if you surrender in a duel..." Dexter smiles ominously. "You're going to tell me everything you're hiding?" Tension builds, heralding the start of their fight. Dexter flies backward, losing his balance from Zeke's unexpected strength. The redhead exhales in surprise. What is this kid made of? Dexter looks around the battlefield. It's been 3 hours of this battle. He notices Zeke clinging to a rock. It's not just about stamina and endurance. Zeke is breathing heavily, leaning on his sword, but his wounds and strength are recovering. Dexter's eyes narrow. He watches the young man intently. This guy... Zeke staggers with fatigue, but his resolve is unbroken. The healing factor and infinite stamina skills are activated, Zeke thinks. I'll hold out, but there's no way to win the bet. Zeke reminisces about dragon power. It seemed dangerous, I never used it. He takes a step forward, but against the Black Knight, that won't be a problem. Zeke unleashes dark energy, his eyes burning with purple flames. Dexter is flabbergasted, but his grin grows wider. That look! The redhead enthused. Yes! That's the way you're supposed to be. Zeke, shrouded in an aura, swiftly rushed forward with his sword at his side. Quick step skill activated, the ground cracking beneath his feet. Zeke unleashes a flurry of punches at Dexter, purple energy filling the space. Dexter smirks. He's repeating the same attacks, but... that anger, his tenacity trumps resilience. I love it, Dexter thinks, seeing Zeke's rage. Dexter decides to up the ante. Maybe I should use my aura a little too? Suddenly, the dragon skill dragon power coming from Dexter is activated. Dexter attacks. Zeke deflects the blow, sparks flying in all directions. The redhead is stunned. What was that just... Dexter is thrown backward, a thick cloud of dust rising. He thinks, has he hidden me from sight? But he can't find me either. Zeke suddenly appears from above, drawing his sword for a strike. Dragon skill. Dragon eyes activated, Zeke's gaze becomes piercing. Dexter turns around sharply, feeling the threat behind him. Zeke throws a swift punch, but Dexter manages to dodge it in time. Footprints on the ground show the incredible speed of their movements. A powerful wave of energy and dust dispersed from their collision. Zeke stands in the center of the vortex. Dexter is amazed. This is... the Duke's secret move? The young man realizes with burning eyes. A simple tug caused a flurry. Is that why he's called the Storm Knight? Dexter and Zeke look at each other tensely, the redhead suggesting, let's... Dexter, with a demonic face, attacks. Zeke exclaims in horror, what? Dexter lands a crushing blow. Zeke flies off. Knight says, let's call it a draw, kid. Zeke struggles to lift his head, blood spurting from his mouth from the powerful blow. Dexter flies off, leaving a swirling trail behind him. There is a bright flash on the ground. Zeke sits on the ground exhausted. The system reports, your fatigue has exceeded the limit. He thinks, master is master, apprentice is apprentice. The system announces, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. Zeke sees Dexter's blurry silhouette and whispers, what damn? Bright light floods the screen, revealing an intricate golden pattern that looks like a coat of arms with swords. Zeke comes to, struggling to lift his head and groaning in pain. He looks around. This is his luxurious room. Did the Duke really bring him here? The young man sighs as he sits on the bed. I almost won. Zeke leans back on the pillows, acknowledging, as expected of the Black Knight. He recalls the fight. I did my best, but it wasn't enough even with dragon power. Used dragon eyes to catch him off guard, but that didn't work either. The thought flashed through my mind. Zeke analyzes, that Duke move at the end was definitely his secret technique, and I blacked out due to dragon skill overload. Zeke's eye flashes gold. But because of that, I saw his secret technique. Dexter's image pops up in his mind, those incredible super speed moves honed by a trained body. Zeke suggests, this secret technique must have allowed Andrew, despite his poor stamina, to become a Red Knight. Zeke reflected. Too bad I missed the chance to learn his secret technique, but it was worth it. He recalls the dragon's power, a pressure that could make even the Black Knight hesitate. A sudden system sound causes Zeke to raise an eyebrow in surprise. A notification pops up in front of him. You have an open message, confirm. The system reports. The quick step skill has been improved, the soul has evolved, and new functions have been activated. Zeke's eyes widen in surprise. What? New features for karma points? A list appears. Minimap, inventory, and entry-level quest book, all locked. Zeke sees his 40 karma points. So many things have appeared, except inventory. He decides, I'll check my inventory first, and reaches for the activation button. The system confirms. The inventory function is activated. Items can be stored and retrieved mentally. An inventory grid appears in front of Zeke. The system explains, space is based on weight and size. Zeke sits on the bed looking at the inventory hologram. Choose the item I want. He touches the sword, pondering. Skills are activated by thought, so the inventory is the same. Zeke concentrates on the sword, repeating to himself, save, save, save. The sword flashes with a blue light and begins to disappear right out of his hands. The claymore is gone, taking up 2 slots. Zeke realizes size matters. Oh! Zeke watches in surprise as the sword materializes back in his hand. The young man holds up his sword with a satisfied smirk. Thought this was a subspace vault, but this is better. A memory comes to mind, a past life, the difficulty of keeping an expensive artifact by the fire. Zeke looks out the window, illuminated by the thought, and I can even increase my inventory space for points. Zeke realizes, this cheating feature, just for a low-ranking administrator? He clutches his sword. What will happen when I reach a higher rank? The points are too valuable. The young man brings his hand up to his chin thoughtfully. Looks like I'm gonna have to change my plans. A sudden voice outside the door. May I come in, young master? Zeke is surprised. Decker? The butler enters. Zeke asks, what's up? Decker replies, there's a message for you. Decker clarifies, he said you'll know who it's from if I say Dexter the gardener. Zeke is flabbergasted. A slight understanding smile appears on Zeke's face. In his hand is a note. Kid, if you ever want to challenge me again, come back any time. He thinks, so it wasn't a total failure. Zeke recalls Dexter's words about the drawl. Is that what he meant? The young man resolutely clenched his fist. Either way, it means there's still a chance. Decker turns to Zeke. There's something I want to tell you. The butler informs, I found that blacksmith. Zeke perks up. Really? When's the meeting? Decker, adjusting his monocle, says regretfully, there's one problem. Smith refused to meet. Zeke is puzzled. What? Why? Decker explains against the backdrop of an abandoned workshop. He's doesn't forge weapons, the butler concludes, showing the drunken blacksmith. Zeke arrives at the forge, pondering, it's been a while since I've been here. In front of the sign for Papnir's breath, Zeke smirks. Loud name for a workshop. Zeke looks inside, remembering the legendary sword Graham, forged by Galleon. Flashback to Galleon. He created a sword with the most needed ability for Zeke. Sword Graham shines, capable of replacing ether with aura. But the continent's greatest blacksmith who created it is now a heavy drinker. Galleon Halbert, the sole blacksmith, rudely chases Zeke away after mistaking him for a child. Zeke looks around the ruined workshop. He's always been weird, but not to this extent. The young man resolutely picks up the bucket of water. A cold shower descends on the drunken blacksmith. The bucket falls with a clatter, water spilling over the floor. Zeke wondered with a smile. So you awake? A stunned Galleon looks at Zeke, who demands an explanation for the refusal. Seeing the Drake's emblem on Zeke's gloves, the blacksmith whispers in shock, Draker? Galleon bows sharply, apologizing for his rudeness to Zeke. The blacksmith, not rising, mutters that he doesn't take orders because he can't even create what he wants himself. Zeke realizes, so Galleon had a period of despair like that too. He recalls, Galleon never spoke of the past, probably hiding embarrassing failures. Zeke decides he can't wait 10 years for the blacksmith to come to his senses, seeing his self-abuse. A blacksmith incapable of forging weapons. Galleon Halbert, sobs the master in despair. Zeke asks with a slight smile to show him failed works without worrying about embarrassment. An embarrassed Galleon offers to escort Zeke to the back of the workshop. Zeke thinks, Can't be helped. I'll have to set him straight myself, the young man decides, looking up at the chimney. Galleon, scratching the back of his head, apologizes for the mess, but Zeke reassures him. Zeke looks around the sword-studded courtyard. Pretty nice, if anything. The young man strides confidently toward the blacksmith's failing work. Galleon is nervous. Zeke takes one of the swords. Galleon cautions, "Careful, they're still sharp!" Zeke states, "They're not failures, they're as good as your best work." Activating the dragon eyes, Zeke sees the true essence of the blade. Just as I thought. "Is your roaster the problem?" Zeke asks. Galleon is struck by the insight. The blacksmith babbles, "How did you—" But Zeke is adamant. "I asked a question." Zeke pierces his gaze. "You use your own method of melting, don't you?" "It looks like you mixed several metals for lightness and grace," the young man continues. Zeke stabs his sword into the ground. "But couldn't control the temperature of the crucible, right?" Zeke explains. "Because of this, the durability of the blade leaves a lot to be desired." Galleon agrees. The impurities were not eliminated by heat treatment. Smith is shocked. Not only did he understand my method, but he found a major flaw. Galleon clenched his fist resolutely. "Sir, this may sound strange, but I have one favor to ask of you," the blacksmith finishes, looking at Zeke. Zeke wondered, "And which one is that?" Galleon asks him to look at something first. In the workshop, Helene unfolds a huge blue blueprint in front of Zeke. Zeke scrutinizes the intricate circuitry, Galleon tensely waiting. Zeke's hand touches the blueprint. This is the secret of Galleon revealed years later, the blueprint for the magical roaster. Flashback. Galleon laughs. "What is there to hide from the savior? My secret is a roaster with magical temperature control." Zeke confirms with a smile. "Your melting method will work perfectly with her." Galleon is glad the young man understood right away. The young man is perplexed. "You have the blueprints, why aren't you building her?" The blacksmith looks puzzled. Galleon explains. "The most important part, the blueprint of the law of mana energy, remains, but the magic tower commission is 10,000 gold pieces." Zeke is shocked. In comparison, the monthly expenses of a family of 4 is 10 gold. Zeke, swallowing nervously, thinks, "So it took him 10 years to raise that much money. The price is absurd." The young man earnestly utters, "So I wanted to ask you something. You're a Draker, and a pure-blooded awakened one at that." Galleon offers with determination, "If you make me a roaster, I'll do anything you want for free for the rest of my life." Zeke reflects, "It's not easy. If I were the guardian knight of the family, but even a pureblood can't get 10,000 gold. However, I can't give up on Graham, the Sword of Radiance." Zeke's thought, "His problem has to do with the laws of mana energy." Wait a minute. A spark flashes in the young man's eye. Zeke repeats with a sly grin, "Mana energy laws?" His hand with the Drake's emblem rests on the blueprint. Zeke folds up the blueprint. "Okay, I accept." Galleon can't believe his ears, and Zeke promises the help of a mage he knows. As he leaves, Zeke sternly reminds Galleon, "And stop drinking." Galleon, sobbing with happiness, vows to serve Zeke for the rest of his life. Zeke leaves, and the blacksmith shouts after him, promising to get in touch when he's ready. At Draker Academy, Zeke reflects on the exorbitant commission of the magic tower. He recalls Fanon, whose specialty was the laws of mana energy. Zeke stops at the window, his eyes staring somewhere. His eyes read a firm determination to find a solution. His lab was in that alley, the young man recalled. Zeke heads to the very alley where he remembers Fanon's lab was. Suddenly a figure emerges from the shadows, clinging to Zeke's leg. I'm sorry. It's all my fault." Zeke is stunned. "What?" Fanon himself stands before him, sobbing. Fanon, without raising his head, babbled, "I beg your pardon, Sir Leon Conrad. My insignificant hand touched you." Zeke puts his foot on Fanon's head. "Yes, well said, Zeke." His voice oozes coldness. With an icy grin, he continues, "As a reward, I'm giving you the opportunity to clean up the dirt you've stirred up." Fanon mutters a thank you as Zeke looks at him disdainfully, hand on the hilt of his sword. Zeke turns around and walks away, kissing irritably. "Damn you!" As soon as Zeke disappears, Fanon jumps up, face covered in blood, and screams furiously, "Parasite! People like you are nothing but a nuisance." Fanon's eyes burned with hatred. That bastard Zeke, is just like the rest of them. Fanon clenched his fist, recalling the rumors. An unprecedented golden reaction? A pure-blooded awakening? In a rage, he kicks the air. Cut the crap! He recalls his defeat, losing to that lowlife that it was only a surprise attack. Fanon's face contorted with anger. But how did that upstart who won by luck become a pure-blooded awakened one? Suddenly, he sees Zeke with a group of students. Hey, Freckles. Fanon freezes. Zeke asks with an evil smirk. Found my replacement yet? Zeke's face is in shadow. He looks at Fanon with cold contempt. Zeke's eye flashes purple, his sword enveloped in flames. I give you 3 seconds to put your nose to the ground. Fanon's entire company stares in horror at Zeke standing alone in a narrow alley. Fanon, pointing his finger, shouts, Your arrogance is off the charts since waking up, Zeke Draker. Zeke interrupts, Shut up. Zeke, with eyes burning purple, points forward, to the ground or you'll be sorry. Fanon stares at him in horror, squeezing out, Ahem! He trembles, feeling an incredible pressure. What is that aura? Fanon recalls Zeke humiliating himself in front of him. Just a couple months ago, he was crawling at my feet, and I'm afraid of him? Fury distorts Fanon's face. How dare you point me out, you lowlife! Fanon shouts to his minions, What are you standing there for? Attack! And they rush at Zeke. Zeke calmly warns, Don't blame me later, okay? Zeke's fist flashes with purple energy. He prepares to strike. One of Fanon's minions freezes in shock upon seeing Zeke's power. Zeke sends his attacker flying with a lightning-fast punch. Zeke easily scatters Fanon's minions one by one. Zeke's purple swirl of blows leaves behind only defeated foes. Fanon watches in horror, unable to believe his eyes as his men fall. No way! That bastard! Runs through Fanon's mind as he sees the devastation. Zeke stands calmly among the bodies. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? There's no need to be afraid. He slowly draws his sword. I'm sure you already know. It will only hurt for a moment. Fanon swings his sword in a panic. You stay away! I'll strike if you come near. Zeke stares coldly. You actually bear your sword in the training arena? Do you know what that means? Zeke places his hand on the hilt. To answer Leon Conrad's murderous intent. Fanon shouts, wait! Zeke, shrouded in a red aura, declares, I, Zeke Draker, will answer in the name of honor. Fanon realizes in horror, this fight will end when one of them dies. Zeke turns to a defeated Liam Stone. You're a witness. Zeke's sword rests on the floor. He utters, Now let's continue. Fanon, with blood on his face, squeezes out, I'm sorry. He falls to his knees, begging, Sir Zeke Draker, please let me live. Zeke looks coldly at the prostrate Fanon, begging for mercy. Fanon continues his humiliating plea. I'm sorry, Leon Conrad, please let me live. Zeke thinks with disdain, that stupid bastard. A sudden purple stroke, Zeke strikes. Zeke takes Fanon's ear as payment, leaving him screaming in pain among the defeated. Fanon yelps in pain, clutching the bloody spot where the ear had been. Zeke, grabbing Fanon by the hair, warns, If your ear grows back when we meet, next time I'll take your head, not your ear. Fanon's eyes filled with terror. Zeke steps his foot forcefully on the head of the defeated Fanon. Zeke exhales, looking at Fanon, sprawled out in a pool of blood. Liam Stone, one of the henchmen, looks after Zeke as he leaves. Zeke. Why? Liam doesn't understand why Zeke saved him. Zeke walks away, leaving behind a defeated group and a perplexed Liam. Liam, with blood on his face, looks determined, and Zeke throws in, Never mind. Zeke replies with a slight chuckle and a scar on his cheek. I didn't help you. Zeke walks away thinking, I was helping myself, not him. He scratches the back of his head. Did Galleon really have that effect on me? Zeke looks at the academy, pondering. I almost blurted something embarrassing out loud. Galleon's research lab building. Zeke asks the professor, Would that be possible? In the lab, Professor Galleon, after studying the drawing, declares, I'll get to the point, it must be possible. The professor, adjusting his glasses, suggests, Wait, you'd better listen to my explanation first. They lean over the drawing. The professor agrees. Like you said, the general scheme is simple. The professor's hand points to the drawing. The core is the heart of the machine, but the circuitry that follows has tricky limitations. Zeke listens thoughtfully, clarifying, But it's doable? Professor Galleon replies confidently. Yes, there are two options. The professor dumbfounds Zeke. It will take 15 years to remake the core. Galleon suggests a second way. Use an alternative material instead of redesigning the core. A special component, a highly compressed mana stone, is needed, and Zeke tenses up. Zeke cries out, "An ancient artifact that modern technology can't create?" Finding such a stone in the ruins is incredibly difficult, the professor explains, holding up a glowing artifact. The asking price is over 3,000 gold, and Zeke is at a loss for words. Zeke collapses on the couch. 15 years is too long, and he could be kicked out after learning the truth about the aura. He clutches his head in despair. 3,000 gold is insurmountable, but he won't give up on Graham. Zeke recalls, everyone thinks he's an aura user because of the ritual, but it was just an effect of ether and healing. The purple flame of ether reminds him, he still can't use aura, and ether is beyond the control of humans. Zeke ponders. Without the aura, he's weak. The ether only enhances the body, and he needs Graham. He despaired. Damn it! Where can I get this highly compressed mana stone? The professor admires the blueprints. The creator of these blueprints is a genius. Galleon adds, such a thing is hard to create, even among Golden Age relics. Zeke is amazed. An idea hits Zeke and he smiles slyly. Right, how did I not think of that before? He asks the professor, please keep an eye on the blueprints until I return. The professor is surprised. You want me to waste 15 years? Zeke laughs. Of course not. Zeke states confidently, adjusting his sword belt, I'll get him. With a mad grin, he clarifies, highly compressed mana stone, I mean. Majestic dragons soaring through the sky, a reference to the Golden Age. The War of Liberation was fought to throw off the yoke of the dragons. It ended with Tarakan Draker's victory over the evil dragon Bahamut, giving mankind a century of peace. Ancient relics have been discovered in the dragon's lair, the legacy of the age of the hero king, the golden era of magic. Among them was a highly compressed mana stone, capable of powering an entire village, a relic from that era. Draker Academy's central library was exactly where Zeke was headed. Later relics of the Golden Age will be found here, but that won't happen until 10 years from now. Or Zeke will change history. Zeke in the library archives. The relics haven't been found yet, and no one knows about them. Zeke sighs, realizing, I could search all day and still not find him. Suddenly the system message, Dragon Skill, Dragon Eyes, has been activated. Zeke's eye flashes gold and a fiery aura appears above him. The search has begun. Zeke strides determinedly through the library's vast archive, his dragon eye blazing, scanning the racks for a clue. Suddenly the floor lights up red and Zeke utters, Bingo! He taps on the tiles. The sound confirms his hunch about the void beneath. Zeke concentrates the ether in his hand, preparing to apply the spirit soul, /skill. A powerful blast of ether pierces the floor, revealing a secret passage. Zeke breathed heavily. Using the spirit soul required a huge expenditure of energy. With an ethereal torch in his hand, he descends into a dark dungeon going deep. The sudden sound causes Zeke to freeze, his face contorted in surprise. He looks up, noticing the skeletons. These ruins should have remained untouched for another decade. Zeke peeks out from around the corner, amazed. Has someone found this place before? Two skeletons with eyes burning red appear in front of him. Unexpected guards. The skeletons are armed with picks and shovels, leading Zeke to think, so this isn't the work of a lich. Zeke unsheathes his sword, preparing for battle. Since that's the case, a system message announces, the critical hit skill has been activated. Zeke rushes forward, his sword enveloped in purple energy. This will be easy! A powerful blow shreds the skeleton, Zeke's fist blazing with ether. After the fight, a system window appears in front of Zeke, causing him mild bewilderment. The message reads, for the two skeletons, he got 2 karma points. He now has 22. Zeke grins. Right, I can earn points by killing monsters. It slipped my mind about the artifact. It dawns on Zeke. Wait a minute. This is a great chance to score some points, his eyes glinting predatorily. With a cry of, my precious glasses, Zeke, reduced to a chibi version, rushes forward with his sword at his side. A powerful blow shatters the skull of another skeleton into tiny shards. A system message confirms, you have earned 1 karma point for defeating 1 skeleton. Zeke stands among the defeated enemies. The counter reads, "Skeletons defeated 20," and he states, "That's easy." The status window in front of him. Zeke already has 40 karma points, but many functions and skills are still locked. Zeke ponders what to spend the points on. The quest book requires 45, and dragon skills require as much as 50. He decides, looks like I can only buy a mini card now, and touches the system window. A glowing diagram of the dungeon unfolds in front of Zeke. A mini-map has been activated. Zeke looks at the map thoughtfully. Looks like a magic map. Zeke notices an icon on the map and is perplexed. What's that? System message, the mini-map has been converted from 2D to 3D. A three-dimensional hologram of the dungeon unfolds before Zeke, and he is amazed. Zeke enthused about the 3D map. Awesome! Now that's what I'm talking about. He notices the room highlighted in red and wonders, but why is this room the only one of a different color? The system suggests route to the selected dragon killer's tomb pantry. Zeke's eyes widen in surprise. A pantry? He remembers the search party looking for her for days and easily clicks yes. The system lays out a glowing path. We'll show you the shortest route to your goal. Zeke laughs. Ha ha, I can't believe it. How am I going to get lost now? The path is clearly visible. The system reports, you have arrived at your destination. Zeke in front of a huge door, wondering how to enter. Zeke pushes the door, but it won't budge. I guess you can't just open it. Touching the door activates a powerful red spell, throwing Zeke off. Zeke is knocked back by a blast wave, he realizes. Guard spell! Zeke realizes that's why the Tower of Magic and the Archmage of Nirvana are involved, all because of this door. He looks at the smoking glove. If it weren't for the gloves, I'd lose my hand. Zeke sighs. I won't be able to get through this spell. System, can you open it for me? The system responds with a series of messages, but the automation fails, switching to manual control. Zeke is shocked. Zeke can't believe his eyes. Wait, you're responding to what I just said? The system confirms, yes, do you have any more requests, Administrator Zeke Draker? Zeke is stunned. I can talk to the system? The interface shines in front of him. He stares at the screen, asking the ultimate question. If that's the case, why did you make me regress? The system is evasive. Can't answer that. Zeke tries to get the gist of Administrator. Zeke doesn't give up. Who made you? But is once again rebuffed. The system changes the subject to, any other inquiries, Administrator Zeke Draker? Zeke ruffles his hair irritably. Damn, not one answer to the important questions. He points to the door. Just open it. The system acknowledges the request. With a crackle and flashes of energy, the door to the Dragon Killer's storeroom swings open. Zeke looks up in amazement as the huge flaps part, revealing the view. Countless chests appear before his eyes. These are all treasure chests? Zeke enthused. Finding one such relic is already a miracle. He impatiently kicks the first chest he comes across, anticipating the loot. The chest is stuffed to the top with gold and jewelry. Ha, there are hundreds of these. Zeke starts frantically going through the treasures. I'll take this one. Oh, that's not bad either. With a sly grin, he finds something special. Finally, this can be given to Fannel. In another chest are 4 highly concentrated mana stones. 4 pieces, even better. Zeke expands his inventory, but there still isn't enough room for all the treasures. Sitting on the trunk, he decides, I guess I'll have to come here regularly until I graduate. Having gathered enough for the day, Zeke and his backpack head toward the pantry exit. He licks himself nervously, anticipating future visits and riches. Zeke leaves the storeroom, but an ominous dark aura surrounds him. Suddenly he stops, sensing a bad feeling. His hand reaches for the wall and a red magical vortex flashes on it. Zeke watches in horror as the wall reacts to his touch. A powerful spell envelops him in red chains of energy. What is it? The energy explodes, scattering the chests and dragging Zeke into the unknown. An unknown force pins him to the ground he can't resist. Waking up, Zeke looks around confused. The system, where am I? The system reports, Administrator's current location, Dragon Killer House. Zeke looks down, seeing a hall full of coffins. The Dragon Killer's house? This place hasn't been written about. Zeke studies the map, seeing his new position, a red crystal in an uncharted area. He realizes that he's not far from the past place, but there's no path to the Dragon Killer's house. A thought illuminates him. This could be a hidden, previously undiscovered area. Zeke walks determinedly over to one of the coffins. I can't ignore this. The coffin lid slides open, revealing a full set of armor. The system reports the find. His gloved hand gingerly touches the ancient but intact shoulder pad. Zeke pondered. The Dragon Killer's equipment. Different from the armor of the Golden Age. What is it? The breastplate of the armor has a strange round recess that looks like a nest. Zeke's eyes widen at the sudden realization. Don't tell me. He pulls out a glowing mana stone. I can't miss an opportunity like this. The system reports. Mana battery installed in exclusive Dragon Slayer gear. The gear has been activated. The breastplate of the armor flashes with blue light, the mana stone's energy awakening it. The ancient armor on the pedestal begins to vibrate violently. Zeke is surprised. Huh? Zeke screams in panic. What's going on? A powerful glow envelops the armor. A bright flash of green energy illuminates everything around it, foreshadowing something amiss. Zeke is thrown back by the blast. System. Overload, activation failed. Recommend taking cover. Zeke. Already detonated. He looks at the extinguished armor. A highly concentrated mana stone was the power source for this armor?
Zeke pondered, peering out from behind a pillar. What function did it have that required such a powerful source?
He decides to continue his search, passing by rows of stone coffins. Zeke looks around the last room. The other rooms are empty. Looks like this is it. Zeke remarks, there's only a glass cube in this huge room. A system window pops up in front of him, heralding something important. Zeke's eyes widen with shock. What? He can't believe what he's seeing. He recalls Terrakan Draker, that guy was crazy. The system announces, the legacy of Terrakan Draker, heart of the cursed light dragon Bahamut, found. Zeke is flabbergasted, leaving the heart of a defeated dragon as a death gift. He realizes, so that's where that ominous foreboding in the pantry came from. Zeke senses a new, different aura, but compared to that, the dark energy around him condensed. This is different. The system reports the heart of the cursed light dragon is responding to the administrator. Zeke is enveloped in power. Zeke, shrouded in darkness, responds to the unknown voice. Yes, I can hear you. In his mind, the words, yes, I had no choice, yes, I understand. Fire reflects in his eye, and he utters, yes, I will kill them all. The system intervenes. The class skill, Enduring Mental Defense, has been activated. Zeke struggles against someone else's will, thoughts jumbled. Kill them all? He clutches his head in horror. Ah! Why would I do that? The dark emanations still coiled around him, but his gaze became more meaningful. Zeke looks at the cube in confusion with a heartbeat. What the hell is that? A powerful release of energy from the heart. The system announces, urgent quest, trial of Terrakan Draker. The system tries to activate the defense again, but reports, error, the skill activation has failed. Zeke falls to his knees, dark energy bubbling around him with renewed vigor. The order, kill them all, rattles through his mind, Zeke's eyes blazing red. An unknown force throws him off again. He is unable to resist. Zeke, as if possessed, growls, stop mumbling, you're so annoying. The voice in his head asks, will you give me my freedom? The real Zeke breaks through the madness. Freedom is being won, dumbass. The red energy around Zeke dissipates. System, you have defeated the curse of the light dragon. The system announces, urgent quest completed. You have received Terrakan's death gift. Zeke comes to his senses. Damn, it could have been worse. The skill didn't work. System, activated, healing factor. The system continues, activated infinite stamina. The absorption of the heart of Bahamut has begun. Zeke, haggard but with a clarified look in his eyes, questioned, hot. Zeke tries to control the flow of energy by concentrating it in his hand. His face contorted in pain, eyes blazing red with overflowing mana. The system explains a pure and dense source of mana is infused into it. Zeke panicked, but I don't have circles to take mana. With no place to store it, this mana is destroying his body from the inside out. He shouts to himself, I must do something about this now. His hand wrapped in dark energy, he prepares a special technique. Zeke decides to use the Soul Spirit Seal to contain the power. He intends to use ether to cover the excess mana. Zeke with mad determination, and seal her in an ether hole. A powerful blast of energy shakes the tomb, Zeke at the epicenter. The ground cracked beneath him, the effects of the mana release terrifying. A pulsating blob of red energy wriggled on the floor as if alive. Zeke squirms in pain, his body barely able to withstand the monstrous pressure. He struggles to exhale. The peak of agony seems to have passed. Zeke rises, a seal now blazing on his chest. It seems... I survived? There is only devastation around him. 2 craters testify to the power of the heart. He looks at his chest, where the power is now sealed. The heart is gone. Zeke looks at the broken pedestal. Looks like that mana really did come from Bahamut. Suddenly his gaze changes. He notices something new. Zeke looks at the rip in the garment on his chest. What's that? He touts the dragon seal. Did this appear when I sealed Bahamut's mana? The system confirms you have absorbed the heart of the cursed light dragon, Bahamut. Many system notifications pop up around Zeke, ringing in silence. Messages poured in one after another. Body altered, divine body obtained, 95% of power compressed and sealed, access to the library and quest book opened. Zeke is stunned by the flood of information. A divine body? A library? What is all this? He asks the system to remove the windows. I'll figure it out later, except for this one. Zeke read with a chuckle, Open another death gift from Terrakan Draker? Looks like the ancestor was generous. The system confirms the request and begins to open the second gift. A shining chest appears in front of Zeke. Zeke's eyes widen in surprise, his pupils glowing purple. Is that really... The scene changes. Before us is the majestic platinum mansion under the night sky. Zeke's dragon-gloved hand opens a locker. This should be enough. Zeke, having changed his clothes, looks at the system window with a smile. Now let's see. A low-rank administrator status window with a bunch of new data unfolds in front of him. Zeke studies the window. Power and physique? Added a lot of stuff. The system details dragon control and divine body are his new abilities. Zeke is in the Great Hall, pondering over the window. Descriptions don't really help. He recalls the other status window associated with Terrakan, not the second gift. Zeke orders the system. System, open that window associated with the Terrakan. The system responds, an update is required to open the secret library of Terrakan Draker. The system prompts Zeke to move to update the information by marking a dot on the minicart. Zeke looks at the map where a certain area is highlighted in red and recognizes it. His face expresses surprise. Valhalla? He asks mentally. Valhalla, the most prestigious knight academy accessible only to administrators, appears before us. Zeke sighed, reflecting that even he would have a hard time getting into Valhalla, and there were no such plans. However, if something related to Terrakan's gift is in there, he is willing to adjust his intentions. Zeke decides that he will have to remain a part of this cursed family, and the rookie task book is activated. A system window appears with the title Beginner's Task Book. The system announces the imminent start of training for low-rank admin and quest rewards. Zeke is perplexed about the training, and immediately the system announces it has begun. Suddenly, Zeke is enveloped in blue energy, the floor beneath him beginning to glow. His body is carried into digital space through glowing portals. Zeke finds himself in a dark, grid-drawn void. Huh? What is this place? He thinks back to past teleportations. Did I get transported somewhere else again? No, this time it's different. Zeke feels everything around him change, space distorting. From the digital haze in front of him, ferocious orcs materialize. A window pops up. Training quest, destroy monsters using 2+ skills. Reward, points and system store. Zeke hums as he looks at the assignment. A sudden appearance of orcs and a suitable quest. He unsheathes his sword, ready for battle. Training creates a situation where I can use the system. I wish there was something like this before. Zeke snaps out of his seat, activating quick steps. Blue energy explodes around him. Zeke activates continuous slash, purple lightning bolts slashing at the orcs. The horror-stricken faces of the orcs flashed with energy before dying. The orc blows to pieces, Zeke notes. The claymore is as light as a feather. The system explains, divine body increases combat skills and learning speed. Zeke realizes the power with his bloody sword. Now I will defeat even the purple knight. Quest completed. A bright flash of blue light marks the end of the training session. Zeke is back in the great hall of the mansion. I'm back. He looks at his slightly shimmering hand. Was it an illusion? but it felt so real. The system gives out rewards, critical bonus, time bonus, 40 points, and access to the store. Zeke smiles in surprise. I can buy items through the system? Zeke stares in amazement at the store's assortment. Giant's flesh, fire giant's breath? He grins as he looks at the system window. There are only rare relics here that are worth a fortune. The system shows, a training claymore cannot be sold, and an elven dagger can be sold for 4 points. Zeke pondered. Looks like I can only sell ancient relics. 4 points? I'd get 100 gold at the auction. He decides not to use the sale without a dire need, closing the window with a glowing gesture. Zeke stretches back view. Whew, it's been a long day. It's night. The lantern at the entrance to the mansion is lit, Zeke thinks. Looks like I'll get a good night's sleep tonight. Before us stands a majestic building by day, the Draker Academy Professor's Research Center. In the study, the professor is surprised. You actually found a mana compression stone in a day. How did you do that? Zeke waves away the question about the stone. Never mind. How long will it all take? Already done, the professor replies. The professor is amazed. Already unbelievable, but even more unbelievable that you brought it. Zeke, sipping his tea, remarks. Looks like he suspects me. The professor explains. Mana compression stones are registered by ancient texts to account for owners. The stone's registration number confirms the place, time of discovery, and current owner. The professor is surprised. However, this stone is unregistered. You were the first to find it. Zeke sets his cup down. The ability to doubt rather than blindly believe. His judgment and skills are impressive. Zeke asks if they can leave, but the professor points out, You're too talented to rot here. Zeke in front of Fafnir's breath. Good, I'll try activating it then. Zeke's hand flashes with green energy, a complex magical pattern surrounding it. A huge magic circle appears, connecting with some sort of device emitting a powerful glow. A powerful stream of mana fills the lab, activating the ancient device. The professor is ecstatic, his eyes burning with anticipation of the experiment's success. Zeke and the professor are happy with the result, the blue energy still hovering around. The professor hurries off to his lecture, and Zeke heartily thanks him for his help. Zeke is already in the forge, the blacksmith marveling at the magical device he's seen. Zeke reminds the blacksmith of their agreement. He nods readily. Zeke pulls something out of his bag. Make a sword out of this. The blacksmith's face contorts in amazement as he sees the object. In the chest lies a huge fang, the sharpest fang of the cursed light dragon Bahamut. The blacksmith is shocked. This size and preservation, where did you get that? Zeke recalls Tarakan Draker's second suicide gift. He loved to collect. Zeke smiles enigmatically at the blacksmith. Things are a little confusing around here. The blacksmith shakes his whole body, unable to believe his eyes. Zeke is concerned. Are you okay? The blacksmith mutters, Magic roaster. A chance to work with Dragon Fang. The blacksmith is enveloped in a flame of determination. I will exceed all your expectations. Zeke is nearly swept away by the wave. Galleon Halbert declares, I, Galleon Halbert, will create your blade, even if it cost me my life. His words echo in the monochrome frame, emphasizing the blacksmith's oath. Zeke is a little embarrassed. Please don't be like that, and it's too much. The blacksmith sulks resentfully. Zeke thinks with a warm smile, he's still the same, and agrees. Good, I'll leave it up to you. Zeke walks away from Fafnir's breath forge, pondering, I wonder what kind of sword he'll create this time. Blacksmith Galleon, engulfed in flames, anticipates working on the blade. Zeke returns to his room in the Platinum Mansion, lamenting, so much trouble with that sword. He recalls the duel with the Duke and the note. It's been a week since he told me to come. Zeke tensely thinks, sooner or later something has to happen. Suddenly, a mysterious cloaked figure appears in Zeke's room. It's the Duke lying on the floor, he asks. Why? Why didn't you come, boy? Zeke chuckles nervously, a drop of sweat dripping down his face. The Duke's eyes blaze angrily. Tell the truth! Zeke realizes, he really wants to kill me. Zeke replies with a smirk. You said to come if I wanted to challenge you. I didn't come because I wasn't going to. Duke abruptly grabs Zeke by the collar. I said tell the truth. Zeke is dumbfounded by the Duke's grip, not realizing what's going on. Duke easily tosses Zeke across the room like a piece of fluff. Zeke is in flight, completely confused by what's going on. He realizes he's flying straight for the open balcony. How high? Zeke clings desperately to the railing, thinking, "From this height, I'm going to die before I can heal." Before he can catch his breath, the Duke grabs him again, blood streaming from Zeke's lip. Duke holds Zeke over the precipice. "So you have no intentions of challenging me?" Outside, the Duke can be seen continuing, "You didn't come. It's like you're trying to make me angry." The Duke looks Zeke in the eye. "I'll give you 5 seconds, and this time tell the truth." Zeke with a bloody lip grins. "Funny you." Duke starts counting down. 5. The Duke continues counting down. 3. "You haven't even revealed your true identity to me." He continues. 2. "Isn't that right, Guardian of the Garden Dexter?" Zeke grins crookedly. The Duke smirks, pleased with the effect he's had. Suddenly, Zeke breaks free of his grip, throwing Duke back into the room. Zeke lands, rubbing his head. "Oh, yeah, you're right, kid." Duke gently touches Zeke's hair. "I was once the Black Knight of Draker." Zeke is surprised. "Once upon a time?" The Duke retreats to the closet, mentioning the name, Duke Draker. Zeke stands up, placing a hand on his chest with the emblem, "For disrespecting a family member and honorary Black Knight." He bows his head with a serious look. "Let me apologize from the bottom of my heart." Duke is dumbfounded. Why the hell did you plan this?" Zeke innocently thinks, "I didn't plan it. Shameless." Zeke clarifies, "Lord Duke, you said you were once a Black Knight?" Duke waves it off. "It doesn't matter. Not anymore." Zeke is surprised. "Huh? Is that possible?" He continues, "I know you can go up in rank, but to go down—" The Duke interrupts him. "Boy, let's stop this conversation." Duke's hand trembles slightly. Zeke looks at him with a serious look. Zeke put his hand to his heart. "Since you told me the truth, Lord Duke, I'll tell you the truth too." He looks toward the balcony. "You already knew my true identity." The Duke, sitting on the bed, asks, "So you pestered me to become my official apprentice?" Zeke replies, "Yes, that's right." The Duke chuckles, rubbing his chin. "I can't believe your audacity." He snaps his fingers. "Good. The decision is made." The Duke announces with a satisfied smirk, "I will take you on as an apprentice." Zeke looks dumbfounded. Just like that? He immediately drops to his knee, thinking, better agree before he changes his mind. Zeke solemnly swears his allegiance. The Duke listens with an important look. Zeke asks, "Master, can I ask you something? What made you take me?" He reflects. The Duke took no pupils except for the genius of Andrew. Why me? Zeke smugly thinks, I guess he saw my potential surpassing Andre's. The Duke offers with a sly smile. Why do you think that is? Take a guess, student. Zeke confidently suggests, Isn't it because I'm the genius of the family? Duke laughs. The Duke, laughing off his laugh, clarifies, If it was about that, I would have chosen another. I liked your tenacity. Duke explains, Talent isn't the only thing needed to level up as a red or black knight. He continues, In fact, those who have not faced hardship, easily broken in the face of adversity, with a broken rock in the background. Zeke listens earnestly, agreeing, That's true. Duke, most geniuses prophesied to become red knights remain blue. The Duke interrupts the conversation. Enough chatter for today. Follow me, student. It's time for your first lesson. Zeke enthusiastically, Yes, sir. They arrive at the West Greenhouse Gymnasium. Zeke is surprised. I never knew there was a hall under the greenhouse. Duke stands in the center and Zeke thinks, What's he up to? I've been running ever since he said... The Duke looks at his watch. It's been 3 hours. And commands sharply, Stop. Zeke stops. No more running? Duke, I want to ask you something. Zeke grinned. Of course, Master, what do you want to know? The Duke replies, No big deal, and suddenly finds himself behind Zeke's back. He grabs Zeke's hand sharply, the emblem on his glove visible. Duke strikes Zeke with a lightning-fast punch to the stomach. Zeke is thrown backwards, he goes tumbling, and Duke remains motionless. The Duke looks thoughtfully at his hand. He gives Zeke a hard look. Do you have a problem with me checking your pulse? Zeke sweats nervously, unable to find the words to respond. The Duke says, I knew there was something wrong with you from the beginning, both in the asylum and in the greenhouse. Duke continues, even after 500 laps, I couldn't feel your aura, and you didn't let me check your pulse. He bluntly asks, Boy, can't you use your aura? Zeke froze in shock. The Duke huffs. I'm sure I've seen that bronze statue. He adds, and that uproar over the unseen golden light was there too. Duke presses again, Why won't you let me check your pulse? Zeke is silent. The Duke chuckles. It's not suspicion, just curiosity. Zeke realizes the Duke is driven by interest. Zeke pondered. Lucky it's him. If I get the grand, there won't be any suspicion. Zeke makes up his mind. There's no point in lying. Unlike in my past life, you're right, Master. Mana reflection activates. Zeke thinks, it's there, but I can't use the aura. The Duke is amazed at the glow of Zeke's hand, who thinks, this truth will cover my lies. Zeke apologizes with a guilty look. Sorry about earlier, thinking of the consequences. He sheds a tear. I'll be kicked out, I'm scared, deciding to play on pity. Zeke's hand, shrouded in a blue glow, reaches out to the Duke. The Duke studies the hand in silence, and Zeke asks anxiously, How's it going, Master? Zeke ponders the childish anger while Duke is perplexed. Why can't I feel the aura after waking up? The Duke covers his mouth with his hand thoughtfully, immersed in reflection. Zeke is confident. Even checking your pulse, you won't be sure. Such is the power of the Draker ritual. Duke assumes, surrounded by blue puzzles, even if he can't awaken the aura, I think it's because... Duke points to Zeke in the background of the puzzles. So, he'll find his own reason to deny it. Duke places a hand on Zeke's shoulder, concluding, You're an unconventional. Zeke ponders. Unconventional. A logical conclusion if you don't know about classes. Zeke asks curiously, What does that mean, Master? An armory is seen in the background. Duke explains, These are those who possess abnormal abilities like foresight or the fusion of aura and mana. He continues, I think of you as such because of your incredible stamina and regeneration. Duke thoughtfully, You recovered instantly, expending a lot of energy. Which one do you think it was? Duke suggests, Your energy goes into endurance all the time, that's why it can't be felt. Zeke agrees. Zeke grimaced with feigned desperation. So I can't use the aura? Duke laughs. Duke announces with a smile, My storm arts are a special technique that does not require an aura. He explains, Usually Knight's special arts require an aura, but mine is just a trained body. Duke prepares. I'm going to show you a demonstration, so watch carefully. Duke, with incredible speed, leaves a crack in the floor in one motion. Zeke is wide-eyed, trying to keep track of the lightning-fast movements. The Duke demonstrates a series of elusive steps, leaving only blurry footprints behind him. Zeke sits on the floor, stunned, and the Duke stands nonchalantly by his side. The Duke asks, Did you see that? Zeke, can I retrace your steps? Zeke confidently states that one demonstration is enough. Duke chuckles at his self-assurance. Zeke takes a stand, concentrating to reproduce what he's seen. The Duke shows technique again, his movements as fast and precise as a lightning strike. Zeke, repeating the motions, realizes those steps are like he's fighting someone. He realizes attack, evasion, convergence, retreat, every move has a purpose. Zeke repeats the motions, and Duke can't believe his eyes. The Duke recalls, he wasn't this good a week ago. The Duke is amazed. What has happened in this week? The difference in stride is enormous. With a mad grin, the Duke concludes, the difference is like heaven and earth. He's perfect. Zeke smugly wonders if that's enough for the black rank, and Duke is angry at his arrogance. The Duke grabs Zeke. Just now you were roaring, now look! Zeke panics. You're not going to tell, are you? The Duke panted. Depends on your behavior, apprentice. Zeke resents the Black Knight's talkativeness. The scene changes. We see the stately dining hall building of the academy. On Zeke's plate is a sumptuous lunch, lobster, steak, and bread. Zeke eats with gusto, musing, a month of training and my appetite keeps growing. Zeke, with his mouth full, froze in surprise upon hearing the voice. Andrew walks up to him. Zeke Draker, can you spare a moment? Zeke, not taking his eyes off his food, agrees. I'm busy, so if it's here, sure. Andrew gets straight to the point. How did you convince Sir Dexter? Zeke chuckles to himself. The news of my apprenticeship has clearly alarmed him. Zeke nonchalantly replies, I didn't do anything, Sir Dexter chose me himself. Andrew stares silently and intently at Zeke, who is holding a knife. Zeke chokes with surprise when Andrew asks, Purebred, huh? Zeke drops the cutlery onto his plate with a clatter. Andrew's red eye stares intently. You have a strong inferiority complex. Andrew squeezes the mechanical arms. Is that it, cadet? Zeke defiantly, I haven't even gotten to the halfway point. Zeke continues, even if it's about bloodlines, is Sir Dexter really that simple? He confidently states that I used intrigue to become an apprentice is proof of my ability. Andrew thumps the table in anger, and Zeke advises, stop indulging your inferiority complex. Zeke, shrouded in a dark aura, suggests to Andre, to get you elected, why don't you make an effort? New scene, a huge West Greenhouse arena with someone running through it. Zeke and Duke are watching. Zeke asks, what is it, Master? Duke, I want to know. A weary Andrew runs across the arena and the Duke explains, he begged to stay, even as a servant. Duke continues, I told you to run 300 laps without aura. Zeke is stunned. 300 laps without aura? Duke chuckles at Andrew's persistence, and Zeke thinks, and he's persistent. I thought he was just a cocky guy. Zeke admits to himself, he's got a rod, doesn't he? Suddenly, all students are gathered in the square. The Patriarch's visit is coming. The clatter of hooves heralds the arrival of an important procession. The herald announces in a loud voice, the Patriarch has arrived. An important dignitary with a mustache orders, all hands on deck. The students respond with glee. A luxurious carriage drawn by 4 horses enters the square. A figure in darkness meets a carriage surrounded by knights in shining armor. A gray-haired figure peers out of the carriage window, watching the scene. The dignitary bows low. Greetings, Master Draker, the head of the family. Knights and students bow in unison. Greetings, Master Draker. The Patriarch praises the dignitary. You always work so hard, the latter replies modestly. Before us is Arthur Draker, the Patriarch of the clan, with a piercing look in his yellow eyes. The dignitary offers to take shelter from the sun, but the Patriarch stops him with a gesture. Students in the crowd whisper, recognizing the Patriarch, what? Where is he? The Patriarch's graceful gloved hand catches leaves falling from the trees. Arthur Draker addresses the young students. You are the hope and future of our species. Zeke and the rest of the cadets listen intently to the instruction. Train hard, even harder. The Patriarch concludes with burning eyes, your development is the development of the Drakers. The students bow their heads in unison. Yes, Master Draker. The Patriarch decides, now let's go inside, and they head toward the building. Zeke enters the office ready to give a solemn greeting. He respectfully bows to the Patriarch, who smiles faintly. The Patriarch chuckles. Nobody does greetings like that anymore. Have a seat. Arthur Draker offers Zeke rare tea and gourmet sweets. Zeke is surprised. Even my food preferences are reported to him? The Patriarch stirs his tea, and Zeke realizes the saying about the omniscience of the Drakers is pure truth. Arthur cuts to the chase. I called you in since I found out. The Duke has taken on an apprentice. Zeke thinks with a slight chuckle. Straight to the point. He did me a big favor. The Patriarch, sipping his tea, confirms, indeed, it is true. Arthur begins to speculate about Zeke's goals, but he already knows the answer. To become the strongest on the continent. The Patriarch listens intently, his yellow eyes sparkling with understanding. Zeke continues, I'm going to be the strongest to live the life I want to live. He confirms with a smile, that's my goal. Suddenly, the Patriarch bends over and a powerful aura bursts out from him. Arthur Draker clarifies, his voice full of power. So, you want to surpass even me? Zeke is stunned, his face contorted from the pressure of the surging energy. He squeezes out with difficulty. Is that... The Patriarch sits calmly, surrounded by radiance. The astral sword grants power over all living things. Zeke, drenching himself in sweat, realizes the pinnacle of aura mastery only available to Black Knights. Despite the pressure, Zeke looks defiantly at the Patriarch. Of course. The Patriarch sips his tea with a slight chuckle, his aura pulsing softly. The power of the astral sword fills the room, pressing down on Zeke with all its force. Zeke is flabbergasted. The most interesting thing I've heard in a while, so that's what he is. He realizes even the Patriarch of the Drakers and a true Black Knight. Zeke can barely stand the pressure, thinking, Duke seemed incredibly strong, but this guy, the Patriarch places a card on the table. This is a gift for becoming the Duke's apprentice. Zeke looks at the card in shock. A black card? Excuse me? It is explained to him. It is an exclusive unlimited card with incredible privileges. The Patriarch offers, it will be in 2 names, use it freely. Zeke thanks. Zeke realizes the true motive. He wants to monitor my actions through expenses. Zeke pondered. So he doesn't see me as a threat yet since he chose this method. The Patriarch releases Zeke, the latter bowing respectfully. Yes, Master Draker. Arthur Draker is left alone, immersed in his thoughts with a slight half-smile. Suddenly, an enraged Duke appears. You are disgusting. The Patriarch is calm. Why are you so angry, Duke? The Duke is furious. Suddenly decides to play father after so many years of neglect. The Patriarch, eyes ajar, parries. As the head of the clan, I have no choice. Your words are slander. The Duke leans back defiantly on the couch. Ha! So arrest me. The Patriarch with a soft smile. You're the only one I can speak to without fear. His hand glowing slightly. Arthur pulls out a bottle. How about a drink for our conversation? The Duke enthuses, Dragon's Breath, red. The Patriarch pours, You do know that the atmosphere on the continent has been rather strange lately, don't you? The Duke guffaws, How should I know? But the Patriarch parries, You have eyes and ears everywhere. The Duke irritated, So you asked, already knowing the answer? You snake! The Patriarch notes, The Emperor is obsessed with immortality and is searching all over the continent. Do you think it's possible? The Duke snorts, No way, magic can rejuvenate, but immortality is impossible. Arthur, sipping his drink, agrees. I think so too. The Patriarch is intrigued. What if the relic he seeks is connected to the Elder Dragon? The Duke is stunned. The Duke continues to doubt, repeating to himself, Magic rejuvenates, but immortality is nonsense. Suddenly, in another room, Zeke, surrounded by an aura, senses something. What if... What? Zeke activates his soul manifestation, hearing ability, a purple glow enveloping him. Eavesdropping, Zeke hears the Patriarch say, The relic is connected to the Elder Dragon? And the Duke's reply, It is possible. The Duke suggests, Perhaps he's already found her. The Patriarch agrees, Perhaps. Arthur reports, The Order of the Black Knights has reported. The relic is likely on the northern continent. Duke clarifies, The Empire doesn't have that information yet? The Patriarch nods, but it is only a matter of time. The Duke recalls the past. That madman emperor, upon ascending the throne, started a war of unification. He continues, Thought he would abandon this absurd dream, but if a single artifact grants immortality. The Patriarch predicts with a smile, The continent will once again be engulfed in flames. Arthur declares, Given the importance, I will go to the north myself. The Duke is shocked. You will leave your post? The Patriarch with a sly look. That's exactly why I called you to the meeting. The Duke sighs, muttering, Cunning as a fox. They clink glasses, making an unspoken agreement. Zeke, still eavesdropping, thinks, You always pick the most annoying cases for me. He breathes heavily, realizing, Used soul manifestation for too long. Side effects. The image of the Elder Dragon pops up in his mind. Right. The statue before the regression was an artifact of the Elder Dragon. Zeke recalls the voice before he died and the system message, It's all connected. It dawns on him, I stole an artifact that the Emperor wanted to use for his wish. He recalls the chase. The Emperor even mobilized the Seekers, and I was obsessed with revenge. Zeke looks at the mental image of the artifact. The system that brought me back to the past, a function of the Elder Dragon artifact. He sighs heavily, leaning back against the wall. There ended up being even more questions. The Duke, having finished his drink, declares to the Patriarch, Excellent drink. I'll get right down to business, Master Draker. The Patriarch is left alone in front of the massive door, immersed in thought. The Draker Patriarch silently ponders, his golden eyes full of hidden agendas. Zeke is still trying to figure out, if it's an Emperor's artifact, what does it have to do with immortality? Suddenly, Butler Decker swings open the door to Zeke's room. Decker looks around the empty, sun-drenched room where there is no trace of Zeke. Showed, Decker decides, not noticing Zeke, who is hiding outside, breathing heavily. Later, on the training ground, Zeke and his sword hear a knock on the gate. Decker, I told you not to be disturbed. The servant apologizes. Young master, a fellow student to see you. Zeke is surprised. A fellow student? I don't have any friends at the academy. Is it Raina? He lets the guest in. Zeke turns around and sees Liam Stone, to his utter amazement. Liam cries out in desperation, Please take me in! Zeke coldly, Why would I be your friend? Zeke sighs irritably. Shelter you? I shouldn't have gotten involved with you in the first place. Liam prostrates himself. Yes, sir, I swear my allegiance to you. Zeke clarifies. Would you like to be my subordinate? Zeke clutches the hilt of his sword. What about Jasen? Liam grimly. I was abandoned. Liam is desperate, with bloody fingers screaming, I have to get to Valhalla. Zeke recalls the past. He's been obsessed with Valhalla before. Why? Liam pleads, Please take me in. Zeke coldly shows off his emblem glove. Are you stupid? Go to the Turuns or the Zimmons. Zeke turns away, tossing it over his shoulder. We're not a support family. Liam is desperate. Zeke is adamant, so there's nothing I can do to help you with Valhalla. Besides, Zeke looks at his reflection in the blade of his sword. How can I trust you? Liam shivers, looking up from below, and Zeke is suspicious. Honestly, you could be a Jaiken spy. Liam resolutely clutched the dagger in his hand, ready for extreme measures. He draws his weapon, his face obscured by shadows, intent on proving his loyalty. Liam doesn't hesitate to strip his own palm, blood splattering on the floor. With a bloody dagger, he declares, I will prove my loyalty no matter what it takes. Liam is willing to injure himself, offering to cut off his leg if Zeke so desires. Zeke watches silently as Liam vows to put his life in his hands. Zeke says coldly, Instead of your worthless life, I'll take your ear. Liam, covered in blood and tears, pleads with Zeke, Please, take me in. He explains with desperation, I want to get stronger than anyone else. Looking at Zeke's scars, Liam whispers, Please, train me, master. Zeke stares silently at an exhausted Liam breathing heavily on his knees. Suddenly, Zeke throws up his sword, which promptly flies down towards Liam. Zeke sets a condition. 1 punch. You take it, I'll take you in. Liam, covered in blood and sweat, whispers gratefully, Thank you so much. Thank you. Later, Zeke asks Liam, healing his wounds, Did you get proper care? Liam nods. Yes. Liam pondered. Honestly, I thought 1 punch would be easy, since I used the Draker aura too. But horror overwhelms him. However, he is really my age? The image of a huge eye appears before him. Liam, with his head bandaged, is breathing heavily, his face contorted with fear. Looking at Zeke in the distance, Liam clutches his sword. I can barely breathe. Zeke with the purple aura attacks. Liam with the red aura prepares to defend himself. Zeke and Liam's swords clash in a furious duel, auras exploding. Sparks flew from the crushing blow, blades vibrating with power. Liam's sword is knocked out of his hands and flies to the side, leaving him unarmed. Liam's blade slams into the ground with force, marking his defeat in this fight. Liam, stunned, is on his knees. Zeke asks, Liam Stone, is that the best you can do? Zeke, with his sword on his shoulder, looks at Liam. How pathetic. Zeke, looking down from above, admits, I see you're determined. He turns away, advising, But you'd better give up Valhalla. Liam calls out in desperation, Lord Zeke! Zeke reflects on Liam's background and his precarious position in the academy. Zeke continues his thought with a serious look. It's natural for him to cling like that. Zeke ponders why Liam clings to him so desperately, remembering his exile in the past. In his past life, Liam became a red-level mercenary king despite everything. Liam tearfully begs, Please, give me another chance, Lord Zeke. Zeke, looking at him, realizes, Looks like he's not going to give up. Okay, I'll give you a chance, Zeke says, and Liam flinches in surprise. Zeke continues, looking at a stunned Liam, but on one condition. Zeke reminds Liam of his vows. You said you'd cut off your tongue or legs if I ordered you to, right? Zeke's hand rests on Liam's shoulder, increasing the tension. In an ominous silence, Zeke utters, Then chop off your right hand. Liam's face contorts in horror, eyes widened at the shocking order. Zeke asks with icy calm, "What's wrong? Do you value your right arm that much?" Zeke ponders. "I'm basically suggesting he give up the swordsman path. He wouldn't do that in his right mind." Zeke gives him an ultimatum. "I've got enough training of my own. If you can't do it, get out." Zeke turns his back to Liam, waiting for his decision in tense silence. Zeke stares intently, perplexed. I don't understand why he's clinging so desperately. Liam slowly rises and Zeke thinks, even without Valhalla, you can reach the red level. Suddenly, Liam reaches for his sword thrust into the ground. Zeke is astonished. Liam draws his sword over himself with mad determination. Zeke is shocked. This crazy... With a furious shout, Liam brings the sword down on his own arm, Zeke rushing towards him. A powerful blow shakes the ground, raising a cloud of dust where the blade fell. Zeke manages to stop Liam, who is breathing heavily, shocked. Zeke's hand squeezes Liam's chest, interrupting the insane act. "Are you out of your mind?" Zeke is furious. "What if I change my mind?" Liam, stammering, tries to explain. "Well, yeah." He continues, looking at Zeke. "I might have lost something more important than my arm. One more prank like that and I'll throw you out." Zeke pushes him away. "Remember that." Liam's eyes light up with hope. Lord Zeke, does that mean... "Hurry up, Liam," Zeke quips. "What will they think if my subordinate doesn't have an ear?" Later, they are seated in a sumptuous hall, a servant standing at a distance. "May I... such a valuable potion?" Liam looks questioningly at the drink, and Zeke replies, "It's an investment in you." Zeke places a cup of the healing drink in front of Liam. Zeke, folding his arms, asks, "So what is it?" Liam recalls the question, "What do you value more than your right hand?" "No, more than life." Clenching his fists, Liam replies, "That's my mother." He relates that after his banishment, his mother came down with a high fever. Zeke's eyes listen intently as Liam describes his mother's red spots and weakness. Liam bows, explaining that the village healers are powerless, and Zeke clarifies, "So why Valhalla?" Zeke chuckles when he hears that better treatment is available to Valhalla students and their families. Zeke takes the quill and dips it in the inkwell, mulling over what he's heard. He begins to write, pondering rose-like red spots. Liam waits for his decision. Zeke writes down the symptoms, intermittent fever and rose-like spots all over the body. He recalls, in 5 years, the entire continent will be struck by pink disease. Zeke knows, many will die, but a cure will be found and the epidemic will end. Zeke holds out a prescription to Liam. "It's a medicine for your mother, not hard to make." Liam thanks, but is perplexed. "The healers did not know the name of the disease. How do you know, my lord?" Zeke remembers the alchemist brothers who created and distributed the guild's cure for greed. Zeke smiles enigmatically. "Let's just say I know an alchemist." Zeke looks at Liam. "Now that you have the cure, you don't need Valhalla or me." Liam stands up abruptly, objecting. "Not at all." Liam decisively declares, placing his hand on his sword, "My life already belongs to you, Lord Zeke." Liam bows low, swearing eternal fealty, and Zeke drinks quietly. Zeke grins, pleased that the mercenary king from his past life is now his subordinate. "You fall behind, I'll drop you," Zeke warns, and Liam nods readily. Change of scenery, a view of the academy, and someone calling Zeke from behind a window. Cadet Owen, aka Zeke, stands in front of the dean in his office. The dean approaches Zeke with a suggestion. "How about increasing the difficulty of the exams this semester?" The dean, stroking his mustache, inquires, "What's your reason?" Zeke replies with a smile that the freshmen are quite talented, mentioning the scions of noble families and 2 pure-blood awakened ones. He adds that last year's difficulty of the exam would be an inadequate grade, and the dean hesitates. "That makes sense, true child of the Zimmons," the dean agrees, promising to consider the offer, and Zeke thanks him. The dean sighs heavily, left alone in his office. He looks out the window, pondering, apple from the apple. The dean continues his thought. This guy thinks exactly like him. In his imagination, Zeke is training Liam, and the dean foresees trouble. Zeke smiles slyly, and the dean decides, better nip this in the bud. The day of the exam is coming, dungeon exploration. Students line up in front of the academy, ready to be tested in pairs. Zeke notices Liam's agitation. Nervous, Liam? Zeke encourages him. A little tension will help avoid mistakes and arrogance. Liam inhales deeply, gathering his wits as the other cadets whisper. The instructor announces next Zeke Draker and Liam Stone. Suddenly, a gloved hand stops them. Wait. The instructor points to another entrance. You guys will go that way. Zeke and Liam head toward a darker and more sinister passageway. The instructor grinned. Hurry up! What are you standing there for, cadets? They comply, Liam muttering, Yes, yes, as you command. The exam is to get out of the dungeon in 96 hours. Difficulty varies, but under control. Combat skills are also rated. Monster heads will bring extra points. But the main thing is to leave the dungeon in time, otherwise you will fail. Inside, Zeke suggests that Liam rest, but he insists that Zeke rest first. Zeke agrees. Okay, I'll wake you up if you need anything. Zeke stays on guard by the fire while Liam rests in the tent. It had been 16 hours. Zeke had been awake for 90 hours due to training. His infinite stamina doesn't save him from mental fatigue, and in a dungeon the risks need to be minimized. Zeke decides he'll switch with Liam as soon as he wakes up. Suddenly, a bell rings in his mind amidst a snowstorm. The bell hangs from an ancient, dilapidated archway covered in snow. In the snow, amidst the blood, lies a girl with waving blonde hair. Zeke wakes up abruptly, gulping for air with his mouth, his eyes wide open. Damn, it's that dream again. Zeke covers his face with his hand in despair. Zeke recalls, wait a minute, I definitely heard the bell. He turns around sharply, gazing into the dark passage of the dungeon. Zeke instantly extinguishes the fire with magic, hiding their presence. Liam, wake up, enemy! Zeke rushes to Scout, ordered not to light the fire. He decides not to use the dragon eyes, too risky in a 4-day exam. Suddenly, Zeke picks up a familiar odor. The smell of sulfur? It can't be. In front of his mind's eye, he sees hellhounds, third-rank monsters that hunt in packs. Zeke frowns. In her previous life, Raina had fought an orc in her exam, but not hounds. He listens to the footsteps. Something's wrong. A pack leader weighs a couple 100 pounds tops. Judging by the echo, the creature weighs several tons. Zeke suspects a mutant. Zeke realizes in horror, this is crazy! An unknown force throws Zeke off, the ground cracking beneath his feet. He thrusts his sword into the ground to steady himself, raising dust and rocks. Liam runs up to Zeke. Sir, are you okay? Zeke grits his teeth, suspecting the Zimmons. Damn Zimmons! A huge hellhound appears in front of them, and Zeke wonders, what are they up to this time? Suddenly, someone's powerful paw grabs the hound's head. A huge monster tears the hound apart, Zeke realizes. They want to kill me. Liam blurts out in shock. T-Troll? Zeke stares gloomily ahead. In front of them, the troll is a rank 1 monster that devours hellhounds and orcs. Liam, with sword in hand, looks questioningly at Zeke. Liam volunteers to be the bait. I'll distract him and you run. Zeke interrupts him with a slight chuckle. Don't say such depressing things. Zeke gets behind Liam. What kind of master would abandon his subordinate? Zeke continues. Believe not in me, but in your own strength, Liam. You're not weak. Zeke smiles slyly. I'll back you up, so act as you see fit. Liam encouraged, thank you, sir. Liam rushes to attack the troll, drawing his sword to strike. Liam unleashes a flurry of glowing sword strikes at the monster. Zeke's eye flashes purple. He's not bad, though. Zeke notes. Liam wounds the troll despite its tough hide, aiming precisely at the joints. Liam seemed to be studying monsters in his spare time, throwing precision punches. The troll counterattacks fiercely, Liam barely dodging the powerful blow. The monster continues the onslaught, knocking Liam back with a series of crushing attacks. Liam apologizes, but Zeke calmly replies, not bad for your first real fight. Zeke points out the mistake. Liam underestimated the troll's powerful regeneration. The troll looms over them. Zeke decides, I guess this is too much for you. Zeke steps forward with determination. So I'm going to finish this thing. With one lightning-fast blow, Zeke strikes the troll right in the vulnerable spot. A message appears. You have defeated a troll. You have earned 30 karma points. Zeke orders Liam to retrieve the loot, counting on the extra points. Liam is puzzled as a system window suddenly pops up in front of him. Sudden quest appears. Kill 100 monsters of 10 species in 72 hours for double karma. Quest status, 2 species, 14 monsters, and the timer is already counting down almost 72 hours. Liam looks at his watch. 79 hours to the end of the exam, 100 monsters is no problem, but hunting 10 different species. Here's the real sticking point in the normal exam dungeon. Liam suspects a Zimmons trap, but is sure he'll find 10 species if he tries. Zeke mentions a bag for collecting heads issued with a timer. Not a space pocket, but it'll do. All right, let's move out. Keep up, Liam, Zeke commands, and off they go. As time goes on, Zeke and Liam tirelessly fight various monsters while completing a quest. The quest timer ticks inexorably, leaving less and less time. Zeke asks Liam if he's used to real fighting after killing so much. Liam isn't sure yet, and Zeke notes with understanding that it's okay. Zeke stares pensively into the distance. Something is clearly bothering him. 50 minutes left, 99 monsters, 9 species. Zeke can't find the last species. Useless Zimmons, Zeke lamented. Could have prepared another species. Suddenly, Zeke notices something, his eye widening in surprise. He jumps up sharply, adopting a fighting stance, sensing the threat. The ground in front of Zeke splits, energy spikes erupting from the cracks. Liam, drop the bag! Yells Zeke, rushing forward. Zeke looks at the source of the new threat in bewilderment. A powerful blow throws Zeke off, saving Liam, the bag of heads flying to the side. Liam watches in horror, unable to move. Zeke is blown away by the blast wave, his hand stained with blood. Liam rushes to him, but Zeke reassures him. Don't worry, it's monster blood. Zeke rises, telling Liam, just watch this time, Liam. A giant worm bursts out of the ground. Zeke warns that he won't have Liam to worry about. Subterranean worm! Zeke recognizes the most dangerous monster that requires the efforts of 8 knights. The worm's enormous maw looms over Zeke, who snarls, Damn, Zimmons, nice work! Liam cries out in desperation, Sir! Seeing Zeke face the monster alone. Liam was horrified, unable to utter a word looking at the monster. Suddenly, Liam turns around resolutely, overcome with fear. He frantically digs through a bag of monster heads. Zeke, gritting his teeth, meets the worm's attack with a sword strike from bottom to top. Zeke's powerful punch throws the monster back, creating a bright flash. Zeke pondered gloomily. Even the Blue Knight would avoid meeting an underground worm here. He continues. Because of the way the one absorbs the earth to move. Zeke stands alone in the cave, realizing, if I hesitate to subdue him. Zeke's eye narrows and the ceiling of the cave cracks behind him. The worm's huge mouth hangs over Zeke, he realizes. I'm going to be buried alive. Zeke barely dodges a crushing blow from the worm from above. He lands, blood on his arm, but his sword is still clutched tightly. Zeke, with fury in his eyes and clenched teeth, prepares for another attack. Zeke's powerful cut leaves a glowing purple mark on the worm's body. I'll chop you in half, Zeke growled, his eye burning with energy. The strength of his legs is such that the ground beneath him cracks from the exertion. A spiky worm tail suddenly bursts out of the ground, aiming for Zeke. Zeke jumps back, dodging the attack, and curses, That damn bug! He soars into the air, preparing to rain down a blow on the monster's jaws. The worm lashes out with its tail, Zeke coughing up blood from the force of the blow. Zeke throws back with a powerful swipe of his tail, blood splattering against the purple background. Suddenly, Liam thrusts his sword shrouded in purple aura into the body of the worm. The wounded Zeke notices with surprise. The pressure's off a bit. Worm squirms in pain. Liam bounces away and Zeke is on his feet, ready to fight. What did you do, Liam? Zeke asks, seeing the young man on the monster's body. Liam calmly replies, showing the vial. I put anesthetic on my sword. Zeke nods understandingly. I see. The main ingredient in the anesthetic is belladonna. He continues the thought. For a man, it will only lessen the senses, but for a worm... Zeke is impressed with Liam's ingenuity. It's deadly poison. Your ingenuity is worthy of your title. Liam, on my signal, strike him with your sword again, Zeke commanded. Taking you was the right decision. Zeke yells, Liam, as he thrusts his sword into the wriggling worm. Liam plunges the blade deeper with fury in his eyes, purple energy spurting from the wound. The worm squirms, its mouth contorted in pain, the poison beginning to take effect. Close-up of the monster's mouth, it is clearly stunned and weakened by Liam's attack. Zeke activates soul manifestation, his eyes and sword flashing with purple light. With a powerful dissection strike, Zeke brings the weakened worm down. The worm's body shattered to pieces under Zeke's onslaught, purple energy exploding around it. System message. Quest completed. Karma points doubled. 2 random boxes as a reward. Cadets gather in the plaza. Instructors announce the start of the evaluation and the opportunity to leave. Begin assessment, commands the instructor. The cadets respond with a chorus. The base score for escape is 30 points. The instructor counts the trophies. 20 goblin heads, 2 hobgoblins, and an orc for a total of 180 points. The cadets whisper, almost like Sir Abel's record of 200 points. Purebreds are on another level. As expected of Tarun, you surpassed the passing score of 130, the instructor praises, and Tarun thanks. The instructor turns to Liam. Well, let's get to the evaluation. The young man looks forward earnestly. Only 120 points. You beat the passing score of 70. Good for you. Liam thanks, but looks dejected. Raina Tarun sits up with a defiant look. Someone tosses her. You can't turn up your nose like that forever. A malevolent smirk appears on the cadet's face. Well, if need be, a flicker in his mind. I can deal with her the same way I dealt with Zeke. Zeke squints, looking up. So how long has it been since we've seen the sun? Suddenly Zeke freezes as he hears a familiar voice. That voice? Zeke and Liam lay on the defeated worm. Someone is shocked. How did he do that? The cadets whisper, looking at the remains. Is that an underground worm? Did the two of them overpower it? A huge worm horn is presented as proof of an incredible victory. Zeke turns to Owen with a chuckle. You seem quite surprised, Owen. Owen is furious. Zeke asks mockingly, So good to see me? Zeke continues to tease. Where did your impenetrable face go? This look suits you better, though, Zeke adds, Owen clenching his fists. Zeke and Liam leave. Zeke tosses to Owen. Leaving already? Owen boils with anger. Damn purebloods. I'll make you pay. Zeke looks after those leaving. Phew, he's ruthless. Zeke and Liam appear before the instructor. Zeke nonchalantly replies, Oh yeah, long time no see. Instructor Andrew looks at them sternly. I will proceed with your evaluation. Zeke points to the worm's head. I've only got this, so is there any point in evaluating it? Andre studied the monster's teeth intently. Did he eat your trophy bag? The instructor examines the worm's head. The other cadets watch in shock. Zeke replies with a smug grin. I just got lucky. Zeke recalls. I lost all my heads to that worm, so I brought his head. Instructor Andrew scrutinizes the remains between the worm's teeth. Andre puts on his gloves, preparing to scrutinize the trophy. Images of monsters flicker through the instructor's mind. Confirmed monsters, gremlins, goblins, and hobgoblins. Andre enumerates hellhounds, orcs, and finally, a troll. The cadets are horrified. T-troll? There were even trolls in there? The instructor decides, judging by the blood, there were dozens of heads, but I'll count one of each kind. Andrew explains, troll and worm are not in the criteria, but I'll give 90 and 180 points respectively. Total, 368 points. You passed, the instructor announces under a clear sky. The older cadets are surprised. How much did we get? Hounds weren't even in the criteria back then. The crowd whispers, 368 point? How is that possible? Owen is outraged. No fair. He's only got the head of a worm. A worm alone is worth 180, parries the other. Liam is calm as the instructor asks, So what? Think hard. If you were to encounter a subterranean worm or a troll, the menacing images of monsters flicker. Instructor Andrew stands impressively next to Zeke, asking a rhetorical question to the crowd. The cadets are amazed. Was Zeke Draker really that strong? Zeke's smug face flickers. Zeke notices the whispers. What a racket they make. It's different from the old taunts. Zeke's look turns serious. Not that it's a bad thing, but... Zeke reflects. I stood out again. The Zimmons even set up a dungeon. A worm's mouth fell in his thoughts. To eliminate me. Was it really just Owen's decision? Zeke recalls Owen's fury. No, even he wouldn't dare interfere with the academy exams. A dark silhouette with the Zimmon coat of arms. Perhaps all the Zimmon are behind this. Zeke frowns. I'm being watched more closely than I thought. Hiding the force now is counterproductive. Zeke walks away, deciding, we'll have to adapt a little and keep an eye on things for now. Zeke Draker, someone calls his name. He turns around and sees Raina Tarun walking by with her group. You win this time, Raina says suddenly, looking at Zeke. Zeke stares silently after the departing group of cadets. Winning? What am I winning at? Zeke is perplexed in his thoughts. Once in the spacious hall, Zeke decides, I guess we'll have to start here. A window pops up in front of him. Dragon skill Erdo 1 ventriloquy, blocked, 50 points to unlock. Current karma points, 780. I was ignoring it as a useless skill, but now I can easily put in 50 points, Zeke reflects. A prompt appears. Dragon skill. Activate gluttony. Zeke agrees. Sure. Zeke looks at the screen in shock. The skill description has changed? New skill description. Gluttony allows you to consume anything, turning it into energy and even copying the abilities of monsters. Zeke smirked. Absorb monster abilities? I should have activated that before the exam. He decides to try out energy conversion, and the skill Gluttony is activated. Zeke watches in bewilderment as a dark substance bursts out of his hand. His eyes widen in surprise. He doesn't realize what's going on. A dark mass spreads across the floor, consuming a piece of jerky. Zeke is shocked. What's that? The piece of meat sinks into the dark slurry like a swamp. Zeke watches the jerky disappear into the shadows, consumed by an unknown force. The system reports, you have recovered energy from what you absorbed. Zeke feels a surge of energy. The migraine is gone like I took a nap, Zeke thinks, feeling the mental fatigue leave as well. Zeke feels the mental and physical fatigue, and even the ether being restored. The system announces, the dragon skill Gluttony has been activated. Zeke is pleased. Definitely worth 50 points. This skill will reduce the risks of other skills. He grins. Gluttony will restore mental fatigue, and I don't feel physically tired enough as it is. Zeke is ecstatic. I can train for 24 hours without eating or sleeping. I'll start right now. His grand plans are interrupted by an unexpected sound. Zeke turns to Decker. I told you not to bother me in the training room. Decker bows. I beg your pardon, young master. I have important news for you. Zeke's eyes light up as Decker reports, your sword is ready. Finally. Zeke is already at the forge. Galleon, I hear my sword is ready? Yes, just a moment, comes from inside. Zeke recalls, in a past life, Galleon gave me a sword of mithril and pure steel. The sword of radiance, Graham, a famous blade whose splendor was apparent at first sight. But in front of him in the box lies a completely different sword, shrouded in a dark aura. What? This? Zeke picks up a rough, dark blade. From the looks of it, it's not particularly elegant. He asks Galleon, did you deliberately not sharpen it? Galleon earnestly replies, that's the way it should be. Zeke's gaze becomes piercing. He begins to understand the blacksmith's intent. Zeke concludes, so you think this particular sword is the one that suits me best? Be you true, Galleon confirms. Smith is impressed. Most would be puzzled, but he seemed to get my idea. Zeke looks thoughtfully at the sword. If it's him, Galleon admits, sir, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I have not been able to think of one. The blacksmith asks Zeke, could you give him a name? Zeke is surprised. Me? Zeke recalls, Graham, the Sword of Radiance. That name was coined by Galleon himself. He realizes, I thought it was just Graham in a different form, but this is a completely different blade. Name. Zeke suddenly stripes himself with his new sword on his arm, blue energy erupting. Galleon cries out in horror. What? Blood running down Zeke's arm, Galleon screams, Sir, what are you doing? Zeke focused. Even if the healing factor is active, I have to control it. The system reports, Administrator's request has been confirmed. Passive activation of healing factor has been temporarily stopped. Zeke looks at his hand surrounded by a green glow. Great, it worked. Zeke looks at his bleeding hand. Oh well. Blood drips from Zeke's hand right onto the dark blade. Galleon is stunned. Is this really any sword-naming ritual? An ancient dwarven rite. The wielder sprinkles the sword with blood mixed with aura. The ritual plunges the caster into the depths of the subconscious mind to choose a name. The blacksmith is shocked. How does he know this forgotten and dangerous ritual? Zeke plunges into the dark abyss, surrounded by glowing runes. Countless names swirl around in a whirlwind, and he must choose one. For the sake of my new sword, I must give it a name, Zeke decides. The shadow of a dragon appears before him. Stygian blade. Bahamut. The system confirms. The Stygian blade of Bahamut is registered as an item. Zeke's eyes sparkle with determination. Before Zeke, surrounded by ghostly blades, appears his newly minted sword, the Bahamut. Zeke wondered, did I really choose the name of an evil dragon? What's wrong with my subconscious? Galleon enthused, You are incredible, sir, to know a rite forgotten even by the dwarves. Zeke replies carelessly, just studying gnome history, thinking how long it's been since he's needed bandages. The blacksmith asks Zeke to wait. I have something for you. Zeke agrees, and Galleon hastily removes himself, thanking him. Zeke is left alone, immersed in his thoughts, waiting for the blacksmith to return. He recalls stopping the healing factor. Being able to suppress passive skills is huge. Now I can avoid revealing abilities like I did then with Duke, Zeke pondered. Zeke decides, I won't show all the trump cards. I'll take the bandages off later, even though I feel sorry for Galleon. His thoughts, however, are occupied by something more substantial. He looks at Bahamut. We should check out this handsome fellow. The system gives the description. Stygian blade of Bahamut, indestructible, converts aura, and sealed. Zeke is amazed. Prints out as it grows? That's the first time I've heard of such a weapon. He can't believe his eyes. Unbreakable. Even though it's made from a dragon's fang, it's unbelievable. The tip of the Bahamut glows slightly. Zeke brushes aside his doubts. Never mind, though. Zeke's face is reflected in the blade, he realizes. The most important thing is... The system highlights a key property. Aura conversion. Zeke recalls. He tried so hard with the magical chains for Galleon, not only because of his talent, but for the sake of Graham's aura conversion. Zeke pondered. Mana, ether, any kind of energy, this property will turn anything into an aura. His hand clutched the Bahamut, and blue energy enveloped the blade. This is what allowed me, who was born without an aura, to reach the level of Black Knights. Galleon returns, apologizing. Found it at last. Sorry for the wait, sir. The blacksmith freezes when he sees Zeke embraced by the glow. Zeke holds the glowing Bahamut on his shoulder with a smile. Galleon is shocked. A aura? Galleon stunned. The sword is shrouded in a pure aura. Zeke grins. You have created a truly incredible sword, Galleon. I have already surpassed what the Purple Knight is fighting. The blacksmith embarrassedly replies, It's nothing compared to the mountain, but it's more important than that. Galleon holds out an object. Would you take a look at this? Zeke is surprised. A scabbard? Galleon holds out the scabbard to Zeke, saying that it was made by his teacher. Zeke reads the runes on the scabbard. Galen Gobert? The name is unfamiliar to him. Sudden realization. Galen Gobert, the pinnacle of blacksmithing? Galen Gobert, the continent's greatest blacksmith, unrivaled even by the dwarves, appears before us. His creations are almost perfect, have special properties, and collectors pay hundreds of gold for them. Zeke realizes, so you're Galen's apprentice. Galleon is surprised that Zeke reads Dwarven. If it's Galen, it's not just a sheath, Zeke thinks. Galleon smiles slyly. Of course. The blacksmith demonstrates by turning a disc at the base of the sheath. The scabbard transforms with a snap into a sturdy shield right in Galleon's hands. Made of mithril and wyvern bones, will withstand much, Galleon explains while Zeke stares in amazement. Galleon insists, This is my gift to you. Accept it, sir. Zeke is surprised. You could sell that and buy a horn? The blacksmith laughs. A teacher's work is not for sale. Worth a few hundred gold, Zeke remarks. Galleon is shocked at the price, and Zeke decides to accept the gift. Zeke holds up the Bahamut and scabbard, remarking, The scabbard is a little small for a sword. He begins to put the Bahamut into its scabbard, anticipating something. If this is the work of Galen Gober, Zeke startled, the scabbard beginning to glow and transform. The scabbard completely envelops the Bahamut, becoming part of it, Zeke enthused. This has exceeded all expectations. A most valuable gift, Galleon, thank you. Zeke thanks the blacksmith, glad to oblige. Suddenly, Zeke remembers another item, meteorite iron, an incredibly rare material. The system describes the gauntlets as made of light but durable meteoric iron. Properties are activated by a full set. Zeke recalls, random box from a quest. I thought it was just a trunk, but there's something valuable in there. There's a second chest in front of him. Well, it's time to check that one too. Zeke opens the lid and looks inside, bewildered. He pulls an old map out of the trunk. What's this? A map of... The system reports, a map with traces of Grandmaster Kaiser has been detected. Zeke is shocked. Kaiser? King Hero Kaiser? The legendary hero King Kaiser and his Knights of the Clock Tower are the founders of the Kingdom of Kronos, and their biography is a popular book. However, due to the unbelievability of the story and lack of evidence, it is considered only fiction. Zeke clenched his fist, his eyes burning. So Hero King Kaiser really existed! The system starts analyzing. Repairing damaged parts. Analysis complete. Final position is marked on the mini-cart. The map in Zeke's hands glows, projecting the mini-cart. Isn't that... Zeke studies the map. Giant mountains? Barbarian lands? Seems simpler than I thought. He stares thoughtfully at the glowing projection, analyzing the path. A sudden message from the system interrupts his musings. Thanks to the user's skills. The system announces, your training will be completed. Zeke is surprised. Training will be completed. The map disappears and a new notification appears. A potential quest item has been discovered. The system gives the quest. The secret technique of the hero King Kaiser. The reward is an administrator rank increase. Zeke realizes, so that's what the training was for, to raise my level. He grins, full of determination. No more baby steps, the real game begins. Zeke is amazed at the award. This is a whole other level compared to teaching. Zeke rises, surrounded by a glow. Okay, now I get the point. Zeke smirks as he looks at the system window. I'll take it all. I'll spend my accumulated points first. The system reports, Level 2 dragon skills unlocked for 50 points and available for learning. Zeke ponders. I have a lot of points, but when will I accumulate so many more? I'll invest in dragon skills. He decides to spend some of the points, leaving 400 in reserve. Instantly activate 2 new dragon skills, Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Zeke decides to try out the Dragon Claw, and his hand bursts into flames, transforming. A powerful strike from the Fire Claw leaves deep furrows in the ground. Zeke is impressed by the destructive power. Haha, wow. Exceeds expectations. Now, Dragon Scale Armor. His arm is covered in black scales. The system confirms, Dragon Scale Armor has been activated. Zeke checks the armor. Even without the aura, the sword bounced off. It's like full armor on a naked body. Claw to attack, scales to defend, intuitive and powerful. Warm up over, let's continue, Zeke decides. Draker Academy Central Training Hall. Before the aura exam, we'll explain the rules. The instructor points to the dummies. They are special, you can't even scratch them with ordinary force. However, if you put in an aura, it will be easy to destroy them. The sword with an aura cuts through the dummy. Silhouettes of students are visible on the screen, but if you can't even leave a dent, you will fail, the instructor states sternly. All subsequent exams will be canceled. You will start from the basics. The students are panicking. From scratch? Does that mean we won't advance? Quiet, come out by name. Next, Aaron, the nervous student responds. It's always harder being the first. Aaron looks at the dummies with confidence. It looks like my home training. The aura formation at the academy is thanks to the Zimmers. Aaron boasts. Even a pure-blooded awakened cannot match my aura control. The instructor calls out to the next one. Owen, you can start whenever you're ready. Owen takes a step, his sword beginning to glow with a blue aura. Owen's sword shines, the student is shocked. S-class sword resonance? The observer is amazed. The resonance of the sword at 13 years old? Incredible. The instructor nods. As expected from a great family. Owen cuts through several mannequins with one swing, his aura flashing. The other students are stunned by the skill they witness. Owen stands among the fallen mannequins, breathing heavily. The instructor is delighted. Incredible, as expected from Zimmer. At this rate, you'll soon surpass Sir Abel, the instructor concludes, Owen smugly. Suddenly, a hand grabs Zeke's wrist, interrupting him. Zeke looks at the offender with irritation, while the other students whisper, "What bad manners." The instructor announces, "Next," and the exam continues. The students come out one by one, trying to impress the mannequins with their aura. An observer remarks, "Why is everyone having such a hard time? Apparently Owen's performance scared them." The instructor muses, "And yet not a single failure. The special class is truly different." Zeke steps forward, surrounded by a glow. However, even among geniuses, there are those who surpass them. Thank you in advance. Zeke turns to the instructor. Instructor, I have only one request. The instructor is surprised. What is it? Zeke firmly states, "Please evaluate me on the criteria of dragon-slaying art." The instructor explains, "These are the criteria for top cadets." Zeke confirms, "I know." The students whisper, "Your ego knows no bounds." The instructor explains, "The art of dragon slayers is not just an aura in the sword, but the finest control." Owen gloats, thinking of Raina to run. "By competing with me, you'll only expose yourself." The instructor warns, "The price of failure is high. Are you sure?" Zeke does not hesitate. "Yes." "As you wish," the instructor sighs. Zeke bows. "Thank you." The sword in Zeke's hand flares with blinding energy, ready to strike. The students froze, watching Zeke as he prepared with concentration. Zeke raises his shining sword high, his body enveloped in a powerful blue aura. A powerful blow falls on the dummies, tearing them to shreds. The vortex of blue energy from Zeke's sword continues to shred the remaining targets. Zeke stands in the middle of the rubble, his hand still glowing, demonstrating colossal strength. Zeke stands among the rubble, the hall immersed in the remains of his power. Students whisper, "I thought Owen was the best in aura, but he's nowhere near." Owen is furious, his face contorted with anger. "Damn it all!" Zeke calmly lowers his sword, his gaze full of confidence. From above, Zeke is seen towering over the stunned crowd of students. Owen looks at Zeke with hatred. "What the hell is this? Are you kidding me?" Close-up of Owen's face, a bead of sweat running down his temple from the strain. Zeke coldly replies, looking at Owen, "No." Zeke stands on the dais, looking down at the students below. "From the very beginning." Zeke smirks as he remembers Raina. "She wasn't interested in me." Zeke looks around at the destruction he's caused. What a mess. Noticing Owen's furious glare, Zeke smirks. "You can't ignore a stare like that." Zeke turns to the instructor again. "Well, I'll try to live up to expectations. Evaluate me according to the criteria of the art of dragon slayers." The instructor's eyes narrow as he studies Zeke closely. "Zeke, I think? You're taking this so lightly because Cadet Raina handled it with ease?" the instructor asks. Another instructor begins, "Cadet Raina is a purebred," but the head instructor interrupts, turning to Zeke. "The terms are the same as for Cadet Raina. Agreed?" Zeke replies with a devilish grin, "Of course." Behind him, another student is perplexed. "Instructor, why did you allow this? He didn't even show up for class." "This cadet won a bet with Instructor Andre," the mentor explains. "You're new here, so you don't know." Information about Zeke emerges. He turned out to be an unheard-of pureblood awakened of the golden light. He also broke Sir Abel's record in the dungeon escape test. It is he, Zeke Draker, and his Stygian blade Bahamut detects the ether, activating the aura conversion. The detected ether is transformed into a powerful blue aura that envelops his sword. Zeke grits his teeth. "Damn, it's not easy to control my power." He smirks, feeling the power. "Okay, that should be enough." His hands tightly grip the hilt of a sword that glows with energy. Owen's stunned gaze is fixed on Zeke. "This is..." Zeke announces, "Dragon Slayer Art, Chapter 1, Verse 1, Heavenly/Stance." The instructor is amazed. He brought her to a level of perfection comparable to me. No, even to Instructor Andre. Zeke recalls, "I honed this art so much in the 2 years before the regression that I can do it in my sleep." Zeke muses, "My sword, my movements, my stance, my footwork, and even the flow of aura. All this was imprinted on the body, requiring no effort." He exhales, "I'm bored with the Dragon Slayer arts, but starting from scratch is not a bad idea." Zeke thinks, "That should be enough to get Raina going too, right?" Owen is shocked. He just wrapped the sword in aura? That huge sword? Is Zeke really on the level of the Purple Knight? Zeke with a bead of sweat on his temple. Did I get too carried away? There is destruction around him. It seems like my aura has involuntarily burst out. Zeke is worried. I wanted to be on Raina's level, but I'll end up standing out again. The instructors are stunned. A freshman? The Purple Knight? The students around them begin to whisper, amazed by what they saw. Owen, broken and full of anger, looks from under his brows. Zeke grins with a devilish gleam in his eyes. In the director's office, Zeke is offered tea. "I heard about your exams." The director notes, "The results are truly amazing." Zeke is modest. "Just luck." "Luck? To reach the level of Purple Knight at 13? The director doubts, looking at Zeke. The director, sipping his tea, suggests, "How about an exam for early promotion?" Zeke clarifies, "Skip a course?" The director nods, "Perhaps more than one for people like you." Zeke muses, looking at his tea. He took the bait quicker than I expected, but then I already stood out too much. With a determined grin and a gleam in his eye, Zeke declares, "I'll do it." The director watches Zeke go, thinking, he looks like he has something on his mind. Zeke walks confidently, deciding to play along with the director. The voiceover says, "Raina and Zeke Draker, both purebreds, are taking the test." The director answers on the phone, "Yes, I understand. I will definitely take action." The director, with a satisfied grin, "Things are getting more and more interesting." The action moves to the upper-class training hall of Draker Academy. Raina stands there with a displeased look, clearly waiting for someone. Zeke appears with a slightly guilty grin. Zeke teases Raina, "At least pretend you're not staring at me." Zeke, adjusting his sword, turns to Raina. "It seems I kept you waiting." In front of them is the examiner, a high-class knight from the main family. The examiner turns out to be Sir Owl Draker himself. Zeke recognizes him, a shadow of the past flashes in his eyes. Is this really the same one? The Blade of Withering? Zeke's thoughts flash through his mind, his face tightening. Flashback. Owl Draker carries an unconscious Zeke. Owl carefully lowers Zeke onto the rocky ground in the desert. Suddenly, a scarred stranger appears, asking suspiciously, "Draker?" Stranger with hostility. "What is the damn dog of the Empire doing here?" The man with the scar freezes in bewilderment when he sees something. Owl Draker kneels down next to Zeke, and the stranger appears to be defeated.
There are many grave crosses around. Ool is at Zeke's body, and the stranger is watching from afar.
Flashback. An exhausted owl struggles to dig a shovel into the ground, his hand glowing. A stranger with a scar and a shovel on his shoulder offers, "Shall I help you?" He adds, "Even if you refuse, I'll still do it." The stranger introduces himself. "I'm Zeke Murray of the Northern Allied Forces, and you're Draker, right?" Ool answers briefly and sternly, "No, I left." When asked what to call him, Ool offers, "Just call me Witherblade." Zeke returns to the present, thinking, so his name is Owl. Perfect for the Blade of Withering. Zeke and Raina bow to Ulu Draker, realizing that the examiner is a high-class knight. The explanation reads, "Knights of the high class are the true backbone of the Drakers, a title that demands strength and glory." Owl announces the conditions of the exam. A sword duel. Fight until you fall or surrender. Raina volunteers. "I'll go first." Zeke stops her. "No." Owl interrupts them. "There is no need to fight separately." With his eyes glowing, Owl orders, "Attack together." Raina flinches, but Zeke reassures her. "Don't get upset, you know the difference in strength." Zeke adds with a grin. "Besides, the exam has already started." He explains with a sly smile. "If I had hurried, I would have lost points for lack of restraint." Raina exhales, collecting her thoughts. Zeke watches. "What to do, Zeke Draker?" asks Raina, who praises her ingenuity and suggests a plan. Zeke and Raina prepare to fight Owl as spectators watch from the stands. Owl draws his wando, the single-edged sword of the Eastern Empire. Zeke notes to himself, that means he's been using this sword for a long time. Zeke notices Raina's wounded pride, thinking, what good is honor to the weak? Zeke sternly reminds Raina, don't take it personally, focus on strategy. The trio take up positions. Owl in the center, Zeke and Raina prepare for a joint attack. The swords cross with a ringing sound. Owl easily repels the double onslaught. Raina attacks from above, Zeke from below. Owl parries both attacks at once. A powerful blow from Owl sends Raina flying, sparks flying in all directions. Raina lands, realizing, so this is what a high-class knight is like. She remembers Zeke's advice, attacking blind spots, but in vain. Owl is invulnerable. Raina decides to use the art of dragon slaying, her blade flaring with energy. Raina unleashes a shining strike, but Owl easily dodges it. Owl's counterattack catches Raina off guard, blood spurting from her mouth. Raina is thrown back by the devastating attack, leaving behind a trail of energy. The audience is horrified. Lady Raina Draker, are you okay? Clutching the cracked wall, Raina replies, I'm okay. Leaning on her sword, she confesses, for a moment I lost consciousness. Raina recalls Ool's power. Create a breach? My skills are not enough. She looks at Zeke hopefully. Can you do it, Zeke Draker? Zeke smirks, remembering her words about honor. Since when does honor feed? Zeke tells Raina seriously, this is not a knight's duel, but a test of the ability to kill. Raina admits with a sigh. I understand. After all, I was the one asking for help. She doubts, but will such a tactic work? He is a high-class knight. Zeke reminds her, when you fought me in the cradle, why couldn't you dodge that rock? Memory. Raina is thrown back as if by a sudden blow. Raina thoughtfully, I didn't expect you to use such a method. Zeke grins confidently. Same goes for him. Zeke, with a sword on his back, gives the order. Just wait for my signal. On a black background, the inscription, even a small gap is more than enough. Uhl uses dragon-slaying art and wind art shadowless steps, creating multiple phantoms. Owl, surrounded by his copies, mutters, this is Sir Duke's technique. Owl is focused, his gaze piercing in the face of the new tactic. Zeke attacks, warning, now we'll have to fight for real. Owl notices something is wrong. Sparks from the sword illuminate his question. Light. Raina uses her power to create mana interference to blind the enemy. Suddenly darkness falls, only the ringing of swords breaks the silence. Owl fights off the attacks in the dark, calling their ploy child's play. He smirked. Did you think that by taking away my sight you would have a chance against a high-class knight? Zeke, his eyes blazing, lunges at Uhl from above, catching him off guard. Zeke senses something is wrong. How does he move in this darkness, as if he sees everything? Zeke prepares a new dragon technique, thinking, now's a great time to try it out. Zeke activates Dragon Claw, unleashing a fiery attack on Uhl. Owl is amazed. And this is a strike from a first year? His sword flares in response. Zeke's attack takes the form of a giant purple dragon, he thinks. That doesn't look like a sword strike. Anyway, Zeke is already... Viewers notice that Raina, unlike Zeke, cannot move in the dark. Owl ponders as he looks at Zeke's silhouette. He went to unnecessary lengths to restrain me? The swords cross again, Owl retorts. That will only work against an equal. Zeke's powerful strike flips Owl over in midair. A vortex of purple and orange energy flares rages around them. Zeke smirks as he sees Owl adapting. His movements are almost the same as before dark. Are you used to it yet? A sudden glint of an approaching attack is reflected in Zeke's eye. Owl dodges sharply. Zeke flashes past like a shadow with a blue mark from his sword. Owl frowns. He's gone. All I see is a blurry silhouette. It's like I'm fighting a shadow. Owl retreats from a powerful invisible attack that leaves a purple slash in space. Suddenly, red electrical discharges surround Uhl. Monolights? Zeke floats in the air, entangled in a web of glowing blue threads and red sparks. Owl stands among the exploding rocks, realizing these extraneous noises are hiding all traces of Zeke Draker. Owl looks up in alarm as a glowing blue attack comes hurtling towards him. Zeke slams down on top of him with a predatory grin, their blades colliding in a shower of orange sparks. Zeke shouts, now, Raina! And Owl notices a blue magical disc flying towards him. Memory. A young man with glasses examines a scroll. The structure is simple, but it's a one-time use. What spell will you put in it? The young man from the past recalls with a smile, no way, explosion magic? The scroll activates, emitting a blue light. The flash and the sound of the explosion are more than enough. Zeke shouts through the blinding light, perfect timing, Raina! Uhl, caught off guard, squints at the bright flash. Owl admits with annoyance, damn, they got me! He realizes his mistake. Considering her as a hindrance was a miscalculation. Zeke, with a predatory grin, raises his sword to strike at Uhl's back. Zeke's technique, The Art of Dragon Slaying, Chapter 4, Verse 1, Full Moon Slash. Zeke's powerful spinning attack envelops Uhl in dark blue energy. An energy vortex explodes, splitting the ground beneath Uhl's feet. Owl grits his teeth, feeling the full force of Zeke's attack. The arena is empty. Medics carry away the defeated, leaving the victors. The Duke approaches Zeke and Uhl, briefly saying, good job. Owl listens with displeasure as the Duke reproaches him. You really beat up someone else's student. Zeke's red-haired mentor appears, greeting Owl, who notes his continued stiffness. The mentor hugs Uhl in a friendly manner, asking with interest, so how do you like my student? Owl watches silently, his gaze full of deep thought. A memory flashes through Uhl's mind, Zeke throwing down his sword to defend himself when he could have counterattacked. Looking at Zeke lying down, Owl wonders, his goal wasn't to win, but to advance. Owl, looking at Zeke's mentor, begins to share his conclusions. Zeke Draker. Owl concludes, far beyond my ability to appreciate. Meanwhile, the fate of the students is being decided at the Academy Council. The instructors, including Owl, unanimously vote to promote them. Zeke recalls, I was promoted to the 5th year and Raina was promoted to the 3rd. After that, Zeke tried to live in the academy as inconspicuously as possible. Having mastered all the arts of the Duke, he handed over his place as a student to Andre. Zeke maintained a friendship with Professor Fannin until he left for the Royal Lab. He stopped communicating with the heirs of noble families, but something surprised him. Owl came every quarter to challenge Zeke to a duel. Suddenly, Owl, as if waking up, took a leave of absence and locked himself in training. This lasted 2 years until Zeke graduated. Valhalla building. Zeke is congratulated. Young sir, you are the youngest of those admitted. 15-year-old Zeke Draker holds up papers and is told, the Patriarch must be proud of you. In front of Zeke is a medal and a letter of personal recommendation from the dean. He gives a restrained thank you. Zeke's thoughts. The title of youngest has erased 2 years of my unnoticed life. The butler tells Zeke, Atlas first, Draker, which he clearly wasn't expecting. Zeke continues writing, telling the butler, I intend to rest in peace and quiet alone. He looks intently at his assistant. I don't want anyone to bother me, is that clear? The butler, adjusting his monocle, answers with understanding. Yes, young master. Zeke examines a map of the giant mountains, where the Kaiser's remains are buried, planning a secret sortie. The butler leaves, and Zeke, not wanting to reveal his plans, hears a knock and says, Come in. Liam enters the office, kneeling. I greet my liege lord, Zeke Draker. Zeke, without looking up from his letter, says with a smile, Liam, I told you to keep it simple, didn't I? The butler bows, and Zeke reminds, Okay, and don't forget to settle the matter with Valhalla on the black card. Liam stands at a distance. May I ask why you called me to the Platinum Mansion, sir? Zeke, mentioning Liam's translation, hands him a folder. As your liege, I have prepared everything for your studies. He explains, Show this in Breath of Fafnir. You will receive equipment and order a sword for the 4th year, all paid for. Draker looks at him confidently. I believe you will follow me, Liam. Liam's eyes are shining with tears. His lips are trembling with overwhelming emotion. Liam kneels again, vowing fervently, I will absolutely live up to your expectations, my lord. The young gentleman leans back in his chair with a satisfied grin, watching him. Liam promises Zeke to correct his overly formal behavior. The Kingdom of Argos is the northern stronghold of the central continent, one of the 4 great ones. Giant mountains full of dungeons beckon adventurers and fortune seekers to Argos. Under the auspices of the royal family, the Argos Adventurers Guild governs these lands. The noisy guild shouts out numbers, calling out the next adventurers. Zeke, under the name Zeke Murray, gets papers and becomes an adventurer. He thanks the attendant as he leaves the front desk into the bustling guild hall. Zeke ponders. For quiet work, it would be best to get an adventurer's ID. Hiding behind a wig and lenses, he realizes that the name Draker would attract too much attention. Zeke Murray, a newly minted adventurer, decides, well, it's time to go treasure hunting. Caravans of adventurers are drawn to the giant mountains promising adventure. Zeke, hooded, rides in a carriage with other adventurers. A fellow traveler turns to Zeke. Hey bro, glad we were able to share the wagon in such a season. Zeke turns his head slightly when asked, Are you an adventurer too? Another adventurer remarks, You look nervous, first time in a dungeon? The blonde guy sits closer. How about coming with us, bro? They boast about their experience, but Zeke thinks, there's trash like this everywhere, while they warn of the danger. The companion's face darkens and he whispers ominously, They say the first group into the dungeon takes half the loot, or they use newbies as bait. Zeke silently and coldly evaluates their words, his face unreadable. The cart continues on its way, with the snow-capped peaks of the giant mountains visible ahead. Zeke abruptly cuts off the chatterbox. Shut up! He is stunned. The fellow traveler is perplexed. Bro, what's wrong? Did I offend you somehow? Zeke calmly reports, To our left 500 meters away there are monsters. It looks like a crowd of orcs. The blonde laughs. Ha ha, look how scared the newbie is. These routes are safe. Zeke says with an icy grin. Then, what's that behind you? A fanged orc appears behind the braggart. The orcs attack furiously, bringing chaos and panic to the ranks of the adventurers. There are bodies scattered around, the blonde one whispers in horror. What's going on? The frightened adventurer tries to hide in the cart, trembling with fear. Horror was frozen in his eyes. He barely managed to squeeze out, Help! Blood splatters in all directions from the blow of the orcish club. Zeke inspects the destroyed caravan, realizing that the base cannot cope with security. He walks across a battlefield strewn with the bodies of Argive soldiers, complete chaos. Zeke stands on the orc's corpse, thinking, the soldiers were strong, the monsters couldn't defeat them. His gaze becomes sharp. He notices inconsistencies in the picture of the battle. Zeke carefully examines the deep, clean cut in the fallen warrior's armor. A sudden insight. These are not monsters. This is the work of man. The silhouettes of the killers flash by. He sees that the wounds were inflicted on purpose, to blame everything on the monsters, but they are too careful. Zeke concludes, with almost no resistance, everyone was killed with one blow, the work of the Purple Knight, no less. He decides to leave so as not to be involved in this bloody affair. Zeke is focused. The main thing now is to find traces of the Kaiser. He sees a creepy totem of skulls, a sign of barbarian territory, as he approaches the ruins of Kaiser. Zeke stops abruptly, hearing a rustle in the bushes, his gaze tense. From his hiding place, he spots the Imperial hounds and wonders what they are doing here. The hounds are the Emperor's elite force trained in tracking and killing. Their existence is a mystery, but they will soon become a major force in the Continental War. Zeke followed their movements across the map, learning their unique methods. A gloomy scene in the snow, bodies and swords visible, the reason for his awareness. Memory. Zeke, wounded, surrounded by these killers with swords at the ready. Zeke muses. The Duke and Emperor are obsessed with immortality, turning the entire continent upside down for it. Zeke recalls, the Emperor was obsessed with rare artifacts even before his regression. The Emperor not only dreamed of uniting the continent, but also craved illusory immortality. Surrounded by creepy totems, Zeke wonders, has the Empire already found the ruins of Kaiser? He decides, I'll have to check it out myself, and moves deeper into the ominous forest. Suddenly, 3 figures in dark cloaks appear, the very same hound dogs. One of them, with a scar on his face, clenches his fist resolutely, preparing for action. The hound's hand reaches for the flare pistol, intending to raise the alarm. But Zeke gets ahead of him, piercing the enemy with his sword. Blood sprays in all directions. The hound falls, dropping his weapon, and Zeke looks on with cold blood at the result of his attack. The golden flare is a sign of an emergency. Zeke realizes he has killed the squad leader. Zeke interrogates the surviving dog, noting the incomplete composition of their squad. The remaining dogs shout in rage, "Who are you? Who sent you?" Zeke charges forward, the 2 hounds looking on in horror at the approaching threat. From the fallen enemy, Zeke coldly asks, "Still don't understand the situation?" His eyes sparkle as he declares, "I'm the one asking the questions here." Zeke threatens the remaining dogs, telling them to make a wise choice. With a bloody hand, Zeke studies the map of their temporary base, which is chock full of enemies. Zeke wonders, could it be that the hounds who harmed the knights actually found the ruins? He decides to check it out himself, leaving the dogs by a tree with the ominous inscription, McCain. In front of him, there is a view of a deep shaft with stairs leading into the darkness. The guard at his post yawns boredly, covering his mouth with his hand. He complains to his partner, why the hell would someone go into barbarian territory? A sudden blow from behind. The guard looks forward in shock. Blood spatter, a sentry falls from the observation post. A purple streak of magic pierces the air, striking the next guard. Zeke continues to clear the area with a determined look. He looks into the mine. "Hey, did you hear anything from the entrance?" Before the guard can respond, Zeke quickly attacks him. Another dog falls from a precise blow from Zeke. There is horror in the eyes of the last guard, an uninvited guest. Zeke mercilessly deals with the last guard, slitting his throat. The bloody dagger in Zeke's hand brings back memories. It reminds me of old times. He recalls the past when he single-handedly destroyed an entire cartel on the orders of the Emperor. Suddenly, Zeke is surrounded by more hound dogs, one of them asking, "Is this the signature of a southern mercenary?" Their scarred leader offers Zeke to surrender, promising an easy death. Zeke assesses his opponent. He is weaker than those I fought in my past life. The hounds are furious. You don't care that you killed our comrades? Zeke confirms with a squint. So you are from the central continent after all, losers. The leader of the hounds roared, As you wish, I will tear you to pieces while you still breathe. Dozens of hounds attack Zeke at once, but he deftly deflects their attacks. Zeke, sword in hand, ponders. It's strange, have the hounds always been this weak? He is surrounded by golden sparks. Or have I become too strong? It doesn't matter, though. The system message announces, Skill Mana Reflection activated. The scarred leader of the dogs looks stunned by the sudden event. He looks up to where purple lights are flickering. Power outage? Now? The other dogs are confused. Could this be the interference of the Dragon Slayer's mana? The leader recalls, No, he was empty-handed and didn't use his aura. He continues his analysis. His style is a southern dagger technique, definitely a mercenary, so it's just a glitch. The leader shouts to his men from the heights, Don't panic, everything will be restored soon, hold the line. Suddenly, a light illuminates the scene. The leader is stunned, and below lie the bodies of his subordinates. The leader of the dog whispers in horror, What is this? Zeke stands over the bodies, thinking, The Emperor is truly brave to seek out the ruins of the Kaiser. The leader of the hounds trembles, repeating, Ruins of the Kaiser! He yells at Zeke in a rage, What are you even talking about? Zeke calmly replies, Don't worry, I don't need your help. I'll find everything myself. Zeke's huge hand reaches out to the leader, who cries out in surprise. Zeke pins him against the wall. The leader babbles, Well, wait, we really don't know anything. Zeke glances down the illuminated shaft leading deeper into the ruins. He throws the dagger, declaring all events here will be attributed to McCain. A dagger with the emblem of the McCain Cartel, an organization from Zeke's past life. Zeke recalls, after the fall of the Kingdom of Cuzco, the McCain Cartel divided up the lawless lands. He ponders, he could have covered his tracks with dragon skills, but he deliberately used the southern technique. Zeke left a unique warning for McCain, which is even more beneficial to him. The Empire will definitely decide that this is the work of the southern cartels, which only plays into Zeke's hands. Judging by the letter found, the Emperor went much further than Zeke expected. The only order was to find ancient ruins, but the map of operations was staggering in scale. The central continent, the eastern regions, even the uncharted dark seas, the dogs were everywhere. The hounds have already reached the power they had before his regression, but the ruins of Kaiser have not yet been found. So he should hurry. Suddenly a bright flash pierces the sky. Zeke looks at the red light with alarm. It can't be. A red flash lights up the sky. It's a distress signal. Zeke runs quickly through the dense forest, trying to escape. His gaze is full of determination. He knows what this means. Looking back, he sees that the dogs are already catching up with him. A 5-pointed red flash. Zeke understands its meaning. This is the absolute trap, a death sentence, their method of killing. He recalls how he already died from this tactic, having stolen the Emperor's artifact. However, now I have a system, Zeke thinks, looking at the blue card. The first of the hounds attacks, but Zeke meets him with renewed vigor. Like a whirlwind, Zeke scatters his pursuers one after another. Zeke faces the new wave of enemies with icy calm. Surrounded by thorns, he confidently declares, I can handle them. Flashes of blows light up the forest as Zeke fights off multiple attacks. He rushes through the ranks of the hounds, leaving behind fallen enemies. Zeke stops, his gaze sharp. I knew it! He clenches his fist, his resolve only growing stronger in the face of danger. New hounds are in front of him, and Zeke realizes these are on a different level, not like the ones in the cave. More hounds are approaching him inexorably through the trees. Zeke is surrounded by a dense ring of enemies. The battle is becoming increasingly fierce. Zeke looks at the sword with annoyance. This has become a real problem. Zeke looks at the map. He can escape, but it will ruin his plan for McCain. He clutches some object in his hand. I'll have to use this even though I didn't want to. Zeke uses a whistle. One of the dogs turns around in confusion at the sound. A sharp sound pierces the forest, echoing off the rocks. The dogs look around in confusion. What is this, one of ours? The leader of the dogs realizes with horror what is happening. Zeke holds up smoke bombs and the leader shouts, It's a smoke screen. The dogs are rushing about. The leader commands, "The sound is a distraction. Take it." Zeke disappears into the thick smoke, his gaze full of determination. He quickly breaks through the smokescreen, escaping pursuit. The leader of the dogs is sure. Don't panic. As long as the absolute trap is in effect, he won't escape. Zeke runs through the forest, his shadow flickering between the trees. The leader of the hounds frowns. I don't feel any traces of him. Did he really think we would retreat? Suddenly, one of the hounds falls, struck down by a surprise attack from above. Another dog looks in horror at Zeke, who appeared out of nowhere. The leader's face distorts with shock. This is madness. Barbarians burst out of the forest, attacking the hounds, who are perplexed. What is going on here? The senior dog shouts, We could handle a couple, but why are they attacking in a crowd? One of the hounds furiously draws a shining sword. How dare you savages invade here? The powerful barbarian blocks the hound's strike, their blades clashing with force. The dog looks at the barbarian in horror, his sword trembling. How is this? The barbarian's mighty fist crushes the dog, blood spurts. The leader of the dogs sees the fury of the barbarians. We have no choice, they are too angry. The leader of the dogs takes out a flare gun, making a difficult decision. A signal goes up into the sky. The leader announces, We are canceling the absolute trap. The barbarians rush into the attack with a roar, giving the hounds no respite. The leader of the dogs commands, Retreat, retreat quickly. The dogs hastily leave the battlefield, leaving traces of their defeat. Zeke, covered in dirt, struggles out of his hiding place, breathing heavily. He grins, dusting himself off. It worked even better than I expected. Before us is the horn of the barbarians, the very item that Zeke used. The horn cracked in his hand. It was a barbaric instrument for communication in battle. In his past life, Zeke befriended the Mohawk tribe and learned this from them. The horn signal warned the barbarians of strangers on their sacred land. Although they are considered savages, barbarians have their own culture and traditions. Zeke sighs as he looks at the broken copy. Looks like it's a one-time thing. He walks calmly along a forest path, bathed in sunlight. Now, Zeke thinks, it's time to find some real ruins. And something explodes in the distance. Reaching the ruins, he is worried. Always one thing after another. Suddenly, a multi-headed serpent appears, a fallen dragonborn, twisted by dark energy. Zeke is confused. What kind of fallen dragonborn? According to the minimap, the door is at the top, but the path is blocked by a snake. Zeke asks the system to open the door, and the request is approved. The system connects to the control of the House of the Hero King Kaiser and opens it. The massive stone door begins to rise with a grinding noise. The snake's eye widens in surprise, not expecting such a turn of events. The multi-headed monster unleashes a barrage of energy attacks on Zeke. Zeke smirks from behind cover. Looks like we can't just walk past this one. He activates the dragon-slaying art, his sword flaring with energy. Zeke charges at the enraged, multi-headed serpent. Zeke activates hurricane silent steps, dodging the snake's attacks. He rushes towards the opening door, thinking, just a little more. The snake beats with its tail. Zeke barely dodges. Stones fly in all directions. A powerful blow from the tail hits the ground, raising a cloud of dust. One of the snake's heads looks at Zeke, caustic saliva dripping from its fangs. Zeke prepares another attack, his hands enveloping in blue energy. He uses Dragon Slaying Art Chapter 2, Verse 7, cutting off the dragon's head. The snake's blood splashes onto Zeke, leaving smoking marks on the ground. Zeke looks at his hand, burned with blood. Is his blood acidic? The system activates the healing factor. Zeke frowns. A monster with acidic blood and 9 heads. Zeke recalls, even my master in my past life barely defeated him, the 9-headed dragon, Hydra. Zeke looks at the many Hydra heads. Well, let's try. He brings down a powerful blow from his sword, glittering with gold on the monster. One of the Hydra's heads attacks with a roar, the ground splitting beneath it. Zeke grits his teeth. Damn, this is dragon slaying? The Dragonborn are just a semblance. His attacks are useless. Hydra instantly heals, knocking Zeke back. Zeke realizes, I knew it. I can't beat him with my current skills. The Hydra advances. Zeke estimates the distance. The door is about 30 meters away. He turns around, his hand flashing blue. System. Zeke commands decisively, close the door. The system confirms. The administrator's request has been completed. The door to the house of the hero King Kaiser has been closed. The stone door comes down with a crash, cutting off the Hydra's path. Zeke doesn't hesitate. Art of Wind, 5th form. He releases Wind Splitter, distracting one of the serpent's heads. Zeke rushes towards the narrowing passage. Great! I'll take my chance and slip through. The Hydra's eye narrows as he makes a desperate dash for salvation. The monster's many heads rush towards Zeke, trying to block his path. Zeke manages to slip past at the last moment. I made it! What about Hydra? The monster's eye looks after him. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierces Zeke, and blood spurts from his mouth. The Hydra's dark tail pierced him, catching him off guard. This damn snake. Zeke is furious about the tail that pierced him. One of the Hydra's heads drags him deeper into the ruins. I didn't think she'd fit through here. He resolutely grabs the monster. If you want my hand so much, then take her! Zeke cuts off his own hand with a sword engulfed in purple energy. As he falls, he sees his severed hand glowing with power. Cough! The Hydra's head spews a stream of poisonous purple mist at him. Zeke grits his teeth. Poisonous fog? How many more trump cards does she have? The system confirms poisoning. Overcoming the hellish pain, he activates Soul Manifestation, Rupture. Zeke releases a purple energy blade, aiming it at the Hydra's head. The attack connects, and the Hydra's head recoils, bleeding as Zeke falls. Zeke, breathing heavily, tries to rise, leaning on his sword. The last remaining head of the Hydra rushes at him, anticipating the end. Suddenly, Dragon's Dignity is activated, releasing a powerful purple aura. Zeke's eyes blaze with fury. Get out if you don't want to get crushed! The Hydra's head freezes, its eyes widening in horror at this power. The monster retreats, its severed tail twitching, fear gripping it. Zeke falls to his knees, leaving bloody marks on the stone floor. He mutters, I didn't think Dragon's Dignity would work. I should have done it sooner. Zeke looks at the system window, confused. Why am I so tired despite infinite stamina? Poison? The system says, you have instilled fear into the fallen Dragonborn. Activate Dragon Control? Zeke sees fear in Hydra's eyes. Did I instill fear in her? Because of the Dragon's Dignity? He looks at the monster. Does this mean that I can subdue her? Zeke looks forward determinedly. Yeah, let's try. His face contorts in surprise. Huh? The system reports insufficient administrator rights. Subordination attempt failed. Zeke is disappointed. Oh, I was so hoping for that. Although, without restrictions, it would be too easy. A purple aura envelops Zeke, his gaze intense. He falls to his knees, the system warns. Hydra's poison has reached dangerous levels. Zeke is desperate. Healing doesn't work on poison. There has to be a way. A system window pops up. That's right. Gluttony can absorb bloodline abilities. Zeke understands. Since Hydra has such a strong poison, it must have protection from it. The system activates Gluttony, and Zeke begins to absorb the essence of the defeated head. The Hydra's head dissolves, its power passing to Zeke. The system reports, Gluttony has been improved, energy has been restored, poison resistance has been gained. Zeke uses his hand to push himself up off the cracked floor. System confirms, Hydra poison neutralized by new resistance. Zeke grins. Bingo. A new ability appears in Zeke's status window, Poison Resistance. Zeke muses, most poisons are neutralized, but does that mean complete protection? The system shows, the skill Gluttony has reached the level of Expert. Zeke looks at the system window. Gluttony finally increased due to absorbing the target. The system reports, additional rewards are provided for the destruction of the target indicated by the system. Zeke walks down the hallway. Well, it's time to move, since Hydra is no longer a hindrance. Before us is the story of the hero King Kaiser, half human, half fairy, the son of a sage and a fairy queen. His life was difficult from birth. Separated from his parents by an evil magician, he was abandoned in the forest. There, the lonely crying Kaiser was found and raised by the sacred wolf. Thanks to this, Kaiser grew up, saved the oppressed people, and founded the kingdom Kronos for them. Zeke grins. Everyone on the central continent knows how the Kaiser legend began. He looks at the majestic hall. Now there are almost no documents left. It has become just a legend. Zeke looks at the ancient columns. Proof that the hero King Kaiser and the kingdom of Kronos existed. No, right in front of me, he thinks, approaching the grandiose structure. Zeke looks around. Smaller than in the books, but these are definitely the ruins of the kingdom of Kronos. Before him stands a giant gate, reminiscent of the Dragon Slayer's abode. The system announces, the house of the hero King Kaiser is open. The gates swing open and Zeke enters a light-filled room where he sees a crystal. In the center of the hall, on a pedestal, a large blue crystal shines. Zeke reaches out to the artifact. This is the hero King Kaiser's secret technique? A window pops up. The achievement quest related to the hero King's secret technique has begun. Zeke is surprised. Huh? So suddenly? The system warns, you will not be able to leave this area until the associated quest is completed. Zeke turns around, alarmed as the exit behind him seems to seal. The system announces a related quest. The wisdom of the hero King Kaiser. Reward, tears of the fairy monarch. Zeke is shocked. A related quest, the wisdom of the Kaiser, and the reward is the tears of the fairy monarch. Before him is the image of the Kaiser's mother, the queen of the fairies whose tears grant wishes. Zeke ponders, even without knowing how to use them, this is a cheat treasure. The system, how to get this wisdom. The system acknowledges the request and begins extracting data from the magical video recording device. The crystal shines brightly. The system reports, record 546 of the magical video recordings of the hero King Kaiser has been detected. Light comes out of the crystal. The system finds 12 matching records and starts playing the first one. The system detects the ancient Kronosian language in the video and automatically translates it. A hologram of Kaiser appears in front of Zeke saying, "And what is a low sword?" Zeke is shocked. This is a man from legend. The Kaiser confidently declares, "A sword is a sword, isn't it? These old fools who can't even swing a sword are always talking nonsense." Kaiser, in a hologram, addresses Sheltern, his loyal knight, mentioning the shaking screen. Zeke realizes the reality of the legendary knight, while Kaiser questions his swordsmanship. The hero king simply replies, "Nothing special, just swing your sword more often and with force." Kaiser continues, "The question will arise how much? I will show the target," and a red line flashes between them. Zeke is thrown back by a powerful wave of energy emanating from the hologram. Kaiser's hand slams down, creating a visible impact on the ground. Zeke, breathing heavily, is amazed. Such an overwhelming aura, even from a recording. Before him again is the majestic image of the Kaiser, and Zeke understands. So this is it, the wisdom of the hero king. Zeke grins slyly, his eyes shining with determination. "I like it." He addresses the system, bowing before the crystal. "System, repeat the video from the beginning." The system confirms Zeke's request to replay the video. 4 days passed. Zeke trained continuously, locked in the gym. He notices 3 doors opposite the entrance leading out of the training hall. The first room is a food storage for months, the second is a rest area for recovery. The last room contains many books and various military weapons. Zeke realizes that this is the training room for Kaiser's successor, and he is completely focused on the sword. He was able to imitate the form he saw, but he felt that something was missing. The system reports, obtained hero King Kaiser's wisdom, elemental sword, basic form. Zeke is surprised. Elemental. New notification. You have surpassed the basic level and entered the applied level. Zeke looks at the crystal, puzzled. Application layer? The system announces, summoning Soul of Hero King Kaiser. A giant shining figure appears out of the light in front of Zeke. The ethereal feet of the ghostly Kaiser touch the ground. Before Zeke appears the hero King Kaiser himself, ruler of ancient Kronos. Zeke can't believe his eyes. The hero King Kaiser, right in front of me. Kaiser silently draws his sword and Zeke freezes in tension. The legendary king unleashes a punch that Zeke barely manages to block. Zeke barely holds back the onslaught. What? Why so suddenly? The powerful blow sends Zeke flying, leaving a crater on the ground. Kaiser commands imperiously, "Get up!" Zeke is stunned. "He threw me back with one defense?" Zeke recalls, "I only felt this once when I encountered the master in my past life." Kaiser scornfully, "With such pathetic skills you intend to learn my fencing? The knights of old would weep." Zeke feels overwhelming power. Zeke looks at Kaiser in the distance, thinking, But why is he attacking me? To test my abilities? The ghostly Kaiser dives towards Zeke, raising his sword to strike. Kaiser unleashes an attack. Zeke parries with difficulty. Sparks fly in all directions. Zeke can barely stand on his feet, surrounded by a whirlwind of energy. He's just trying to kill me. Zeke's face contorts with tension. Damn, will I even be able to fight him? Kaiser grins madly, and Zeke thinks, what an unreasonable monster. Zeke breathes heavily, but then his gaze hardens. No. He throws aside all doubts. No need to think too much. I'll just do everything as always and give it my all. Zeke, enveloped in blue energy, charges forward. Here I come, the Hero King! Kaiser, surprised. You are Sheltern's disciple? You barely succeeded? This power, Aurora? Zeke brings his shining sword down on Kaiser, who looks up. Flash of sparks. Kaiser easily parries Zeke's swift attack. Kaiser thoughtfully. So is he a student or not? Zeke grits his teeth. He's too strong for such movements. Zeke attacks from above. Kaiser smirks. It doesn't matter, though. The swords collide with a blinding flash, sending sparks flying. They cross blades, Kaiser declares. The only thing that matters is how much fun it is. A dynamic fight, Kaiser exclaims. Now let's have some fun! Zeke's feet dig deep into the ground from the incredible force of the impact. Zeke, breathing heavily, admits, I expected something like this. But I didn't think the difference would be so big, flashes through his mind as he looks at Kaiser. He smirks. Is he trying to prove why he's called the Hero King? Zeke is determined. However, I am confident in my persistence. The system activates the skills. Enveloped in dragon claw flames, Zeke descends upon Kaiser from above. A powerful blow from the dragon claw slams into the ground, raising clouds of dust. Kaiser stands calmly amidst the destruction. You wield dragon power without being a dragonoid? Zeke finds himself pinned to the ground, surrounded by Kaiser's purple energy. Kaiser remarks, even elemental power? Zeke writhes in pain. The Hero King attacks. Soul manifestation break. Multiple energy strikes fly towards Zeke. Zeke grits his teeth and Kaiser smirks smugly through the flashes of light. A defeated Zeke comes to in the rubble, muttering, Huh? Kaiser, sitting down, addresses the awakened Zeke. Weakling, you've finally woken up. The king admits, and yet you have no small talent, the gift of Sheltern, dragon power, and even elemental power. Kaiser's gaze becomes thoughtful, and he says, As he approaches, Kaiser states to a stunned Zeke, part of your soul is trapped in the spirit world. Zeke asks again in bewilderment, What? The spirit world? Kaiser explains that Zeke seems to have broken through the barrier of death, which explains his elemental power. Zeke, breathing heavily, asks Kaiser, Explain all this so I can understand. Kaiser considers Zeke's request with a sly grin. Kaiser brushes off the questions. Forget the little things, you have a more important goal. The king points to Zeke. The boy pretends not to know what he is trying to learn. Kaiser demonstrates the elements. My wisdom. I speak of the elemental sword. The 4 elements, water, fire, earth, and wind, are the basis of the elemental sword. Kaiser unleashes power. Elemental sword, wind field, storm blade. The king explains, It is the wind, and the source of the elemental power is that very ether you spoke of. Zeke is amazed. Both his explanations and his incredible power. The destruction is impressive, Kaiser challenges. Closer to magic than to fencing. Now it's your turn. Zeke ponders. So the source is the ether? But I don't sense it from Kaiser. Is there some secret? Zeke steps forward. If so, how do you turn ether into elemental power? Kaiser turns around. Kaiser shows off a flaming sword, casually explaining, I'm just doing it. How can I explain it? Zeke is in despair. Why are all my masters like this? Kaiser just shrugs. Zeke is focused. No, it's not that I didn't feel anything. I just couldn't. Kaiser reproaches. Why can't you do the same? His control over the ether is perfect. Zeke decides, okay, I'll try it myself. Kaiser throws out a cryptic phrase about the invisible. Zeke recalls Kaiser's words. Even elemental power? That's what he called my soul manifestation. It dawned on me. So soul manifestation uses elemental power too? Zeke smirked. Kaiser watches with interest as Zeke's sword becomes enveloped in purple energy. Zeke tries a new technique. Soul manifestation, storm. The blade is enveloped in a whirlwind. He grits his teeth, putting all his strength into trying to repeat what he saw. Kaiser shouts, "I said to use elemental power, not this pathetic excuse for a spell." The king explains, "The spell is the prerogative of dragons. It is not available to people." Kaiser remarks, "When you use this power, you always go beyond your limits, don't you?" He continues, "The souls of humans and dragons are disproportionate. You only imitate but do not achieve the effect." Kaiser scornfully, "Whoever created this technique, it is just a pathetic parody of a spell." Zeke thoughtfully, "The spell? I've heard that somewhere before." Kaiser tells him to try again. Memory. When I absorbed Bahamut's heart, it said the spell was received but unavailable. The system window reads, "Dragon skill, spell. Your words are filled with power. Blocked, administrator lacks experience." Zeke ponders, "If soul manifestation is based on a spell, then once I open it, I'll be able to use it freely?" Kaiser impatiently, "You need one more hit to get yourself together. Get up." Zeke obediently agrees. Zeke recalls, "The practical training took much longer than the basics." He realized, the elemental sword uses ether to control the power of spirits, similar to mana in magic. Surrounded by the water element, Zeke realizes, mastering the elemental sword wasn't that hard once I understood the principles. The Kaiser, turning away, says, "Finally, I can look at you without disgust." The king warns as he leaves, "The next level will be incredibly tough, so rest for now." Zeke sits down and asks, "Can I ask a couple of questions while I rest?" Kaiser floats easily, agreeing, and Zeke understands that even this is levitation with the help of elemental force. Zeke asks, "Why did you call me Sheltern's disciple when we first met after seeing my aura?" Kaiser recalls, "Aura. Sheltern said that humans couldn't use the elemental sword, so he created your technique." The king exclaims in his heart, "That damned Sheltern Draker!" Zeke is surprised by the mention of the Hero King's right hand. Zeke is stunned. The founder of the use of aura, and he was Draker? So the Draker's ancestor was not Tarakan, but ancient Sheltern? Why is this truth unknown? Zeke asks Kaiser, "Then tell me, what is the spirit world? Where do they live?" Kaiser collects streams of elemental energy with a slight movement of his hand. A powerful attack of ice shards rains down, demonstrating the power of the spirit world. Zeke finds himself inside the elemental sword's wind field, understanding its essence. Kaiser explains, "The spirit world is essentially the afterlife from which there is no return." Zeke objects, "But you said part of my soul is there, and you yourself are a soul." Kaiser snaps his fingers, preparing to reveal another secret. He creates a vortex. "Your case is unique, but there are ways to cross worlds." Kaiser admits, "In my case, the dragon helped me." Zeke repeats in surprise, "The dragon." Zeke screams, "D-Dragon?" Kaiser is unfazed. "Right, what's the problem?" Zeke is dubious, "But would a dragon help a man?" Kaiser is puzzled. "What are you talking about?" Kaiser states, "Dragons are creatures that value people." Zeke is shocked by Kaiser's words. What the hell is he talking about? He remembers Bahamut. Do dragons value humans? But what about the monsters they lead to destroy the world? Zeke is completely confused. So the relationship between people and dragons was different in ancient times? I don't understand anything. Kaiser points to Zeke. Even without me explaining it, you yourself are living proof of it. Kaiser reminds, your heart and the fang from which your sword is forged, did not Bahamut give them to you? Kaiser chuckles. As dubious as his character may be, he has the endearing quality of not refusing a sincere request. Zeke muses, Kaiser and Bahamut were friends, better to hide the fact that I subjugated him. He sheepishly justifies himself. Bahamut gave this to our clan for worship, I messed something up. Kaiser laughs. Bahamut always looked out for his own. Because of his hot temper, he often fought with Kronos. Zeke is surprised. Kronos is the name of another dragon? The kingdom is named after him? The king confirms. That's right, he was my contractor. I named the kingdom after him while he was drinking tea. Zeke is dumbfounded. Dragons drink tea? Is this the polymorphia I heard about? Kaiser continues. Kronos was not surprised. I wanted his name to be remembered for centuries. Thousands of years ago. Silhouette in the past. In the era when he lived dragons and people, a majestic city under a peaceful sky where dragons soar, lived in harmony. Long shadows fall on the streets of the ancient city. However, if a powerful dragon helped a person without a contract, Kaiser explains, then the global balance could collapse. He continues, threatening that very dimension. Therefore, the dragons suppressed their power by taking human form to help under the contract. Zeke realizes, so the ancient heroes were strong because of the dragons. But then why did the discord arise? Kaiser impatiently, I thought my ears were going to fall off while I was waiting for you. Zeke decides to ask him later. Zeke retorts, you've waited 2,000 years, you can wait a little longer. Kaiser snorts at the insolence. The king, enveloped in the elements, announces the final stage. Kaiser with a sword and glowing eyes. Duel against me. Zeke senses a change in the atmosphere and Kaiser adds, but we'll make a rule. The king says, no food, no sleep until I say stop. And Zeke collapses from exhaustion. Kaiser adds, use the elemental sword of the same element as me, Zeke clarifies, and if I break it. The king unleashes fiery might, elemental sword, flame field, fire dance. Kaiser, engulfed in flames, turns to Zeke. Breaking the rules, you say? His gaze is stern. If you have more than one life, you can try. Kaiser explains, the elemental sword is divided into 6 fields, one for each element starting with fire. Kaiser's sword glows, activating flame field. A firestorm rages around, demonstrating the devastating power of the elements. Zeke, surrounded by heat, tensely prepares for the attack. Zeke's eyes reflect determination and the fire. The fire subsides and Kaiser announces, next is an earth-based field, steel field. The Kaiser brings down his sword, the ground beneath him splitting from the force of the elements. A crater forms around it, Kaiser explains. Steel field, control of hardness and mass. Zeke, gritting his teeth and with shining eyes, resists the pressure of the earth. The king attacks again. Zeke barely dodges the flying rock fragments. Blood runs down Zeke's cheek after another attack from Kaiser. Kaiser announces, next is a field based on the element of wind, wind field. Surrounded by vortices, Zeke fights off countless air blades. Wind field is weaker than fire field, but faster, Kaiser explains as they fight. Kaiser moves on to the last element. And finally, a field based on the element of water, the water field. Water falls on Zeke, Kaiser explains, for attack, defense, suppression, and support. Kaiser unleashes a giant spiral of water on Zeke, demonstrating the volatility and power of the elements. The king attacks from above, his water blade bringing devastating force to bear on Zeke. Zeke is furious. Damn, what is this? My power and range should be bigger, but... He struggles to contain the onslaught of water, asking himself, what is this gap between us? Suddenly, Zeke's face lights up. Ah! Zeke's eyes sparkle and a sly grin appears on his lips. He realized something. Kaiser scolds the defeated Zeke. Fool! That was the power of the waterfall, not just water. The king explains, other fields require only the manifestation of the elements, but the water field is fluidity. Kaiser easily parries Zeke's blow. Fluidity beats strength, don't you understand? Now again. Zeke blurts out in frustration. Damn, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? How can fluidity beat strength? Zeke recalls the past. I submitted because I didn't have the strength to resist. He continues, I lost something dear because I didn't have the strength to protect it. Zeke, wounded with burning eyes, all my life I have sought only power. His sword meets water. And now you're saying that fluidity will defeat strength? I can't understand it. Kaiser parries Zeke's blow by asking, did I doze off during our fight? The king unleashes a powerful stream of water on Zeke, sending him flying backwards. Zeke is thrown into the air by an explosion of water. Kaiser chuckles. Well, an exhausted Zeke lands. I stopped counting the days after the 15th. The Kaiser stands firm, but at least a month of this crazy duel has passed without food or sleep. King of the Water Vortex. Thanks to this, I realized that infinite stamina is not all-powerful against the monster that suppresses it. Kaiser, shrouded in darkness and blue flames, looks at Zeke with frightening determination. The king unleashes another torrent of water on Zeke, spinning him into a deadly vortex. Zeke blocks the water blade with difficulty, shouting, Damn! My hand won't obey at all! He realizes, and the floor is so slippery, losing support under his feet. An exhausted Zeke tries to stand as drops of water fly from all sides. A powerful geyser of water erupts from underground, throwing up debris. Zeke encounters Kaiser again, who controls a massive wall of water. Zeke grits his teeth, thinking, I was able to repel that heavy attack. Kaiser stands over the fallen Zeke, reminding him, fluidity will overcome strength. Despite everything, a mad but determined grin appears on Zeke's face. Zeke realizes, now I get it. Strength to hold the sword and strength to stand. He continues the thought. Throwing everything aside, I finally began to understand the Kaiser's words. Zeke realizes. The methods of controlling the trajectory and strikes of the blade only fettered his freedom. He understands. We need to cut off unnecessary shackles, and as water flows from top to bottom. Zeke decides, create your own path. He is surrounded by the water element. Memory from a past life. That's right. I've felt something like this before. He recalls, when the line between me and the sword was erased, I felt one with the world. Kaiser attacks, demonstrating, sometimes the water can be furious. Zeke meets the blow, and sometimes subtle, the water around them churns. Kaiser and Zeke exchange sly grins, their eyes shining. Kaiser brings down a water blade. Zeke meets it with his own. Water explodes around him. Zeke struggles to hold on to the giant water sword, putting his last strength into defense. The king raises his sword with a grin, and the streams of water obediently follow his will. Their eyes meet, a mad determination and anticipation of battle in both of their eyes. Water field, water blade. The technique reveals its essence. The scene suddenly changes to reveal a majestic golden palace. In the light-filled room, Kaiser stands over Zeke, who has dropped to one knee. The king calmly looks at the defeated but not broken Zeke. You are the heir to my teachings, Zeke Draker. Kaiser's words echo over Zeke. Zeke comes to, not understanding. Did I pass out? A flash of light before his eyes. Zeke lies in the rubble, realizing, this is the second time I've lost consciousness. A memory emerges. The first time was during the duel with Duke, a shot of a piercing blow. System messages read, excessive use of skills has resulted in fatigue exceeding the acceptable limit. He recalls, then the system turned me off because of my dragon skills, but now it's the limit of the body. Zeke comes to his senses, looking around and muttering in confusion, Kaiser? Next to him stands a huge blue crystal left by Kaiser. Zeke looks around the empty, destroyed hall. He returned to the spirit realm? He looks around thoughtfully. What about the quest? It seems I did pretty well with the water field. Suddenly his hand is enveloped in a blue glow, causing surprise. A shining screen of water appears in front of his astonished face, reflecting his shock. System Windows report. Quest completed. Reward increased for speed. New messages. Achievement quest completed. Admin rights increased. New features unlocked. Quick slot, minimap teleport, and soul growth. A window with the status of a mid-rank administrator with all his skills opens in front of Zeke. Zeke looks at the many notifications in surprise. Wow, there's so much. It'll take a long time to sort this out. One of the messages reads, thanks to the growth of the soul, the seal on Bahamut's heart has been partially lifted. Zeke focuses on the print percentage. Let's look at this first. Current print percentage, 90%. He recalls, when I absorbed Bahamut's heart, it was 95% sealed. Zeke continues to ponder. I tried to remove the seal, but the system blocked the attempt. He realizes, I've encountered unbearable power before. That means I can only withstand 10% of its power now. Zeke suggests, spells and dragon control that are not available for points depend on the seal percentage.
He decides to keep an eye on this by switching to random boxes.
The system reports, the reward is an increase in rights, 500 karma and 3 random boxes. 3 boxes open, 1 containing meteorite iron boots. Others contain leggings made of the same material and crystal earrings to restore mana. Zeke smirks, holding the earrings. The magician will definitely find these useful. I'll sell them for a higher price. He tries on boots and greaves to go with his armor. We'll have a full set soon. Zeke looks down thoughtfully. And one more thing. Random golden skill cards appear in his hands. The system notification reads, unlocking random skill cards. 3 golden skill cards explode like fireworks in front of Zeke. The system registers 3 new skills, static discharge, flash grenade, and dissonance. Zeke is a little disappointed with his C rank, but admits there are no easy ways out. He immediately activates static discharge, and his dagger is enveloped in lightning. Zeke looks at the power of the discharges in surprise. And this is only C rank? He smirked, realizing that even such a skill could be used in different ways. Zeke figures that the combination of flashbang and dissonance will outperform the artifact from the exam. He remembers the new administrator functions and quickly finds the one he needs. Quick use item slot. Zeke thinks about using it. I don't need potions, he muses, deciding what to fill the new slot with. Zeke realizes, no, wait, even all-powerful skills have their downsides. He remembers Kaiser. What if an enemy appears that cannot be defeated by endurance alone? Zeke muses on regeneration. The limits of my healing factor are also unknown. Murphy's Law has not been repealed, he decides, touching the blue screen. The system reports. The Salvation Potion has been purchased, karma points have decreased, the item has been added to the quick slot. In front of him is a description of the potion, Salvation, a masterpiece that instantly heals mortal wounds and restores strength. An unexpected expense, but worth it, Zeke thinks as he looks at the interface. He takes the shining bottle into his hands. And here is the most important reward. The bottle turns out to be the tears of the Fairy Queen, capable of summoning her from the spirit world. Zeke looks at the artifact in amazement. Summon the Fairy Queen? Zeke recalls the legends. The Fairy Queen grants people's wishes. The description reads, Tears of the Fairy Queen, a summoning from the spirit world, but only once. Zeke looks thoughtfully at the precious bottle, holding it to his eye. He decides, I'll hold on to it for now, clutching the artifact in his hand. Zeke is sure, someday the time will come to use it, looking at the exit from the hall. The bright light from the passage gives way to a sunny forest path. Suddenly, Zeke finds himself in a whirlwind in the middle of an unfamiliar area. He looks around, taking in his new surroundings in surprise. Before him appears an outpost of adventurers. He was indeed teleported. Zeke notices an icon on the ground. So that's how the minimap teleport works. The system prompts Zeke to select a teleportation point by specifying his current location. Zeke understands, select a point on the minimap and you will instantly find yourself there. He reflects. Apart from points for distance, there are no restrictions. Freedom of movement. Zeke looks thoughtfully into the distance. This will be very useful in my future plans. Suddenly, he notices something strange in his surroundings and looks up. Why do flowers bloom in winter? Zeke wonders, looking around the forest. A thought strikes him as he looks at the mountain landscape. It can't be. Or can it? Before him appears Valhalla, the elite academy of knights of the central continent. The dean of the academy walks down the corridor, thinking, in 10 years of my service? The dean, trimming the bonsai, continues, I have never seen a case like yours. The dean is surprised. The freshman showed up a month after the ceremony, and Zeke did not expect such a delay. Zeke recalls that there was a clause in his documents that if he missed the ceremony, the decision on admission would be left to the dean. He is determined. Next year is too late. He needs the secret library of Terracan. Zeke starts making excuses. Dean, I completely lost myself in training and was unconscious. The dean silently places the bonsai scissors on the table, listening to Zeke. The dean of Valhalla, Flaubert Borges, looks at Zeke skeptically. Unity? Is that all you came up with? Introducing Flaubert Borges, the legendary knight who leads his warriors under the banner of Valhalla. Zeke looks at the renowned knight of Thebes, who was invited to the post of dean 3 times by Arthur Draker himself. Zeke understands that the dean values honor and order, and emotional arguments won't help here. Zeke bows low. I have no excuse for my absence, that's the truth, Dean. Dean Flaubert chuckles. Unity is not an easy achievement. Flaubert continues, if you were another cadet, I would consider this absurd. Zeke is surprised because the dean adds, but you have a letter of recommendation, I will find a place for you. The dean sets a condition. If your month's training is more valuable than a month in Valhalla, you are accepted. Zeke thanks, although he is angry at Howard, whose help came in handy. The dean decisively presses the desk bell. Flaubert orders, prepare the training hall immediately and gather all the professors for the exam. Zeke finds himself in Valhalla's massive private training room. He looks around, a bead of sweat running down his temple. Perhaps because this is Valhalla. Zeke remarks about the professors. but they are all renowned knights, known throughout the continent. Dean Flabert turns to Zeke. Since everyone is here, Flabert sternly demands, show us the fruits of your training. The Valhalla professors keep a close eye on Zeke. Zeke ponders, standing with his sword. What should I show them? He decides, we definitely can't show them the sword of the elements. Zeke feels the pressure. These people train the best knights. They can't be surprised by ordinary techniques. A sinister grin appears on Zeke's face, shrouded in a blue aura. Then, energy concentrates in his fist. I'll have to show them a piece of my true power. Zeke releases a powerful stream of blue energy, his sword shining brightly. He channels energy into the sword, and someone exclaims in amazement, No way! One of the professors says in shock, This is... Zeke stands with a huge blade of blue aura, and the professor exclaims, Is that the aura blade? The professors whisper, He reached the level of the Blue Knight at 15 years old. Zeke nervously thinks, Damn, while someone suggests that he is a golden awakened. Zeke remembers Kaiser's words. Aura is a small trick of weaklings. Zeke realizes, after months with Kaiser, I've completely forgotten how to contain my aura. The professors continue to discuss. One of them sighs with relief. And yet, it is a relief that... Zeke smirks, realizing, they think I'm just the Blue Knight. Memory. Before meeting Kaiser, my aura was at the level of the Blue Knight. Zeke recalls his training. But after learning the elemental sword, my aura reached a whole new level. Zeke remembers that he has reached the level of Red Knight, where the key is using the aura blade. Aura blade is a technique that coats the sword in a thin layer of aura for maximum lethality. The Blue Knight only creates the blade, while the Red Knight freely changes its shape while maintaining its power. Zeke thinks with relief. It's good that I only showed the aura blade, otherwise it would have been more difficult. One of the professors is absolutely delighted, exclaiming, Incredible! The dean is delighted. Your results exceed a month in Valhalla. For such an awakening, you could have been years late. Zeke bows again. No, Dean, I apologize again for missing the ceremony due to my fault. The dean turns to the professors. What do you think? Is anyone against Zeke's admission? The professors are unanimous. We don't mind. Such a clear manifestation of the aura blade is rare even for active knights. The dean confirms with a satisfied smile. Just as they said. The dean announces with a smile, Congratulations on your acceptance, Zeke Draker. Midland Atlas is a vast city that contains Valhalla and the Fortress of the Four Seasons, the Drakers' main castle. Zeke approaches the majestic building, amazed by its monumentality. In front of him is Zeke's personal mansion in Atlas. Zeke opens the door, thinking, even with a black card, this is too much. The doors swing open and bright light floods the dark passage. Zeke is greeted with confetti and congratulations on entering Valhalla. He is stunned. His master and instructor Andre are dressed as clowns. The master pats Zeke on the shoulder. You are incredible, student. This is the first time I've seen anyone skip the ceremony. The master smirks. Now that the star of the show has arrived, shall we begin? Zeke is perplexed. It turns out that the Duke and Andre threw him a surprise party to celebrate his admission. Zeke wonders why those who should be at the academy ended up in Atlas. Andre, embarrassed, admits that he got a job in Valhalla as a professor's assistant in order to be close. The master and Andre burst into laughter, while Zeke sits with a stony face. Zeke is furious. Why did you guys decide everything for me, the owner of the mansion? A bottle of wine is rolling across the table. There is chaos all around. The party is clearly a success. The master and Andre passed out right at the table among the empty bottles. Night has fallen on the city. The full moon shines through the window. Meanwhile, in the noisy tavern, someone grins ominously in the corner. A gloved hand places a coin on the bar, ordering a beer. And one more thing, I'd like to meet Kay, the mysterious visitor tells the bartender. The bartender looks around the noisy tavern, full of unsuspecting revelers. Suddenly, everyone in the tavern is twisted and falls unconscious under the influence of an unknown force. A hooded figure with glowing eyes asks, Where do you want to go? Horrified visitors recognize the crest on the glove. D. Draker? The atmosphere in the tavern is heating up, and the remaining patrons on their feet are terrified. The bartender, shaking, mumbles an apology. My apologies, I should have stopped them, but... Changing his tone, the bartender offers, "I'll take you to the branch manager." A figure walks down a secret corridor. Secret door, second and third level of security magic. Very much in the spirit of K. The stranger muses, "Before my regression, there were two groups that could be considered the greatest intelligence agencies on the continent." The stranger recalls, "The Order of the Black Knights of Drakers and the Intelligence Bureau of the Empire of Rome. But there was a third little-known force, the Syndicate." He continues, "At first they were just smugglers, but after Kay came along, she turned their network into a powerful intelligence agency. Memory. Before the regression, I would have already been kicked out of the academy and would have ended up with McCain surviving as a Syndicate mercenary." He recalls, "The branch manager at the time, Kay, found me with a mission to clear out an important transport route." The stranger thinks, "Kay wanted to expand the route so that the Syndicate would be on par with the Black Order or the Bureau, and through persistence and talent, she succeeded." He recalls the hard times. "And after the Empire took everything from me..." Flashback, Kay hands him a scroll. "Here, this is information about the artifact the Emperor is hunting." Kay warns, "Be careful, it won't be easy," and he remembers how she actively helped him in his revenge. He muses, "She said it was payment for helping the Syndicate grow, but without her I wouldn't have gotten that artifact and wouldn't be here." The manager opens the door and the stranger thinks, "Information is a weapon. Like what Abel saw at the ritual, the future is unpredictable." The stranger is confident. "My abilities are excellent, and a good relationship with her will be a trump card." He walks through the huge, dimly lit hall towards a lonely figure at a table. A gloved hand strikes a match, creating a flame. As he gets closer, he notes to himself, Kay's tastes haven't changed. An elegant lady in black lights a cigarette with a match. The hooded figure looks at her, the light falling on his face. Red-haired Kay asks with a grin, "Why would the Draker's rising star might want to meet me?" From above, you can see him respond, "No beating around the bush, straight to the point." Zeke states outright, "I want to establish trade with the Syndicate." Kay looks at him thoughtfully, considering the offer. Kay wonders why the young genius of the Drakers would want to get involved with the crime syndicate. Zeke notes to himself, "She already knows about Valhalla, impressive." Zeke crosses his arms. "If you're playing games, it looks like you're not interested." Kay suggests, "Why not make a decision after seeing what I have?" Zeke places something on the table. Elegant emerald earrings appear on the table. Kay is surprised. "Earrings?" Zeke explains, "These are not just earrings, but an artifact. Try them on, you will be surprised." Kay puts on the earrings, wondering, enhances mana recovery or something? She notes skeptically, "Unfortunately, these are quite common." Suddenly, Kay's cigarette bursts into flames and sparks burst into flames. Kay is shocked, her face turns red. "What is this? My recovery is 10%. No, 15%. Kay is amazed. Artifacts are usually weaker. Where did he get such a thing? She stares at Zeke, trying to figure him out. Zeke asks with a grin, "Now shall we talk?" Kay is confused. "Who is he?" Zeke suggests that she open a new account using a sealed personal statement. All she can do is pick up the goods from the Atlas Bank. Kay realizes that he wants to sell unknown artifacts through her. Kay is considering generous terms. 10% of sales and bonuses are the limits of her expectations. She realizes that he knows that she is a magician, and he has access to serious information. Zeke states firmly, "I agree to these terms," placing the document on the table. Kay holds out a sealed envelope with a smile. "Good luck to both of us, young master." Zeke raises his finger. "Oh, I have one question." Kay looks questioningly. Zeke asks with a grin, "Is your ghost ship okay?" Kay freezes, a chill running through her from his words. Surrounded by shadows, she asks sharply, "How did you know about this?" Zeke laughs carefreely. "I was just asking why you were so tense." His eyes flash. "You can threaten me, but can you handle the consequences?" Zeke's powerful aura envelops Kay, reflecting in her frightened eyes. Kay, trembling and sweating, realizes his true power. She looks at the fallen people, then warily at Zeke. Kay is desperate. "Damn, there's too little information. He's not just the Blue Knight." Zeke suggests a change of scenery, and Kay realizes that they can't stand up to him. Zeke and Kay move to the office of the manager of the Atlas Syndicate branch. Zeke smirks as he shows Kay the oath contract common to mages. The contract is sealed with blood instead of ink, a simple but effective method. Violation of an oath is punishable by death, and a seal appears on the hands of the parties. Even when bypassing a direct oath, betrayal entails endless restrictions. Kay is relieved to ask Zeke to sign, as she needs insurance against his possible betrayal. Zeke agrees, "You're right," and without hesitation cuts his finger. He confidently places his bloody signature on the document. A magical seal flashes above them, and Zeke is ready to sign anything for her trust. A bright magical seal of the contract finally seals their agreement. Glowing seals flash on their hands, sealing the agreement. Zeke announces, "So we're now officially partners." He sits back, relaxed, and continues, "Your ghost ship carries the Soma from Markan." Kay sighs tiredly, running a hand through his hair, his awareness astounding. She admits, "I don't know how you know about my ship, but..." An image of a man with the M mark appears before her, and Kay confirms, "Yes, you're right." Soma is a drug banned in the kingdom that thrives on the southern continent. Zeke guesses, "It must be because of the message from the Transcendent House." Kay agrees with a grin. Even Markan wouldn't want to mess with them. The map shows Ishtar, a desert region that has closed its borders and trade routes. Kay explains that with the land routes closed and Pabella in control of the sea, they chose the Syndicate's sea routes. The map shows two criminal organizations, Markan and Pabella, dividing the southern region. Markan used the land for the Soma, and Pabella, without access to it, developed sea routes. However, when Ishtar closed the borders, Markan had to find an outlet to the sea. By that time, Pabella already had complete control over the seas. Kay, lighting a cigarette, persistently asks Zeke how he knows about her ghost ship. The Syndicate's ghost ship is shrouded in an invisibility spell to avoid prying eyes. He hides from pirates and the Navy, being a key source of income and a secret of the Syndicate. Zeke counters with a grin, "An information broker is interested in information?" Kay is puzzled, and Zeke suggests that she focus on Pabella's proposal. Kay reports, "Pabella offered Markan double to break up, but Zeke says to decline." Zeke explains, "The Syndicate can weaken both sides this way, but Kay risks losing the client on Soma." He shocks her with the question, "What if Pabella is the pirates defeated by the Knight of White Silver?" Kay jumps up, shouting, "It can't be! Pabella is principled!" Zeke retorts, "It's just a mask." Zeke reveals that Pabella's true goal is to find the Syndicate's secret sea route, their hidden treasure. Unlike Markan, Pabella, upon learning of the ghost ship, immediately attacks it. Kay objects, but Zeke, showing the seal, reminds, "You have to pay for information, Kay." Zeke, with a cheeky grin, demands, "Take me to Don Juan, the leader of Markan." Kay is stunned, and Zeke promises, "Do this and you will become the head of the Syndicate." A mysterious figure in a cloak confidently walks through the city's night streets. Zeke muses. Kay's information network is impressive, but it's not enough. Previously, the fastest way to gain access to Syndicate information was to take over organizations. The ashtray is full of cigarette butts, Kay thinks. "Just wait, Don Juan." Kay takes a determined drag. "The little flame I lit today, it will grow and consume you.